The rowdy son of a high-ranking noble family ruled the academy like a king. However, at this moment, he was being removed from the family register. He reflects, "It seems that the god of fate is ridiculing him. This is Ed Roththaler, and his life, in short, is over. He has been expelled from his own home." Meanwhile, in the gym, the murmurs begin. "Hey, isn't that Ed Roththaler over there? Keep it down or he'll look." But the guys keep talking. "You don't have to walk on eggshells around him. He's been disowned. I bet we won't see him next semester. In the first place, he shouldn't even have cheated on the entrance exam, should he?" Everyone expected something like this to happen to him, but the protagonist thinks it's all very unfair. After all, the arrogant Ed Roththaler they're talking about isn't him. The protagonist realizes that he has entered a game based at Sylvania Academy, a magic school. It was his favorite game, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. Normally, when someone enters an isekai, they become the first son of a powerful family, a bully, or someone extremely skilled. But of all the possibilities, he became a third-rate villain who is kicked out of the dorm right at the start of the game. Ed Roththaler, the disinherited. He's now stuck with the worst character in the game and complains, "That's not fair. They can't be serious." He had always lived a simple life without greed, without making serious mistakes. But fate seemed determined to mock him. All around him, people laughed and whispered, "Look who's complaining about injustice now." Alone and humiliated, he later looks in the mirror and sees his character's system. He analyzes the statistics and thinks, in the beginning, Ed really is the worst possible character. The statistics confirm it. Stamina, 3 intellect, 4 talent, 7 willpower, 7, luck 6. He sighs, "I'm in a magic academy with 4 intellect. No wonder he's only a third-rate villain in the game." In the original game, Ed was just a blur in his memory. He couldn't even remember what happened to him later on, until he remembered. In the end credits, Ed appeared begging, a vagrant on the streets. Well, that's no surprise. A nobleman who knew nothing about the world was thrown out onto the streets. He was lucky to be alive. He sighs again, trying to calm down. But why this body? Why me? Why did I end up in this game? Ed didn't know why he had been put in this situation, but one thing was certain. He wouldn't accept this fate. He would not allow the failed villain's ending to be his own. He was going to fight and win no matter what. Sylvania Academy, which was much more than just a school, was more like an entire city. Situated on the imposing Arkan Mountain, it was a grand place with several areas that went far beyond the classrooms. At the moment, he was in a region to the northeast of the academy, known as the Undeveloped Forest. Trying to escape the curious and judgmental stares of the other students, Ed walked for almost half a day. That time was enough for him to better understand his situation. He was in the extreme early stages of the game when Ed had been rejected by his family. Luckily, he hadn't been expelled from school yet, and that was crucial. After all, Sylvania Academy was top-notch. Whoever graduated from it had a guaranteed future. Ed knew that as long as the game was set in the academy, he could use all his experience as a gamer. Having played the game obsessively for so long would finally do him some good. His plan was simple: graduate quietly and secure a comfortable, dignified life. With a twig in his hand, he wrote in the sand, "Graduation." It was the main goal. But then he thought of the exorbitant gym fees. At least the current semester was paid for. The problem would be getting a scholarship for the next semester. But how could he do that with such terrible statistics? "I'll think about it later. First, I need to sort out the most urgent things: shelter, clothes, and food." Opening his large suitcase, Ed began to assess what he had. His findings were not encouraging: fancy clothes, but no special attributes. A ceremonial dagger, also of no practical value. An ornamental glass, as useless as it looked. He sighed, "Well, I have clothes. But food and shelter, those are serious problems. Given Ed Roththaler's bad reputation, getting a job would be practically impossible. He couldn't go back to the dormitory either, since he'd been kicked out. For now, he decided that the forest would be his best option. The only good news was the presence of a nearby stream. He had 10 days until school started, and decided that he would use this time to make himself minimally presentable to attend school. Training in the forest, he began practicing windblade magic, felling small trees and logs. He realized that, fortunately, the body he inhabited could use magic, although he was incredibly bad at it. After chopping about 15 pieces of wood, he was exhausted. Ed laughed to himself, remembering something his grandfather used to say, "When hunger strikes, even tree bark becomes food." Determined not to starve, Ed took the ornamental cup and filled it with water from the stream. Using a fire spell, he improvised a kind of cooking with pieces of wood. "Anything has to be edible, right?" he muttered to himself, trying to convince himself. After cooking the wood, he looked at the result and, in a mixture of relief and despair, commented, "Looking closely, it looks like chicken breast." Without thinking twice, he put the piece in his mouth. The result was instantaneous. He vomited almost immediately. 2 days later, on the third day, exhausted and hungry, Ed reflected on how much he hated his grandfather. After a whole day of not eating and 2 days of vomiting, he finally accepted that wood was not something that should be eaten. "Wood isn't for eating," he sighed. "It's for building." Deciding to change his strategy, he decided to use the pieces of wood to build a shelter. The problem was clear. He only had 2 hands but needed to raise 4 supports for the structure. Working with difficulty and improvisation, he quickly tied the rods together. "That's it. Shelter structure completed," he said with a tone of satisfaction, but soon realized that there was still a lot to be done. Without a comfortable surface, Ed spread out some clothes on the floor as a sort of makeshift bed. "It's a waste, but I have no other choice." After a night of continuous effort, he finally received a notification from the system. "Congratulations, you have learned Basic Wooden Shelter, difficulty half star out of 5, current rank, Novice Craftsman Specialty, None Management, Level 4, Design, Level 1. Gathering Skill Level 1." Ed blinked, surprised. Creation system, so that's available too? He reflected that even though he had lived as a nobleman, perhaps he had some hidden manual talent. It was something that certainly made up for his lack of magical ability. Determined to test his new skills, he created a simple harpoon. "Now I'm going to get something useful to eat." With harpoon in hand, he started trying to fish in the stream. Despite the poor statistics, extreme hunger motivated him, and he managed to catch a few fish. Using fire magic, he fried them and finally managed to make a decent meal. As he ate, Ed looked up at the sky. "There's still a week until school starts. I just have to put up with it for now." But he knew that when he returned to school, he would face even more problems. Suddenly, a sound interrupted his thoughts. He heard light footsteps and a female voice. "Ed Rothtailor?" Turning around, Ed saw a young woman approaching. He felt his blood run cold. It was Princess Phinia. His heart raced as he recognized her. In the events of the game, Phinia was one of the main characters. And not just any character. She was the worst person for him to meet at that moment. After all, in the game, Ed Rothtailor had been responsible for expelling Phinia from school. Phinia Kloll narrowed her eyes as she stared at Ed Rothtailor, who still seemed shaken by the sight of her. "Haven't you left yet?" he asked disdainfully. Ed sighed, trying to keep his composure even though he was clearly uncomfortable. "Has the academy really not expelled you yet?" Phinia asked, crossing her arms. Ed took a deep breath before answering. "I'm still a student. I just got kicked out of the dorms." Phinia frowned, clearly dissatisfied. "This will be short. I can't bear to see someone as shameless as you at Sylvania. I'm going to the academic department to request your expulsion in person." As she spoke, Ed realized something terrible. "My fish is burning," he thought, smelling the culinary disaster. After 3 days of starvation, even burnt food seemed like a feast. But he knew the situation was even more critical. Phinia was a princess, someone with enough authority to carry out her threat and ensure her final expulsion. With that in mind, Ed made a desperate decision. "If that's the case, I'll risk everything." He stood up and approached Phinia. "The sun is setting, princess, and even royalty is not protected by heavily armed soldiers in this isolated forest." Phinia raised an eyebrow, her hand already on her magic weapon. "Is that a threat? If it is, you'll regret it." Ed laughed softly and to her surprise knelt down. "A threat? Not at all, your highness. I'm just trying to express my gratitude for your distinguished presence." Phinia activated her inspection skill immediately. To her surprise, Ed was telling the truth. While she looked confused, Ed thought quickly. He explained that the Rothtailor family, to which he belonged, was famous and influential but also notoriously corrupt. For decades, they had exploited citizens and carried out human experiments in search of eternal life. In the future of the game, this family was destined to be destroyed, with all its members imprisoned and executed. However, he was disowned. Ed might be weak, very hungry, but he wasn't dead yet, and in the long run, that was a very good thing. He just had to convince Phinia without lying or he'd be expelled. Game over. As he tried to come up with a plan, Ed reflected. Thinking beyond the present moment, he remembered that, in the original game, Ed's expulsion took place exactly 1 week before school started. But then, why was the princess here? Standing up, the protagonist deduced Phinia was supposed to be completing the class placement test. It was a test organized by Professor Glast, known for being perverse with his students. The aim? To find magical pearls hidden in the forest. "Professor Glass doesn't take it easy, not even with nobles," muttered Ed. "But of course, the princess must be aiming for the best class. Class A." Phinia raised an eyebrow, interrupting his ramblings. "Why are you fawning all over me? You don't seem to have changed at all. I should kick you out right away." Ed, however, smiled confidently. "Without my help, you'll never get into Class A." Phinia laughed scornfully. "How absurd." "It's serious," Ed continued. "If what I say now is a lie, you can throw me out on the spot." The princess remained silent, evaluating his words, while Ed explained, "Go to the southeast lake of this forest. There you'll find a small grassy island. In the center of it, there is a giant tree called the Guardian of Marilla. That's where the gift I left for you is." Reluctantly, Phinia followed the directions. To her surprise, she actually found the magic pearl hidden in the tree. As she looked at the shiny pearl, she thought to herself, the Ed Rothtailor of 3 days ago was definitely a lying charlatan, but now he's really helped. Later, back at the academy, Professor Glast announced the official end of the test. "Hand in all the pearls you have acquired," he ordered. Several students appeared with exaggerated and colorful items, each one more eye-catching. Glast looked at everyone with his impassive expression and declared, "Everyone will start in Class F." There was general shock. but the teacher continued. This test isn't just about finding any magic pearl. Only those who have found high-powered pearls will be promoted. The murmuring grew among the students until Glast announced the only 3 who had made it. They were Zix, Loratel, and Phenia Cloel, who found the most hidden pearl of all under the guardian of Merilla. Congratulations, Princess. You will be the leader of Class A. While everyone applauded, Ed watched from afar, exhausted. He looked at the burnt fish next to him and sighed. The fish is burnt, and I don't have the strength to use that spear again. So Ed made a makeshift fishing rod, and while using it, he reflected. The 3rd princess of the Empire, Phenia Cloel, was known from a young age for seeing through flattery and sophistry. This led her to develop an innate ability. No one could escape her inspection. So the protagonist had no choice but to speak the truth, but that could lead to an even bigger problem. The reason why Phenia, the proud princess, would be called the Princess of Love is that during the placement test, she would end up failing and falling to F class. However, F would have a great influence on the initial scenario, as it was the class where she found the golden pearl and in doing so, entered Class A. As a result, the scenario of the original story would collapse. Ed thought he had avoided expulsion, but the information he had about the game might now be useless. Still, he believed there was a silver lining. The top of the class still belonged to Lucy Merrill, and the future might not change. Phenia, for her part, thought that her inspection skills always saw the truth. What Ed said was true. There really was a pearl, but she didn't believe it was a gift. She knew that, as a princess, she couldn't be treated as a mere recipient of gifts. What she really wanted was to prove herself, so seeing the pearl didn't make her feel grateful. She knew that she could reach the top of the class on her own merits. However, Phenia couldn't take that pearl because it wasn't something she discovered on her own. The title of Princess of Love, which she would receive in the future, was not a skill or attribute. It was a title she would earn by walking the path of the righteous. Ed thought he had baited the princess, but in reality, it didn't matter whether what he said was true or a lie. Phenia could always discern what was genuine. Although Ed truly believed that Phenia would fail the test, she was confident of her success, and the protagonist's defeat only increased her desire to prove that she was right. However, she didn't manage to get into Class A, which meant that now she couldn't stand still any longer. Determined, she thought, I'll keep an eye on Ed. So at that moment, Ed managed to catch some fish and was overjoyed. A few days later, he woke up rushing to get to the gym on time. When he arrived, he thought he was finally back at Sylvania Academy. Rumor had it that the school's opening ceremony would start now, and he was excited to see the students' progress before the new semester began. At that moment, Ed was listening to the sweet whispers that welcomed him because he had survived. People were saying, but for God's sake, look at him. How does he have the nerve to come here? Does he really intend to stay at the academy? Ed thought that this was the reward of a winner, and he was enjoying good food. The best food. He thought that his goal was to graduate, while the girls continued to criticize him, saying that he had been pitiful at the entrance exam. However, one of them said that if you looked closely, he seemed different. He was eating in a very polite way, and Ed thought he didn't care, that he had no ambition. He just wanted to graduate. Soon the staff left to do their own thing, but one of the students commented that he really seemed different. Then it was explained that it was the first day of school at Sylvania, and the principal announced that the new semester was starting. He was excited to see how the students, in a new and improved way, would react to the work done by the academic society. However, Ed thought that on the very first day, he was almost expelled by the rector's office. He hadn't expected Phenia to go and talk to the dean about him, but fortunately he wasn't expelled. She spoke well of him. Although the dean was a very grumpy old man, he talked to Ed with a smile on his face. However, Ed thought that, in any case, he would have to be very careful from now on, so that the story didn't deviate from the original game. Ed then reflected on the skills he had managed to hone for survival. One of these included fighting with a bow, but he had also undergone magical training appropriate for a student at a college of magic. He became more and more skilled at hunting with his bow. He thought that, to make the most of the combination of his two skills, there was no better weapon than the bow. Ed's skills continued to improve, becoming more and more powerful. This made him able to create arrows of the highest quality and also to cast spiritual and magical formulas on the arrows. As he walked along, he saw something a little surprising. Sitting in that guardian tree was a student. That's Janice Faylover, the best in the sophomore class, the genius spiritual wizard. She looks at Ed, realizing he's there, and says, "Oh, you're the man." She walks up to him so fast that he barely notices her. She then asks, "You're Roth Taylor, aren't you?" and introduces herself as Janice Faylover. She's in her second year just like him, but he asks her to call him Janice. She asks, "Oh, are you surprised that I know about you? That's because this forest is the territory of Merida, a high-ranking spirit." She continues, "Well, I was talking to her." Ed, surprised, asks, "Wait, did the master of this forest tell you about me?" Janice replies that Merida is a bit nosy and always knows when there's an intruder. Ed, thinking, remembers that he has killed several rabbits and cut down several trees, but Janice reassures him, telling him not to worry about this kind of small thing, as it is part of the natural order for creatures to be killed for food. Merida doesn't care about that, she says. Ed, surprised, replies that even a big wild wolf must have a heart. Janice notices that he's embarrassed and comments, "Unexpected, huh?" She then tells him that she has something to show him and shows him a small glow on her hand, apparently a spirit with which she has made a contract. She asks if Roth Taylor wants to touch it. Ed wonders, thinking that Janice already has a contract with the spirit. He thinks that if he wants to become her friend, he needs to intervene at the right time, but now he says he doesn't know what to say, as he can't see spirits. Janice asks if he really can't see, and he confirms it. She then turns around and says she's going to get some food. "So you're on," he replies, thinking that following the original plot might give him an informational advantage. Ed reflects that Janice Faylover is someone of significant importance in the original plot, and a person he should never get close to. He leaves in silence, and Janice begins to think about him. It's just like Merida said, he's a fascinating guy, she thinks. She also wonders, how did he know he was a big wolf? She's intrigued, wondering who this brat is, but throws herself at the wolf and says, "You were so kind to him. He was so dry with me. Damn." She comments that it's not as if she's going to see him again, but that she can investigate further. Meanwhile, Ed thinks that the distance between his shelter and the academy was considerable, and that it wasn't an easy walk. In the early hours of the morning, he runs at full speed just to get to school, something that is enough to increase his physical stats. Janice, for her part, was watching him from afar and also accompanied him to class. The protagonist was studying with all his might, because if he wanted that scholarship, he had to do very well. To take it to his shelter, he writes on a stone slab using a burnt stick. The books? He borrows them from the library. On the way home, he washes his clothes in the lake and wonders if they will dry by the next day. But that's not all. He still has to check the firewood, the drinking water, and whether the dried meat is enough for lunch the next day. Because of this, he only gets 4 hours of sleep, but that's not what bothers him most. He wonders how long Janice will follow him around. She then asks, "Wait, did you know all this?" And he replies that it would be stranger if he didn't realize. He asks her if she doesn't know who he is. He's Roth Taylor, the worst kind of person there is. She continues to follow him, but Janice says that this is the kind of thinking they do about him. She also says that she doesn't know him yet. The protagonist remembers and thinks, "It's true. I'd forgotten that Janice is that kind of character. She may look naive and a bit silly on the outside, but on the inside she has a very dark mind." Ed, knowing what's in store for her in the future, simply can't respond with a refreshing smile on his face. That's because Janice is actually the final boss of the first act of the game's story, and she's the only character who smiles at him, a Roth Taylor. He thinks he didn't want to go that far, but says, "All right, since fate has brought us together, can you do me a favor?" She asks, "Oh, a favor?" Ed replies that, as you can see, his life is a mess. He's been rejected by his family and is in a very difficult situation. He asks if she can lend him some money, assuring her that it's not as if he's not going to pay it back, but when he can. He explains that Janice wins a scholarship every year for being top of her class, but not just for her excellence. Her background is so poor that without the scholarship, she wouldn't be able to enroll or advance to graduation. Her weakness is money. Janice then says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I can't do that." Ed thinks, Janice, eliminated. Then, 3 days later, Ed thinks he doesn't feel right about what he did to Janice, but he doesn't want to get involved with characters who are important to the story. He thinks he needs to be careful that the story doesn't deviate from the original. When he enters his shelter, he is startled and asks, "Who is that?" In terms of importance in the story, she is even more significant than Janice. It's the rare genius and most powerful character in the game, Lucy Merrill. Then she wakes up. Ed wonders what she's doing there, sleeping in his shelter, and what she's doing on the mountain. Lucy, annoyed, says he's so noisy. Ed asks what he's done, and Lucy replies, "Not you, that wolf back there, the size of a house." She points to the spirit and says it's trying to talk to Ed, but he doesn't answer. Lucy then says that the spirit has asked Ed one day to save Janice at any cost. Ed is extremely shocked. He says that even though she says it, he can't see the spirit with his own eyes. Thinking that he had gotten rid of her that day, he wonders why Lucy is sleeping in the forest. Lucy goes back to sleep and Ed says, "Hey, this is my shelter." But then he thinks, wait a minute, Lucy is small, but she has the gift of jumping like a kangaroo. In other words, her range of action is like that of a street cat. Whether at the top of a tower or on a rooftop, she always finds a good place to take a nap. His campsite is in a quiet forest, where no one goes, and is easily accessible to her. He's made a little tent so well hidden that it's the perfect place for a nap. He realizes that this was his fault, and he deserves it. The next day, the protagonist thinks he has to do something about it. Lucy is casting several high-level spells and even flies in her sleep. If she keeps coming there, it will only be a matter of time before the original plot is distorted, so he creates a rank 2 trap. Lucy asks if she can eat the dried meat that's there, and Ed says no, but she takes it and eats it anyway. Ed thinks they haven't understood each other. She keeps coming back and he knows he has to do something urgently. Of all the traps there are, one works against her. And Ed says, "Well then, the castle maids were looking for you here, weren't they?" At this point, Lucy is completely terrified and says that she suddenly remembered that she had something urgent to do. She then shoots off in a rocket. Ed thinks he can't beat Lucy, but there was one piece of information in the book that everyone didn't know. Lucy hates the dormitory maids who look after her like a mother. She runs away from them every day. He thinks, "I finally got rid of Lucy." So he goes back to work, but soon realizes that what he's done will lead to nothing. Only he was wrong. The next mission he received from the system was the joint combat training that would take place at the academy. It was like an arena, even with an audience. They explained that joint combat training is an exercise simulation of individual combat, and to minimize lethality and prevent students from killing each other, they only use fake weapons, and mages can only use basic elemental magic. Students in the alchemy department are also forbidden from making potions or very powerful spells. The brackets for this tournament, in quotes, are drawn at random. Ed thinks that above all, in this class, all the important characters who play a significant role in the plot are taking part here. This includes Fenia, the Golden Daughter, Lortel, the Crescent Spear, Janice, the Spirit Sorceress, Lazy Lucy, and the Wicked Clebius. Ed thought he could sit there until tomorrow listing the characters, but the most important person, of course, was the protagonist, the failed swordsman Taylor. He was looking forward to the next match, which would be Taylor's. Ed thought he already knew the result of each fight, so he didn't pay attention, since the winners were all from the first year, the same year as the protagonist, except for one person, Janice. And she was already bothering him again even after he asked her for money. She's back, and Janice comments that the list of matches has been released. Ed replies that he's not interested, but Janice insists, "Oh, come on! Aren't you curious to know who your father is?" Ed asks himself, confused. "Wait a minute, do I have to fight?" Then he remembers that, in the original story, Ed R. Taylor would have already been expelled at this point. He begins to wonder who his opponent is until he realizes, alarmed, shit, it's Iwia. Meanwhile, the next fight announced is Taylor's. The protagonist looks at Taylor, who politely declares, "I promise to fight to the best of my abilities." The protagonist thinks to himself, no matter who he's fighting, I'm going to pay attention to Taylor. Even if it's just a game, I've lived with him a lot. He remembers completing this game countless times. The bad endings were miserable, but the real endings left a deep mark on his memory. He reflects that no matter which route he chose, they were all arduous and difficult. Deep down, he's rooting for Taylor. Then the announcer starts calling the next fighter, "Lucy Merrill! Lucy Merrill!" Ed begins to wonder, where is Lucy? Why hasn't she turned up yet? He then spots a crate and knows exactly where it is. Ed goes over, finds Lucy and says, "Hey, it's your turn. Wake up." Lucy, still sleepy, complains, "I'm hungry. Do you have any beef jerky?" Ed sighs and replies, "Go duel first, then I'll see about that." The duel is announced. First year, the best in the class, Lucy Merrill against Taylor McCore, the protagonist of this world. Lucy is known as a magic prodigy, while Taylor was born to be a legendary swordsman, although he has never held a sword in his life. When the duel begins, with the first stroke of his sword, Taylor cuts through Lucy's fast magic, catching her off guard. He quickly closes the distance, but Lucy uses a mid-level electric spell as a counterstrike. Taylor is completely overwhelmed by the spell, but due to the rules, Lucy is disqualified for using forbidden magic at the tournament level. With this, Taylor becomes the first to defeat Lucy Merrill, gaining great recognition. The protagonist watches the scene, remembering how legendary she was in the original game. The referee starts the fight, and Taylor comes forward with an English punch in his fist, shouting, "Here I come!" But then he is hit by magic and thrown far away, landing in a place so far away that it seems absurd. Everyone is shocked. He lost the fight with a single blow, while Merrill was even yawning. The audience wondered, is it over? You can't beat her, can you? She's the best in the class. Even so, the guy went for an English punch. For God's sake, someone comments. Ed thinks his life has always been a series of trials. A country bumpkin, an underachiever who has never gotten a decent grade since he started school. He's never been recognized by anyone, always living in perverse situations, with everyone around him feeling sorry for him. But even though he's shaking, Ed gets up. He thinks Ed never gives up. Ed never loses hope. Then Ed goes for it again, this time with his sword. Merrill this time is genuinely impressed by his speed. Ed realizes that she is about to use that powerful magic. But just as he tries to strike, his attack is blocked by a sphere of wind. Even so, he doesn't give up and keeps trying to penetrate that barrier with his power. Suddenly, a huge magical beast appears, creating a tornado in the field. The creature hits Ed hard, knocking him away. He crashes face first into a pillar and falls to the ground. Ed, lying down, realizes it wasn't lightning magic but wind magic. The judge then declares the winner, Merrill. Ed, fallen and defeated, thinks to himself, I've lost, so that's it. He gets up slowly, hopelessly. He reflects that the magic Merrill used was obtained after a contract with a spirit, which granted him the protection of the wind. Merrill casually asks, "Can you give me some beef jerky now?" But Ed rushes past her, completely ignoring her question. He thinks about the scenario, remembering that Milda and Meryl were originally two separate entities. However, as Meryl repeatedly visited that shelter he built in the Marilla forest, the contract between them became stronger and stronger. Now the next fight would be between him and Fenia. However, Ed runs off across the field, passing Fenia without even paying attention to her. Fenia tries to talk to him but is ignored, shocked by his attitude. Ed thinks to himself, still shaken, "I lost because of me, because of my existence in Sylvania." He calls to himself mentally, devastated. Fenia, realizing Ed's condition, says to him, "Your efforts will pay off one day. You were great. The problem is that your opponent was extremely powerful. Don't let that get you down." Ed reflects on his words and thinks, but what if that doesn't happen? If I don't recover, my life will be full of difficulties. The narrative then explains a little about Fenia. She was the first person to discover innate discernment, also called inspection. This ability, however, was not given to her by a god. It was developed by Fenia herself as a self-defense mechanism against the incessant intrigues and conspiracies of the imperial family. Emperor Chol was the first to recognize her ability, but Fenia grew up in a cruel environment where she couldn't trust anyone. Even though she was able to detect lies, she lived as if she didn't know, adapting to the horrible abyss that was her family. That's why Princess Fenia is so confident and sure of her ability. She was forged in the most adverse circumstances. When it's time for the fight, Ed addresses Fenia in an almost relaxed tone. "Well, take it easy on me, will you?" Fenia replies with a smile. "All right, but go easy on me too." The audience watching the interaction is divided. Some believe that Ed was trying to motivate Fenia, while others think he was mocking her. They comment to each other, "Ed is so disturbing. He always finds a way to embarrass others." Fenia, on the other hand, reflects, "Are they right? Is Ed really that kind of person?" She recalls an earlier moment when she sensed genuine desperation in Ed's words. Using her inspection skills on that occasion, she realized that he wasn't lying. The referee starts the fight. Before attacking, Fenia says to Ed, "Ruth Taylor, you confuse me so much. I want to reach a conclusion with this duel." Then Fenia throws a water projectile in his direction. She thinks, he can only use wind and fire magic at the moment. How will he react to that attack? For her, this duel was more than just a battle. It was a dramatic outcome. "I need to get rid of this mysterious man who occupies my heart," thinks Fenia. However, Ed didn't react. The projectile hits him squarely, throwing him out of the field of combat without him showing any reaction. Fenia, perplexed, asks, "What are you doing? Why didn't you block the attack?" The audience laughs and mocks him. That Ed is a real sucker. He was defeated with a single blow. The crowd shouts at Fenia, "Finish that asshole off!" Ed, defeated, says, "I lost. It was a great fight. I learned a lot." Fenia, bewildered, asks, "What do you want? What exactly have you learned? You didn't even try to win. You were just trying to get off the stage as quickly as possible." She reflects on him. "This man is really mysterious. He never made eye contact with me. Now that I think about it, he had no interest in this duel. He just wanted to get out of here." The judge declares Fenia the winner. Ed, however, runs off down the corridors, worried about what to do next. He thinks, "Now is not the time to duel. When I come into contact with Princess Fenia, I need to act very carefully so as not to affect the course of the game. She's important to the story, but the most important person is the Edgonist of this world. I'm the main one." As he runs, he wonders where Ed is, but is soon surprised by Fenia running after him. He stops and asks, surprised, "Why are you here without an escort?" Fenia, irritated, replied, "Who are you, kid?" Ed, not understanding, asks, "What are you talking about?" Visibly frustrated, she vents, "What do you mean I learned a lot? You lost that fight on purpose. I had no intention of winning, I just wanted to get off the stage quickly." She continues, her face now more serious. "I'm already finding it hard to keep up with the lessons. The damn shopkeeper only thinks of ways to take control of the school. Grumpy Professor Glest is no help at all. And the servants are always talking about the damned customs of royalty. I've had enough of all that." She looks at Ed angrily and says, "Who the fuck are you?" Ed wonders if Fenia really has so much pent-up frustration. He puts his hands on her shoulders, trying to calm her down, and says, "Princess, take a deep breath and calm down. There's no need to be so nervous. Just breathe, okay?" Fenia, a little calmer, is embarrassed and says, "Forget what I said now." Ed replied calmly, "Okay, fine." He thinks, "I can go now, can I?" Fenia continues talking, saying that she has a bad habit of asking incessant questions. She feels she's constantly trying to guess and predict what's going on in people's minds, probably because she's lived in the palace for so long, surrounded by lies. Prada, for his part, thinks, "Please let me find Ed." But Fenia won't stop. She says she's going to ask for good now. "You cut ties with your family because you knew there was a dark side, right? And the reason you harassed Ed is because you needed a reason to be kicked out of the family, didn't you?" Ed Ruth Taylor, now cautious, thinks he needs to answer carefully. Although she is wrong about his intentions, the idea that his family has a dark side is not completely wrong. However, he simply says, "I don't know what you're talking about." He thinks it's too early to investigate this matter now. Fenia, for her part, insists, "I'm right, yes. Logically, it doesn't make sense. Why did you shout those things at Ed? Why were you rooting for him? You felt empathy for him at some point." Ed, trying to deflect, replies, "It's only because I like making fun of him." Phinia, with a watchful eye, observes, "I know everyone hates him, but if you cheer for Ed, you can change public opinion about him." She's sure he's lying, and looking into his eyes, she says, "Look into my eyes and tell me the truth." Ed Ruth Taylor, keeping his posture, replies, "I'm telling the truth." But Phinia, with an expression of doubt, replied, "Ah, seriously." She feels he's lying, but Ed thinks inside, "It's hard to have to do this, but this is the only hope of keeping the story of the game going." Phinia then sighs and says, "It's okay, I can't say anything now because I have no proof. You can go." Ed, relieved, realizes that she already knew he wanted to get out of there. He looks at the door, the same one he's been watching since the beginning of the conversation, and thinks, "I need to do something urgent." He starts to leave, and as he says goodbye, he says, "Thank you." However, as he walks away, he reflects, this is the first time Phinia has shown this side of herself. She's so involved with so many people and events that it could end up affecting the main scenario of the story. He also wonders if this could be his fault, if this new addition to the scene wasn't caused by his own actions. Before leaving, he spoke to the princess again. "Well, how could my burdens compare to yours, Princess Phinia? Perhaps it's inconvenient of me to speak, but you really do look very exhausted. Of course, it's important to pay attention to politics, since Phinia is royalty, but Ed also says that she needs to relax a bit. Here, at the Sylvania Academy, you don't have to worry about everything." He tries to ease the tension by suggesting that she allow herself a moment to breathe. The story then explains that Phinia has lived her life trying to see through people's lies, always suspicious of everyone and everything. However, this was the first time that someone had been able to see through her, which baffled her. Ed realizes that this could be a problem for her, and upon reflection, feels that he has wasted a lot of time. He decides to run towards Ed, but someone stops him, shouting at him not to come any closer. Just then, a girl steps in front of Ed, interrupting Ed's advance. She introduces herself as the main heroine of the game, Isla. Isla firmly tells Ed to stop bothering his friend. She says that in Ed's case, he should stop bullying him, and that he should know when to stop. Ed asks if he's still at school, and Isla replies that he is, but not like that. Ed reflects on the moment that revived Ed's fighting spirit, which never gives up. While Ed was dueling with Phinia, Isla, Ed's childhood friend and cheerleader, had rushed out the door without looking back to comfort her friend. She had always believed in him, saying that he would get through this phase and turn things around. In the present, Ed asks if Isla has anything to discuss with him, and the Silver, thinking about the situation, reflects that as long as Isla is by Ed's side, he can fall as many times as necessary, because she will always be there to support him until he becomes stronger. Ed, for his part, says his sword skills are impressive. Deep down, he thinks he's played this game so many times, in Ed's shoes, that he knows exactly what it's like to be next to him. Ed asks doubtfully if he's joking, but Ed replies that no, he's not joking. He turns around and thinks to himself that he needs to be honest with himself. I could have let Ed save the world and concentrated on my own survival, but as the protagonist of this game, I'm going to have to go through all this hellish misery. At that moment, he feels a sense of relief, not because the original story is being preserved, but because Ed, the person he spent so much time with, is doing well. That's enough for me, he thinks. Both Isla and Ed wonder why Taylor is acting so detached, as if everything is under control. Edie thinks, I really don't blame them for thinking like that, and starts to leave until she feels and hears a great power forming. A pillar of fire appears on the horizon, and Ed thinks, it's about time. The Silver reflects that this is the scene that keeps all the players on their toes, watching everything intently. It was a great spirit of fire being summoned, but then a spell of ice appeared in response. A red-haired girl appears and with her magic manages to freeze the flaming creature. However, she cracks the ice and the creature breaks free. This duel was between Loratel, daughter of Gold, and the spirit sorceress Janice Faylover. Ed thinks that although the situation is a little different, he is sure that the Edgonists are watching this with super focused eyes, because what happens there shows the kind of challenge he will have to face in the game. The person using so much power to summon the great flaming creature, a dragon, was the boss of the first act of the game, Janice Faylover. After the fight, Janice wins and everyone around her congratulates her, treating her like a star, as if she were an idol or a great celebrity. However, an emergency arises when doctors show up to rescue Loratel, who was extremely badly injured during the fight. Janice feels a little bad because, while everyone was gloating over her, she had defeated her poor opponent in such an intense way. Prada thinks that, unlike in the original story where Lucy defeated Ed, now the main character in this joint combat training was Janice Faylover, who became the protector of pride for the enrolled students. Janice already had many friends, but after this event, her life will become much more frenetic, which could be beneficial for Ed Ruth Taylor. That's because when he gets together with the main characters, his mind starts to spin. 2 weeks after all this happened, Ed kept his distance from the main characters and managed to study and survive without any worries. He made a fishing net, so food was no longer a problem. What's more, his status has increased. He now has 6 stamina, 5 intellect, 8 willpower, and 6 luck. He noticed that his body was much better than before. Ed thinks, it's too early to be lazy yet, and as he reflects, he sees Janice approaching, turning red. She asks if it's a habit of his to go without clothes, but Ed replies that she's the one who's come to watch him. He then asks her what's so interesting about the forest that makes her come back again and again. Janice then replies that the forest is like a maximum security base, and that it's very dynamic living there, and a real adventure. She mentions that she needs someone's advice, and to Ed's surprise, she turns to him for help. Ed thinks, of all people, she came to me for advice, but Janice, with a more serious look on her face, says that in combat training, she hurt someone very badly. Ed immediately thinks of Loratel and remembers that, during the fight, she used an intermediate level magic, which was forbidden. However, he knows that this doesn't matter to Janice. Janice, visibly upset, says that she has tried to forget what happened, but she can't. She admits that she didn't handle it well and let herself get carried away. She admits that she didn't handle the situation well and that she got carried away, which makes her feel guilty. She asks Ed if he thinks she should apologize to Loratel, as her friends say it was Loratel who made the first mistake. Ed, with his typical frankness, replies, well, if you think it's right, then do it. He thinks of Janice as the lovely, lively sophomore, Janice Faye Lover, who is precious to everyone around her. When she feels guilty or self-critical, everyone gathers around to encourage her and stand by her side. But Ed knows that Janice knows that won't undo the mistakes she's made. Janice, noticing Ed's attitude, comments, as expected of you, Ed Ruth Taylor. You never take someone's side unconditionally as others do. Ed, with an attentive look, says, if you've been offended, I can't help. But Janice quickly replies, no, it's not that. I wasn't offended, really. I didn't know you'd respond like that. She thinks Ed has changed a lot since last year. She remembers when he asked for money in difficult times, but didn't show the desperation that people usually show in situations like that. She knew that indirectly he meant not to approach him, but right now, this side of Ed surprises her. Janice, with a shy smile, says, actually, that was great. Your words were revealing. I wish everyone on the planet spoke to me the way you do. She thinks that staying by Ed's side gives her a strange comfort. The next day, there's Voed, hurrying down the corridor. He thinks that's a big problem. The game, Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, is a work of art, but very few people have seen the true ending of the story. Newcomers usually only get into the bad ending of the game. For example, you save a girl during an ambush by kobolds in your class rank test, and witness the Golden Daughter's secret. Then she sends someone to kidnap Ed and kill him. That's the Wien Dre ending, where Ed is murdered. In the monster killing PR episode, if you split up with your childhood friend Isla and get together with the Golden Daughter, the bad ending 7 occurs. Isla falls off a cliff because Ed was supposed to rescue her. If you protect the Golden Daughter from the fire spirit Tarkin, who has been summoned by Janice, you also burn to death in bad ending 3. He thinks he has to run now, but at that moment, who appears in front of him? Well, it's Ed. He asks her why she's following him, and she replies that she didn't expect to be ignored for so long. It is explained that she is the 4th failed heroine of Sylvania, the business tycoon, and the only daughter of Elta Kesheln. This is Lortel Kesheln, the Golden Daughter. She says she'd like to buy 2 hours of Ed's time and is also known as a nub crusher. Apparently, Loratel is designated as a hidden heroine in the game. Unlike Fenia, she is treated as a villain at the beginning of the story, and her true face is only revealed halfway through the game when players begin to understand the anguish she has lived through all this time. Players find themselves at a crossroads between her and Fenia. However, Ed simply ignores her and walks away, saying that he can't contact her now, but she keeps insisting, saying, oh, just a moment. I just want to talk to you quickly. She stops right in front of him and says that he is a great inspiration to her because even in such difficult circumstances, he continues to learn. She admits that he can be a bit too eccentric and arrogant, but she worries about that, doesn't she? She says, please listen to me. First of all, I'm going to give you 3 gold coins just for this little conversation, and asks if he's been very close to Janica these last few days. Haven't you? She asks. Could you bring them closer together? Ed thinks, 3 gold coins? For some people, that's a full salary. Then Ed approaches and asks if the Golden Daughter also buys connections with money. She replies that he should keep the coins with him for now, then puts the coins in the inside pocket of his clothes. She says that the more people who are on your side, the better. Ed thinks that intuitively she has already realized that she will have a political fight against Fenia for control of the academy and is trying to gather allies for her side. Ed says, sure, let's at least shake hands here. Loratel is thinking, for those who have been rich all their lives, a moment of poverty is enough to crush a heart. But surprisingly, for the kind of people who face such situations, the tendency is for them to just fall. Eventually, they will sell their families, their pride, everything for a little gold coin. That's very sad. In fact, it was supposed to be like that, but with him. And Loratel sees that Ed has put the 3 coins back in her hand. She says, it's so ironic. Ed just leaves without saying another word, but he thinks that those little coins would have made such a difference to him. He can hardly imagine the horror of being in the middle of all this crap between Lauratel, Janica, and Fenia, he'd be completely crushed. It's explained that Lauratel didn't feel humiliated by Ed's rejection that night. She understood the pros and cons, and a businesswoman like her never misses an opportunity as soon as she sees it. So she meets Janica in the corridors at night. Janica says she looks beautiful with her hair like that. Lauratel has awakened a ruthless spirit within her to turn Janica into one of her allies. She knows all too well the mess she's caused by using that intermediate level magic. Lauratel approaches her and says that she's wanted to apologize to Janica since the moment it happened, but she hasn't had many opportunities. Janica Failover says that Lauratel is very ill, that she hasn't even completely healed yet, because Lauratel has bandages all over her body, but she tells her not to worry, she'll be cured soon. Lauratel wonders if Janica is similar to those fairy tale characters who are easily manipulated. However, Janica Failover's question shocks Lauratel. She asks if Lauratel has spoken to Ed Ruth Taylor. Lauratel replies that she hasn't, and then Janica asks why Lauratel brought it up all of a sudden. She tells them to control themselves when it comes to personal conversations, but spirits love to gossip. She adds that she hears all the conversations north of the academy and in the forest. Lauratel, surprised, asks what this means, and Janica reveals that she overheard the entire conversation in which Lauratel asked Ed to approach Janica Failover. Janica Failover then says that Lauratel knows very well that you can't buy sincerity with money. She explains that for her, Ed's approach must be a little more moving than that. Next, Janica Failover apologizes a little for the speech she's just given, saying that it's the first time she's been above someone at school, since she's a sophomore. She admits that it might have seemed a bit embarrassing. Walking out of that hallway, she says that now it will begin, and that it takes a lot of preparation to make a contract with a high-ranking spirit. She has received a lot of support lately, so she needs to work even harder. Lauratel realizes that she thought very wrongly about Janica Failover. Janica Failover, for her part, also apologizes for what happened the other day, saying that she was badly hurt, wasn't she? And she hopes that Lauratel will get well soon. Lauratel, for her part, thinks that although Janica knows the dark side of this world, she still retains her gentle personality. Then Janica Failover knocks on the door, and Lauratel is a little frightened, thinking that this is difficult. But the way Janica looked at her at that moment, Lauratel knows she has to work hard to get what she wants. Meanwhile, Janica is thinking the same thing. She has to work hard because it's really nice when people think you're going to do something good every time. Meanwhile, in the forest, Ed is drying his clothes, but suddenly he smells something very specific. Suddenly, everything starts to blow upwards, but Ed realizes that someone is approaching. It was Belle Maya, the head maid of the richest dormitory in Sylvania. It was she who threw Ed and his suitcases out. Ed Ruth Taylor tries to explain himself, but Belle already knows everything, because Janica Failover talks about him a lot. Belle didn't know he was living this way, and is happy to hear that the change has been good for him. Ed asks himself, good change? Where's my daughter? He thinks Belle's words are so powerful that even a deaf person could hear them. It is then explained that the maids at the Oils dormitory form an elite group of women who carry out all kinds of domestic tasks to perfection, including feeding the students. Inside the basket that Belle is carrying must be the highest quality ingredients, those that only the elite can consume. Ed thinks that this is information he couldn't get from books alone. He wonders if interfering with Belle would change the original story, but Belle tells him that he doesn't have to be so respectful, since they're outside the dormitory. Ed, however, replies that he can't talk like that to someone who puts so much effort into her work. He then comments on the basket she's carrying, thinking that apparently Belle isn't involved in the main story, so they could be friends. The system then informs him that Ed has heard explanations about various types of new ingredients. Fruits, mushrooms, herbs. As a result, he acquired new knowledge for his creations. He managed to make a meat line and a bigger fish net. Then, again, he heats his glass with his fire magic. The system tells him that his fire spell is at level 10, as is his wind blade. Ed thinks that, although he only has 2 ordinary spells, continuous use has brought them to an absurdly high level. So at that moment, he was making herbal tea and thought that activities like cooking and heating firewood dramatically increased his level of survival. The proof of this is that he finished his work before sunset. He had evolved a lot in that time, and being honest with himself, he had to admit that he even enjoyed it. But then he looked up and saw something a little strange approaching. Suddenly, something fell right on top of his camp, knocking him to the ground. "What the fuck, my precious camp?" he exclaimed. It was Lucy who landed there, still wearing her pajamas. She said angrily, "It nearly killed me." Ed, confused, asked, "Almost killed you? What could have nearly killed Lucy?" And Lucy explained, "Belle Maya. I killed her as I always do, only today I was in a bad mood for some reason. I came in with my fist closed tighter than usual. It was so sudden that I just teleported here. I thought the punch would hurt more than the landing." Ed thought, Miss Belle, and he saw that Lucy was holding a branch over her head. He complained, "You've ruined my whole camp." Lucy really did have a headache, and Ed wondered, well, didn't she have any protective spells around her? Lucy explained, I lost all my mana teleporting here. Ed asked, surprised, oh yeah? You're out of magic? And preparing to punch her, he said, this is for my camp. Then he began to jab her several times in the head. This made Ed think that he really needed a sturdier house. He decided that he would build a house out of real wood, not branches. Later, he went to the library, thinking that, with life so busy, it would be a great advantage to acquire all kinds of knowledge during his visits to the library. He was reading a book on building materials and other necessities, now thinking about how to smooth the wood and finish the roof for his new house. Until someone approached Ed and said that the library was closing. She commented that he was really trying hard. Ed asked himself in surprise, it's been so long. Oh, I'm sorry I stayed here. But the girl replied that it was fine, because he was studying so diligently that it even increased her motivation as a student too. She introduced herself as Elka Islan, a first year at the Faculty of Magic. Ed noticed that her little eyes seemed to be begging him to say his name too, so he introduced himself as Eddie Rothtayer. Elka was quite shocked by this, but Ed thought that this reaction was very familiar to him. After all, this body didn't have the best reputation. However, Elka said that he was extremely different from what the rumors said. She noticed that he had been reading so many fundamental and elementary books, and putting in so much effort over the last few days. She mentioned that he had managed to read 6 technical books just by sitting there. She also commented that everyone said he was arrogant and didn't know what he was doing, but she believed that rumors couldn't be blindly believed. She said she knew someone as sincere as him, and even commented that she was rooting for him. Ed was a little shocked, but thanked her. Elka then said, have a safe journey back and I'll stay here to clean the library. Suddenly, the whole library began to shake, as if it were an earthquake. One of the bookcases was about to fall on top of Elka, and at the same time outside, a large pillar of magical light appeared, as if it were the end of the world. This was the final chapter of episode 1, The Confrontation of Glask. At this point, it was 11:30 at night in a temporary camp in the middle of the student center. Thanks to the main character, Ed and his friends, they had managed to gather the students in this camp to protect themselves. It had already been 2 hours since the disaster began. Ayla comments that she saw it in a spiritual magic book and identified it as a summoning rune from the greatest dark spirit, Glask. Fenia then replies that this is bad news, as the only person with such a strong connection to spirits is the best second-year student Janice Faylover. The group is silent for a moment, and Ed reflects that, if she's right, that barrier they were seeing would only be temporary and wouldn't last forever. He says that if Glask really is summoned, there will be many victims. He then says that they need to get into the student center immediately. The staff comment that those outside the barrier will notice it immediately, but the teachers and the Imperial Guard could deal with the situation. A student from the alchemy faculty then remarks that if it is the dark spirit, the barrier must be very resistant. They would have to solve it quickly, as the academy's director was also out of town. She suggests that if everyone pulled together, they might be able to deal with the high-level spirit. However, Klebs, frightened, says no, as they would first have to get past the mid-level spirits and subdue the headmaster, who is also a spirit. He wonders what they would do after entering the building and knocking down the wall on top of Janice Faylover. Ed replies that that's not all. Inside the barrier, there are high-class spirits such as Tarkin, the great fire spirit, and another great dark spirit, Velosfair. Klebs, worried, says that this would be suicide. Loratel wonders if Janice really did it all by herself, questioning whether she isn't too powerful for a second-year student. Is she summoning Glask while manifesting so many spirits at the same time? Another student suggests that much of the power comes from Velosfair, and that Janice Faylover is just a bridge to make it possible. She explains that dark spirits are the natural enemies of spiritual wizards. The power of a spirit as great as Velosfair is beyond Janice Faylover's control. The fact is that spirits of this kind control spiritual sorcerers, making them prey to demons. Janice Faylover, being such a powerful spiritual sorceress, caught Vozer's attention, and he realized that only she could make this connection between the spirits. However, another student approaches and says that this is not the most important thing at the moment. What really matters is how to deal with the situation, and asks Fenia to lead them. Everyone expects her to make this decision, but suddenly one person comes to mind, Ed. She remembers his words, saying that this wasn't such a heavy place, that she didn't need to worry so much about people. She thinks it would be so easy if it were like that. Fenia then tells everyone that she will enter in an hour, but only she, her guard Claire, and the best students in each class, those with the necessary skills, will be able to take part. She asks everyone to get ready, as she will be taking responsibility for everything. However, a student appears, saying that they have finished assessing the resident staff in the teaching area, and that the dormitory and the potions archive are in a serious state. He believes that the staff there probably won't join them. Fenia then says that they are the only ones who can act at the moment. Suddenly, a student comes running in and says that there's someone in the library, a friend of hers, and also a second-year student inside. Fenia asks who this friend is, and the student replies that she is Elka Islan. One of the boys is startled by this, shocked, and asks, Elka? Is she there? The student confirms, saying that Elka has become an apprentice in the library to learn more about grimoires. The boy then says that they need to go and rescue her immediately because Elka can't defend herself. Loratel interrupts and says that the library is too far away and that for the moment, they need to focus on Janice Failover. Fenia agrees, but remembers that the student's friend said that there's a second-year student there too. They must believe that he will protect Elka. Jix isn't convinced, but accepts. Fenia then asks the girl if she's sure she saw another student in the library. She gets nervous, and Jix, suspicious, asks, "What are you hiding?" The girl comments that the student in the library is Eddie. The mention makes Jix very uncomfortable. She realizes the situation, apologizes, and explains that Eddie was in the library until late, which annoyed her a bit. That's why she went out and left him there. She then asks if everyone really knows what kind of person Eddie is. However, the girl points out that Elka doesn't care about rumors about him. Meanwhile, rumors are spreading among the other students about Eddie. They say he's a loser who spends days stuck in the library, being someone with no shame. Jix starts to get increasingly irritated by the situation, but Fenia steps in front of him, preventing him from going any further. She suggests that perhaps they should give Eddie a vote of confidence. Fenia's comment silences the others, since no one really believes or wants to believe in Eddie. Jix, for his part, doesn't reply. He just flies off towards the library, determined to resolve the situation. On the way, spirits try to stop him, but Jix stands up to them, cutting down everything that comes his way. He promises that he will put an end to Eddie. At this point, Jix's story is introduced, showing that his existence is nothing short of miraculous. Jix is described as a descendant of a nomadic people who roamed the wild lands to the north of the empire, where silence reigns and survival is a constant struggle. These lands are so hostile that, at the end of the day, you have to check if your head is still on your neck. When he came of age, Jix was separated from his family and unknowingly abandoned by them. To survive, he learned to hunt before he could even read or negotiate. He also mastered the art of finding supplies in corpses abandoned by the side of the road. Returning to the narrative, Jix continues to drag the body of a deer he has just hunted through the city, while everyone's eyes follow him. This illustrates how his life is like that of a beast, shaped by necessity and the brutality of the wilderness. While Jix was dragging the dead deer through town, someone stopped him and asked his name. He replied, "Jix." The girl who asked the question watched for a moment and commented, "You look like a wolf walking on two legs." It was at that moment that Jix realized. He saw himself as that lone wolf wandering the northern prairies, living off carcasses found by the side of the road and sleeping under the moon without a roof over his head. He was a wolf cub, abandoned by his pack. The girl asked, "Jix, are you okay?" With tears in his eyes, he realized the truth of his life, the deep loneliness that had always accompanied him. That was the day he met his first companion. For the first time, he understood what loneliness meant. Elka and his father warmly welcomed him into their family. Living among them, Jix experienced civilization for the first time and felt the wilderness becoming a distant echo in his mind. The wolf cub had become a man, but in order to protect his first mate, he knew he would have to awaken the sleeping beast within. Cutting through the spirits that tried to block him, Jix thought to himself, "I need to become a beast again." In the midst of this, rumors about Eddie Rothtailor resounded in his mind. They said he had cheated on a test, insulted the princess, and mocked the younger ones. Jix ran through the corridors, determined to reach the library. There, he found Eddie Ed sitting, bruised and exhausted. "Where is Elka? Why are you still here?" Jix asked. Eddie answered with difficulty, "She's in the reading room, 3rd floor." Without thinking twice, Jix pushed him aside and ran over. When he opened the door, he found Elka taking a nap, covered in a sweater. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. But then he noticed something strange. The bookcases, heavy even for a grown man, were slumped around Elka, as if they were protecting her. The curtains were closed, preventing the perversion of the spirits from invading the room. On the blackboard, there was a note. "Elka, don't panic when you wake up. The problem should be solved as soon as you wake up. If you see any spirits, run." Jix analyzed the clues around him. There was blood on the coat, but it wasn't Elka's. He realized that the person who had saved her hadn't hesitated to risk his own body to protect her. Jix's heart was filled with gratitude, but also with determination. Someone had protected Elka when he could not. Now, he knew he had to become even stronger to ensure that she would never be in danger again. A person who did all this to protect Elka realizes that the blood belongs to Ed. He wonders why, and Ed Rothtailor at that moment thinks he was so close. The narrative then explains what happened 3 hours earlier, when the tremor occurred. At that moment, Ed was holding Elka, who had already fainted. He supported a heavy bookcase so that it wouldn't fall on her. Ed Rothtailor comments to himself that it was a good thing he had done physical training, as it was crucial in that situation. He also reflects that events are progressing much faster than he expected. Looking at the great magic before him, he deduces, by observing the summoning rune, that Glask's confrontation has already begun. However, he closes the curtain, convinced that Ed will handle it. After all, he shouldn't even be looking at a place full of the story's main characters. Rothtailor ponders that the future cannot be changed, but time is too precious to stand still. He realizes that low-ranking spirits will soon appear and decides to act. Carrying the shelves, he considers that blocking the entrances would make the place a perfect shelter. However, he stops himself and begins to reflect on Janice Faylover. What makes her power so special? He concludes that it's the combination of a deep understanding of spirits and a great connection with them. These two attributes become stronger as one comes into contact with spirits. For Ed, who can't even see spirits, increasing his spiritual level is almost impossible. However, he notices that Janice is materializing spirits, something he finds annoying. Even so, he is grateful for the food he has received and begins to kill the spirits with his wind blade. He notices that by defeating this troop of spirits quickly, he has achieved level 7 spiritual understanding and level 7 spiritual connection. This makes him think that if he reached level 15 in both, he could establish a contract with a spirit. Exhausted after the battle, Ed reflects on how close he was to his goal. Just then, Jix passes by carrying Elka and asks with a tone of surprise what Ed is still doing there. Ed thinks, "What do you mean? What am I doing here?" He doesn't realize that he's completely exhausted, but replies, "I was training." Jix then thinks, "Training? Only the most idiotic humans would believe that." But then he says out loud that he understands now that he finally knows what kind of person Ed really is. He bows and says, "I owe you one, Senor Ed. When the time comes, I'll pay you back." Ed thinks to himself, Elka is definitely the love of Jix's life. She's extremely important to him. How could I have forgotten that? Jix is also the friend that Ed has always trusted since the beginning of the story. He's a crucial piece in the main story. Ed then says to Jix, "Looking at the situation, it looks like you came running from the student center, didn't you? Now that I know Elka's okay, I need to get back there." He reflects on what he's just said, thinking that he shouldn't be there. Ed then says to Jix, "Go on, help Ed." Jix replies, "Ed? McCore? You mean Ed?" He doesn't understand why Ed speaks so highly of Ed McCore since they barely talk to each other, but Ed explains, "Ed is very important. Tarkin can only be hurt by someone who has an elemental cut, and that person is Ed." Ed, for his part, thinks, at this moment, Act 1, Scene 9, Ed is learning one of his main moves, the elemental cut. To advance in this episode, this skill will be extremely necessary. If Ed can use this skill, he will win. Jix thanks Ed for his advice, but Ed, out of patience, says, "We don't have time for formalities. Just go." Then Ed sits down again, completely tired, and thinks, maybe I've interfered in the story again, haven't I? He wonders, come on, isn't Jix still friends with Ed McCore? This is explained in Act 1, the evaluation scene at the end of the semester, where Ed suffers a one-sided defeat in a duel, but ends up learning elemental cutting. He cuts Jix's magic, and Jix recognizes Ed's determination. From then on, they become friends. This, however, should have happened a month ago. In the final chapter of Episode 1, they are still not friends. And this changes everything, as their relationship is not the same. Ed doesn't have the elemental cut, so they won't be able to do any damage to Tarkin right now. Ed hadn't realized it, but the main story was being broken into pieces. Back at the team's temporary base, Jix apologizes for being late and says that he can now take part, but Fenia replies that it's better to forget it because even if he had arrived, they would have failed. It's explained that the team's first attempt was a failure, and the knight mentions that they need reinforcements, or they won't even make it past that Tarkin. Everyone was pushing Fenia, who was leading the group, and she thinks that luckily everyone made it out alive, but Claire was left behind, and Cabillos was also hurt. Fenia calmly tells them that they have to do their best to get the Tarkin out of the way. However, someone approaches and says they don't have time for that. They need to go straight to the Tarkin because, judging by the pace of the ritual, it's progressing very quickly. If they stop to defeat each spirit, there won't be time. Fenia is shocked at who is saying this. This person goes on to say that everyone needs to split into 2 teams. He will lead one of the groups, and that person is Ed. He thought he didn't want to do this, but from now on, he will have to intervene in the main story of the game. The group is shocked. Ed Roth-Taylor is here? Cabillo says he thinks it's a joke, but Jix replies, listen to him first. Ed then explains, the first thing we need to do is get past Tarkin and deal with Velos Fur, who has overpowered Janice Faylover. However, as you may have noticed during the fight against Tarkin, he isn't hurt by anything due to his scales. So we shouldn't waste time trying to defeat him directly. While one group draws his attention, the other passes behind. And it is this group, which will pass behind the distracted Tarkin, that will go to Velos Fair. Loratel then interjects, there's no way this is going to work. Last time we got out alive by sheer luck. What if Tarkin and Velos Fur notice the same group at the same time and join forces against it? That group will be dead. But Ed replies that they can only worry about the risks when there's something to compare it to, another plan. The most important goal is to stop Janice Faylover, and then Tarkin will disappear too. Jix asks who's going to take part in the bait group, and Luna asks in short, who wants to commit suicide? Then Ed raises his hand and says, me, I want to. But he's interrupted by Ed, who replies, no, not you. You're definitely going to the combat group. Ed explains that he's fast and can run, but Ed says that he's a bit lost, and that no. Ed goes on to say that they don't have to split exactly in 2. One group can be smaller than the other. He suggests that Clebius and Loratel are enough with him, of course. They'll bait Tarkin. Clebius replies, I don't want to die, and Loratel respectfully refuses. The guys start arguing, but Ed thinks he doesn't have time for that. Phinia then says that she doesn't really feel that Ed is lying, but she still doesn't understand his intentions. However, she gives her order as the third princess of Quail. The groups will be split in two. Ed, Jix, Isla, and she will be part of the group that will stop Janice Failover. Klebius, Loratel, and EDR will take part in the group that will be the bait for Tarkin. And finally, she says, "Don't die." Everyone sets off on their mission. In the hallway, Neil and Loratel ask what Ed's plan is to distract the giant fire lizard. Ed replies, "Just do what I say, okay? If things go according to plan, we'll win." They run towards the Tarkin, and Ed tells Klebius not to worry. It is explained that Klebius the Grim is very fearful and has no confidence at all, but in contrast to his abilities, he is the best student among the freshmen in hand-to-hand combat at the college. Ed trusts him and says he knows Klebius can do it. Klebius thinks Ed has a lot of confidence in me. Will his plan really work? They approach Tarkin, who is very alert. Ed thinks behind that door where Tarkin is are some training camps where Janice Failover is. Klebius, for his part, thinks he's pretty confident in Phinia's words. Now that Klebius is no longer alone, perhaps he can muster a little courage. But seeing the devastating power of the Tarkin, he begins to doubt. He looks back and asks almost in panic, "Is it coming? The battle's about to begin. How do we distract him, Edie?" Only when he looks back, he realizes there's no one else. He's confused. What? The Tarkin approaches, and in desperation, Klebius starts running, shouting, "You tricked me! You tricked me, you bastards! I hate you! I hate this world!" Meanwhile, outside, Loratel was just sighing, watching Klebius run off, motivated, and wondering how he had gotten so excited. Ed then orders Loratel to leave, as the plan is now to take Klebius and Tarkin into the corridor. Loratel, still a little perplexed, asks if Klebius will be the sacrifice, but Ed replies that it's not a sacrifice. He explains that despite being fearful, Klebius is the best student in his class. The most important thing, however, is what Loratel needs to do. Meanwhile, outside the training grounds, Loratel begins to accumulate magic. Ed tells her that her job is to pave the way for the group that will stop Janice Failover. Loratel, a little suspicious, reflects on everything she has heard about Ed so far. "I really shouldn't just hear rumors about him," she thinks. And Ed notices her thoughts and says, "I knew everyone would doubt it, but I know you're good at it." Loratel prepares her magic, concentrating ice crystals and fires them with such impact that they hit the wall with enough force to open a breach. "The way is open. Now what are you doing? Get in," Loratel says to the group. She, in turn, thinks to herself that, in the middle of that joint training, she ended up blowing everything up with her intermediate level magic. That's why Ed chose her for this task. He's a very encouraging person, she thinks, admiring the confidence he has in her. She looks at Klebius, who is still complaining, cursing Ed and Loratel. But as she looks at him, Loratel remembers everything Ed said to guide her. With that, she prepares more magic, just as Tarkin is about to catch up with Klebius, chasing him mercilessly. Ed then explains that Tarkin is there for a reason and that he can't leave his post. The solution would be to trap him, but because of Tarkin's scales, physical attacks wouldn't work. Loratel, for her part, remembers that she lost to him once during training without even being able to scratch his skin. Ed, however, reveals something and says that with that, they would be able to deal with Tarkin's scales. Meanwhile, Ed Ruth Taylor rushed around the site, reflecting that Loratel was right. They really couldn't get past Tarkin's scales, but he had a solution in mind. At that moment, Loratel uses her ice magic to create a large wall and prevent Tarkin from getting through. Ed notes that while the wall is solid, it's not enough to stop Tarkin, who breaks through it easily. Ed then kicks open the door to continue his journey and thinks that, to defeat Tarkin, he needs even greater firepower. He heads towards the door where Lucy was hiding. Ed knows the map of the place by heart. He'd been there several times before and knew exactly where Lucy was. He enters the room, finds Lucy asleep, and puts her on his shoulder. He thinks to himself, who the hell can take a nap in the middle of all this? Edie, who was next door, observed that Lucy probably had nowhere to sleep, as the shelter had been destroyed. So she probably went to the roof where she normally slept to take refuge. Lucy, in fact, was asleep until that moment because she was excluded from the game's plot. Janice Failover wasn't in good shape, and Belle Maya didn't like that at all. So Lucy ran there and hid, probably excluded from the game's original plot due to her excessive power. Suddenly, Lucy wakes up and says, "Hey, I smelled beef jerky." Ed then takes out a bag of beef jerky and shoves it into Lucy's mouth, saying, "You can eat all of this." Then he grabs it and thinks, with this distance, that should do it. And suddenly he throws her like a projectile, like a bird in Angry Birds. Just as Tarkin was about to attack the others, Lucy shouts, "You're too mean, Ed!" At the instant of Tarkin's attack, Lucy uses her divine punishment magic, destroying everything around with lightning power. Loratel is forced to create shields around herself and Klebius, as Lucy's power is so intense that it almost knocks Ed away. Ed, for his part, thinks that somehow, this was the most important moment of all, as if everything had aligned itself for this decisive moment. Tarkan is a high-level fire spirit with a resistant shell that doesn't allow him to be seized, even if everyone ran towards him together. But after being hit by Lucy's high-level magic, even his scale, which was so powerful, was completely fragmented. So Ed says that now the attacks are working on him and, naturally, he's very exposed. At this point, he's going to do his bit, but it's he who's going to make the last attack. Meanwhile, the main story was unfolding, and Janice Faylover remembered her mother saying how proud she was of her daughter. But meanwhile, the other people who said they were so proud of her and who claimed that she had great skills, in fact, just wanted to take advantage of Janice. This shattered the reality of her love for humanity. Then a huge explosion occurs, but the combat group was already prepared. However, chained by the chains of the shadows, Jenica thought that even so, with this terrible humanity, she had to welcome people with a smile on her face and welcome everyone. But then, behind her was Vasp, concentrating his power and ready to exterminate everyone there. As Ed ran up to him, he felt this power and thought that the scene would soon be over, for morning was already approaching. Fortunately, he wasn't too late and sees Tarkin almost burning Klebio. Ed asks where Lucy is, and Lotel replies that she must be rolling or sleeping somewhere, because Lucy won't be able to finish off that creature now. Ed says it'll be them then. Lotel says that he lost a lot of magic creating that passage for the other group, but Ed says that all they need to do is cut the creature's neck, and he knows that Lucy's ice magic isn't that precise, so he's going to do it. Lotel comments that it would be easier if Klebio cut it with his sword, but they reach a consensus that Klebio won't be able to do it. Ed says he's going to take responsibility and finish the creature off once and for all. He says he's betting his life on the support it can give, and Lotel replies that those two sentences are easy to say, but hard to do. In reality, it's a long shot, but Ed says it's not a bet, it's an investment. Loratel replies that investments are her area of expertise, and that she likes him more than the princess, as he put his life on the line for her, so she'll do the same and create several ice crystals again. Ed says, "Here I come." Klebio was exhausted from all the running and was already screwed, but then Ed goes after Tarkhan without any fear, even though Tarkhan was ready to burn him alive. As the two approached, Ed prepared his magic and thought he needed to get a little closer. At that moment, Klebio screams loudly because a large demonic hand is in the sky. Ed thinks it's Glaska's right hand. It's time for Ed to save the day, but he thinks the timing isn't so good. He needs to kill Tarkin at the same time. At that moment, Tarkin was right next to him, about to incinerate him. Then he is hit by a large ice crystal from Loratel. Ed thinks that Loratel wouldn't make such a foolish mistake. When Tarkin recovers, it's too late because Ed, in the blink of an eye, approaches and thinks he's used this spell thousands of times and won't make a mistake. He uses Windblade and slashes Tarkin's neck, taking his head off. The system then informs him that he has defeated Tarkin, and Ed's spirit levels rise sharply. Now Ed has managed to sign a contract. He looks back and thinks, huh? Ed is acting. Just then, Ed swoops down on Glaska's hand like a meteor. A big flash happens, and Glaska's hand is completely chopped off, exploding in the air. Ed is falling now, with white hair, and he thinks that in fact he is Ed. The Great Dome, that barrier of dark magic, breaks completely. Later, when dawn is breaking and everything has been resolved peacefully, everyone is resting under a tree. Lucy is obviously asleep, and Loratel says that she's met several people who have risked their lives, but that most of them were cowards. Ed replies, "Yeah, so what?" Loratel then asks, "What do you mean, so what, sir? They resolved a life and death crisis together. Is your little heart lacking feeling?" Heart. She says that this time she's going to formally introduce herself as Loratel Kekon, and he shakes her hand. When he looks, there are 3 gold coins. Loratel says that she caught him off guard, that she actually owed him a favor. She says, "Well, until next time, sir." Ed thinks, what was that all about? He really doesn't want to get involved with her. Then he sees some people approaching, and it's Ed who tells Eddie that he now resents him, and that Eddie should know very well why. Ed thinks he really is as cool as he is in the game. He demonstrates his fencing, but Ed tells him that, despite this, he owes Eddie and thanks him very much. Klebio says, "Hey, don't thank this guy. I almost died because of him, for God's sake." But everyone at the same time tells Klebio to shut up, and he stands at the back crying. Phenia says that Ed Roth-Taylor has really done a lot for them today, and says she can recommend him to the student council. But Ed replies that there's no need, as it was Lucy who contributed most to bringing down Tarkin, and Ed was the one who killed Glaska's right hand, so she should focus on that. The alchemist says he's being modest, that everyone knows they've both done a lot, but that he has too. Jix says, "Have more respect? He's a senior." Ed thinks that he has kept his distance from the main characters until now, so as not to affect the original plot. However, now that he can look at all of them at once, he can't help but feel warm and quite comfortable. After all, he's seen them all play their part in this world, solving problems, going through hardships, and winning battles over and over again. Ed is the one who grows the most from all this. Ayla grows the most alongside him. Phenia consolidates itself as a monarchy. Jix finds his way into civilization. Klebio becomes much more self-confident. Elvira realizes that life isn't just about partying. And Loratel, who has spent her entire life buried in various gold coins, starts to value her own life more. They are all characters who have their own function in this world and in the end are rewarded with their success. He thinks it's because he knows that he got out of there. So Ed was clearing rubble, opening the door to the training area and approaching that arena. There, he found a cupboard and Ed thinks he knew something was missing. That's why he came here. He believes that a person needs to do something for him to shine. When he opens the cupboard, Janice Failover is inside. Ed Rothtaylor thinks that Janice Failover's job now is to stay behind the scenes. He begins to reflect on everything he's talked about with Lauratel and asks her why Janice has been like this. Lauratel thinks she has an idea why and tells him that she once met Janice in the dormitory in the middle of the night and saw that everything in her room was a great symbol of sincerity and gratitude. Her desk, although huge, had no room to open a book and was cluttered with post-its stuck to the wall. The solution was simple. She simply had to take the post-its off the wall and keep the countless gifts she received every day on her desk or in some corner of her room. But poor Janice Failover, with her inability to do this as the main character in a fairy tale, became obsessed with the fact that she had to match all the goodwill and sincerity she received from the world with the utmost diligence. She charged herself every day for this, and there was no need to explain how reckless what she did was, because Velosfair exploited this weakness of hers. Janice Failover being furious was to be expected, but why did it happen a month earlier than it should have, Ed wonders. Originally in that scenario, Ed was supposed to win the fight, but since he lost and wasn't the star of the place, Janice Failover became the center of attention, gaining several friends. The Marilda contract, which Lucy made, was the reason Ed was defeated with just 2 attacks. Lucy only got this contract because she often visited the northern forest, and it was Ed who made the perfect place for a nap. But one person had to be sidelined when this act began, Janice Failover. Janice Failover giggles and says she now understands why Lucy sleeps in the closet. She says it's very cozy. I didn't expect Ed to find me here because there was chaos going on outside, wasn't there? Janice Failover says that after everything she did, she took a back seat. She thought everyone would be looking for her, saying, "Where's Janice Failover? Swing." But she says she can't really argue with that. She says she didn't expect Ed to find her. She wanted to stay hidden for a while longer, but Ed asks why. She replies that it's because she was being a crybaby. Ed simply stares at her for a while and remembers the wolf's message, which asked him to save Janice Failover at any cost. But he thinks he's the only one who knows the future of this story. The spirit must have thought that while everyone was putting pressure on Janice, Ed was the only person who tried to keep his distance from her. In fact, he feels like the one person Janice Failover can trust. In the end, she failed. She tried to make a contract with a high-class spirit, but her haste during the summoning ritual caused her to fall victim to the dark spirit, destroying the college building in the process. She studied magic until late at night every day. She always smiled at her friends, family, teachers, or anyone who was kind to her. But at the same time as seemingly living up to everyone's expectations, she went through some very difficult times that no one knew about. However, since the process itself was so beautiful, paradoxically, the failure was also beautiful. Ed thinks he can hardly imagine how comforting these words he's about to say will be. With a smile, Ed Rothtaylor tells Janice that she has worked hard. He thinks that on stage, there was a parade for the proud owners and main characters of the story. But on the other hand, behind the stage, it's dark and silent. The villain from the first act leaves the stage just as the main characters approach. Then Janice Failover starts to cry at these words, and Ed thinks that he has witnessed what happened in the first act over and over again, but only at that moment is he impressed. He says he couldn't see them before, but now he can see all the spirits surrounding Janice Failover. Ed thinks that only now is he really seeing how this story ends. He has acquired level 10 connection and understanding of the spirits. The system reported that all the spirits present were interested in Ed, but the great high-level spirit, the wind spirit Marilda, was extremely interested in him. 10 days passed and Janice Failover was submitted to the Academy's disciplinary committee. Janice acknowledged all her mistakes and accepted whatever punishment was imposed. However, at the first attempt to expel her, both students and teachers came together to defend her, showing support and solidarity. During the second trial, Phineas said that Janice shouldn't be tried for the attempted murder of royalty, as she testified that Janice was overpowered by Velos Fair and didn't do anything intentionally. Lauratel also came forward to address the loss she had suffered, and the Mercantile Elta Association completely compensated the funds for the restoration without asking for anything in return, although they did add a conditional clause in the contract to reduce customs duties on school materials coming and going. In any case, all this was to allow for the removal of any benefits granted to the best students of the year, the resumption of prizes and Hearts of Glory, as well as the disqualification from entering the dormitory from the next semester. In the end, however, all of this was repealed. The last major thing to be revoked, 20 days later, was Janice's expulsion. It touched everyone's heart. It was like a piece of cinematic drama. Everyone was grateful that Janice could finally be at peace in the academy. Janice's friends then said that now was the time to celebrate. They set up a fancy tea table and one of them said, "Let's not even mention the glass incident, okay? We can't upset Janice." Janice replied, "Are you ready, girlfriend?" And the other replied, "Of course I am." Then they thought, "Here we go, Janice Failover." At that moment, Janice Failover asks, "Friends, is there a difference between liking someone and loving someone?" They are surprised and ask why she is asking this question so suddenly. Janice replies that it's a question about a friend of hers. She tells them that this friend had a dream, and Janice clearly knows that the dream was about herself, although she tries to disguise it. In her friend's dream, she was in a large flower garden making a wreath until someone approached. It was Ed, like a prince on a stallion. She puts the wreath on his head and tells him that she has prepared it for him. They run through the garden happily, as if they were living a fairy tale. Janice explains that in the dream, her friend was in a room, looking somewhere, and suddenly this person's face would pop into her friend's mind all the time, as if she were in love. Janice's friends quickly realize that she is talking about herself. Clara then asks with a smile, "Oh yes, of course. What did that friend say?" Janice replies, "She said she would be in her room, looking somewhere, and suddenly that person's face would come to mind all the time, as if she were in love." At that moment, Clara, a little flustered, rushes out saying, "Oh, I just remembered I have something urgent to do," and leaves Janice alone with Anis. Janice thoughtfully begins to reflect on the matter with a confused mind. She thinks, shouldn't I think in a simpler way? There's so much complication in liking or hating someone. Wouldn't it be better to be honest with my own emotions now? She wonders if she should talk about it with her friend, without beating around the bush. Anis, for her part, ponders the situation and says that Janice is right, but that she should be more cautious when talking about these feelings, as it could be complicated for her friend's reputation. Janice agrees. "You're right. Wow, it's true." She starts to think that it's better to avoid rumors about herself now. She thanks Clara for her advice and says she's going back to the dormitory. Clara, with a smile, says, "All right, you go ahead. I'll stay here a little longer." Janice waves goodbye and leaves, but as she takes a step, she bumps her head on the table. "It's all Anis's fault for leaving me alone," she mutters, laughing a little at herself. At that moment, Ed was walking through the forest thinking about everything that had happened. He had saved a bit of money, and thanks to Phenia's petition, he was exempt from next semester's fees. With the little gold coins he had managed to get, he bought some tools. On his way back to his shelter, he saw Janice Failover passing through the forest. Ed thought that although he had been avoiding Janice all this time, now that the first act was over, she no longer had much importance in the story. He thought it wouldn't hurt to at least say hello. He approached her and said, "Hi, Janice. So, it's all over, is it? You're free." Janice was startled, hid herself, and quickly replied, "Oh yes, everything's fine." But meanwhile, she was thinking about being honest with her feelings. Suddenly, she ran out and said she had to do something in the dormitory, saying goodbye quickly. This left Ed, who had made her be more true to herself, a little shocked, but he thought, "I won't get upset about it. I'll be quite busy now." Ed then concentrated on strengthening his base. On the first day, he chose the best site to build his hut. He opted for a wide area with good shade from the trees that wouldn't attract too much attention. He began to work on the construction in peace. By the third day, he had gathered a lot of wood, and thanks to his growing skill with the wind blade, the work became quite easy. However, he took a break from collecting wood to check his end-of-semester results. To his surprise, his grades were very high, and in the theory exams, he did better than most of the freshmen. Janice, for her part, continued to ignore him, and her friends always looked at him strangely. On the 18th, his work as a woodcutter was almost complete, and he wondered if any other player in the history of this game had achieved as much proficiency with the wind blade as he had. On the 20th, vacation from the academy began, allowing Ed to devote himself entirely to building his cabin. However, something unexpected happened. On checking the trap he had previously set to catch food, Ed discovered that instead of catching the food, the trap had caught Lucy, who was sleeping there. Ed knew he had to stop using dried meat as bait for his traps, as Lucy simply loved it. On the 27th, the head maid, Belle Maya, brought Ed some herbs and mushrooms and asked how things were going with Janice Failover. When Ed mentioned that maybe Janice hated him, Belle was confused. On the 30th, the central pillar of the structure of Ed's hut fell and the whole house collapsed. He realized that just adjusting the joints correctly wasn't enough to guarantee the stability of the construction. Later at the bakery, he met up with Janice's group again. As soon as Janice saw him, she ran off, all embarrassed, and her friends once again stared at Ed. On day 37, Jix came to help with the construction. While they were hammering on the roof, Jix commented that Ed really seemed like a nice guy. Ed, for his part, thought that this was great, because if the two of them became friends, the story would go according to plan. Jix asked if he should hammer one side, and Ed said no, because that would be the chimney. After several markings and adjustments to the wood, on day 45, Ed put his knife down, entered his cabin, and sat on the floor to enjoy his surroundings. Although nothing was finished or decorated and there was no furniture, he was happy. The hut had completely finished walls, a roof, and a door. What's more, insects could no longer enter, which gave him a sense of accomplishment and comfort. The system announced that he had completed the construction of his log cabin. Lying in his hut, Ed thought that a few things still needed to be added, such as a fence, storage for firewood, and other improvements. However, something hit the ceiling and he realized it was Lucy, who had fallen asleep there. Just then, someone called out to Ed. It was Janice Faylover, who was visibly nervous. Ed asked how she had got there, and Janice explained that she knew the way after talking to Belle Maya. She commented that she had been in the forest last time, and that young Master Ed's camp had surprised her with the view. Janica asked about the hut, and Belle replied that it was Ed who had built it, pointing out how remarkable and well-built the hut was, more than she had expected. She was surprised, after all. She didn't know he was so talented at this sort of thing. Belle commented that he would like to take a look, and Janica, curious, said that she should also go and see how firm the construction was. Janica asked Belle if she was also curious about it, and Belle replied that of course all humans are curious. She said that anyone who saw such a beautiful hut would be curious to know how someone managed to build it. This, to her, was a natural phenomenon, something to be expected. It was then that Janica had an idea. Nervous and blushing, she explained that she was passing by to see Marilla, and when she spotted the hut, she decided to take a look. She mentioned that indeed curiosity was natural. Ed then confirmed that yes, it was natural. Janica complimented the cabin, saying it was great, and Ed commented that he had recently finished it. However, the spirits hadn't told her about it. Janica replied that they had only spoken over it, mentioning that the spirits had commented on Ed's muscles, especially his arms and back, which were well defined from working so hard on the construction. Janica was surprised by the report, but said she didn't mind. She then said that she would like to see what the hut looked like inside, but asked Ed not to disappoint her, as it was just a hut after all. She turned slightly red, but insisted that she wanted to see it. When she asked if Ed had built it all by himself, she praised his skill. Later in the evening, they lit a fire, and Janica, drinking tea, commented that she owed everyone a lot, including Princess Loratel, who had done so much for her. Some of her friends had even paid for some things, and she wondered how she could pay off these debts. The protagonist reassured her that they didn't expect her to pay them back, because they had done so from the heart. Janica had never stopped to think about this, but now she understood. Ed reflected on this, thinking that Janica Faylover didn't quite understand that the previous incident happened because the weight of sincerity was pressing down on her. Despite so many people supporting and investing in her, she felt guilty and decided to move from the dorm with state-of-the-art facilities to the Dex dorm, all to owe less to others, even if it was just a little. In the Files dormitory, there's a room for each student, but in Dex, it's a room shared by 8 people, and spending all day being watched with envy would be like being chained up in a prison, thought Janica Faylover. However, that didn't solve the underlying problems. This vicious cycle would never end. Ed then told her that if she wanted to isolate herself for a moment, she could drop by the cottage at any time and that he didn't mind. She scowled a little, but smiled and said that it made her feel comfortable, actually. Janica also said that if Ed felt overwhelmed and couldn't cope with something on his own, he could count on her. No matter what, she would help him no matter what. Ed smiled, looked up at the sky, and asked, "Overloaded, are you?" He thought that the second semester was already upon us. It was the moment when Act 2 would begin. It was then explained that it all related to a small worn book, the Sage's Sealed Grimoire. The great sage Sylvania had recorded magic in this book. The aspectual magic recorded in it was of a high level and had the power to alter the very principles of nature. However, this book would cause a great storm, a storm that could devour the entire academy. Loratel approached the book and commented that it smelled like money. Ed, for his part, thanked Janica for her words, but said that maybe it wouldn't happen. He thought it might not be him, but he was still hoping that everything would work out. Episode 2 of The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania began with the occupation of the Oaf's dormitory. The students of the Oils Tea dormitory, a sort of honor dormitory, were almost guaranteed a life of privilege. First choice of seat in class, guaranteed freedom at mealtimes, special maids, and various other practical advantages. But that's exactly where the problem lay. Heavy rain hit the southwestern area of Valori just as the school was returning from its vacation. According to the academy, only students from the Oils dormitory and their children would be allowed carriages and boats to return to school, and those who couldn't make it back in time would have a little extra time to relax. Meanwhile, the Dex dormitory staff were walking back despite the heavy rain. If they didn't make it back in time, they would still lose points, which added to the discontent. It wasn't long before this led to a revolt. The students started a rebellion right in front of the Oils dormitory, and this looked like the trigger for a war. Meanwhile, Loratel, sealing a letter, commented that the rain was falling heavily, as she had expected. Ed thought that situations like this were of great importance in the hands of a merchant. The shopkeeper had already contacted the representative of the undergraduates in advance, but this individual only cared about destroying the academy and the Files dormitory. The students' discontent was running high. The only thing they needed was a plausible justification, and a regular student like Willen, skilled at manipulating and provoking others with his words, would pull the trigger on the rest. The justification had been defined: clearly discriminatory treatment against regular students, who would have to walk back in the pouring rain, until a proposal to proactively change the deadline for returning to school was supported. The head educator of the Oils dormitory, along with part of the academy's administrative division, was on Lauratel's side, fervently supporting her idea. At this point, it didn't matter whether the academy accepted the proposal or not. The mere fact of discussing it as a solution would be enough to infuriate the inferior students, and that would widen the controversy into something bigger than a simple matter of words. In addition, it was explained that the Oils dormitory was adorned with pieces of art donated by noble families. Even the walls, carpets, and wooden furniture were made by craftsmen. The more damage they did to the assets, the better for the rebels. It would be more advantageous to destroy everything at once, because the more they did this, the more critical it would be for the Academy's financial situation, which was already in a delicate position due to the Glask incident. While negotiations for the Sage's sealed grimoire were ongoing, this gave the Elta Trade Association an advantage. Lauratel, looking at the rain, wondered when it would stop. It was explained that there wasn't a single ray of sunshine in that gloomy sky. Lauratel thought that the sky was similar to what she had seen in the slums, but she couldn't help feeling a little relieved. Indeed, this incredibly romanticized land of learning had many lights, but this dirt-covered vision was much more vivid to her. The traces of conspiracy on the table were proof of that. Lauratel thought that those traces belonged to a person who had never shown sincerity and had always betrayed and distrusted others. She reflected that, while the others struggled desperately to survive, that's what she had become. But none of that changed her filthy essence. She sincerely sought out people of her own kind at the Academy, a place that radiated brilliance and where people shone. However, she believed that there had to be someone there who recognized the disgusting life of a rat covered in filth. Lauratel thought that, despite the vain hope in her heart, the search for her own kind never stopped. She felt lonely because each person's true self never changed. To overcome the miserable reality, Lauratel always took the same stance. She was the curtain that covered the dark reality behind the stage, being what the audience called the Veil of Shadows. In the meantime, the people were making revolution in front of the Files dormitory, and the shopkeeper who had influenced it all was also there. Ed thought that, in the original plot, the incident of the occupation of the Files dormitory was a story about how the main character imposed the inferior students who had been provoked against Lauratel. The intermediate heads from the 1st to the 5th floor of the Files dormitory interrupted the protagonist's passage and helped the inferior students. The boss of the 2nd floor was Toddy, also known as Chamariz Tot. He had already mocked Ed, calling him a loser, which led to his beating by Ed's friends. This created a grudge against them, and he was bought by Lauratel. His job was to get rid of the maid's security on the 2nd floor and open the dormitory door to let the rebels in. The rebels saw the door open and ran towards it. Ed went on to explain that when the students passed through the 2nd floor, the boss played a specific role, that of stopping the main character and his friends who were coming after him. The shopkeeper communicated with him, asking if he had been bought by Lauratel, and he replied yes, being responsible for checking the 2nd floor. It was explained that the original person in the story was Ed Ruth Taylor. He wondered why he had become a secondary boss, asking himself what had led him to this role. To understand what had happened, he needed to go back 2 days in time. 2 days earlier, Ed had been increasing his hunting stats, mainly with the bow, but also honing his senses. He was ready for another hunt, but he thought that Ed's body, the real Ed, didn't have many combat-oriented attributes. He forced himself to use the bow every time he went hunting, trying to acquire at least a decent skill with the bow. However, the most important thing was that more and more he was receiving unexpected visitors. He wondered if living in isolation in the forest attracted more attention than living in the dormitory, but he stopped to think about the 3 most frequent and important visitors. The first was the magician Genia, an ordinary visitor who appeared randomly to sleep on the roof of his hut. She was impressed by the fact that the hut now had a door, and asked if he was going to build a chimney too. He always kicked her out of his hut, but she questioned why the window had no glass and wondered if he was making a sunroof too. The second visitor was Janice Failover, who, unlike the others, always brought him something. She was the visitor he liked the most, and there was no discomfort in her presence. In fact, she was the best of the visitors. Janice came to help with tasks, talked to spirits, and Ed felt very grateful to her. On one occasion, he asked her why she did all this for him, but she turned away, a little embarrassed. Ed Ruth Taylor wondered what was wrong with Janice, but the wizard Genia interrupted, asking how often Lucy came to him. Ed thought that from time to time Janice was a bit dangerous, but the point was that she was visitor B, and he was explaining all this because visitor number C was none other than the golden daughter Lauratel. She had been asking him for help, and Ed thought thought that Loratel was the dark veil of Act 2, probably gathering people to make the revolt in the Phillies' dormitory. However, this time Ed didn't want to get involved. He planned to refuse all offers, of course, if the scenario was normal. But then he heard that Tot, who was supposed to be the person who did everything he had done, had fallen ill for some reason. Ed asked what had happened, and it was explained that, originally, Tot had fought with Ed in the original story, but no big deal. However, in this version, Tot had said that Ed was worse than that bug from Ed R. At that moment, Guy punched him so hard that Tot fainted for a while. Jix also intervened, telling Tot not to talk about Eddie like that. Loratel commented that she didn't know if Jix was angry because of Ed or Eddie, but they said they had never seen Jix so angry. Ed thought that he really couldn't trust people's emotions. Loratel then said that the task she wanted to give Ed wasn't that difficult. She just needed him to get Alice's key, open the dormitory, and let the undergraduates in. Loratel was sure that several people could do this, but she also knew that no matter how much money they paid, there was no guarantee that these people wouldn't report Loratel to the Academy's internal investigators. If they said she was responsible for everything, what would become of her? She couldn't trust anyone. Ed thought that Loratel had come after him precisely because his reputation was in ruins, and Loratel told him that he had been expelled from the dormitory and that she didn't want to ruin the Academy in return. Ed then replied sincerely that he wasn't really up for it, but she tempted him with an offer, 20 gold coins. Ed readily agreed, thinking he was doing nothing wrong by accepting. Ed was just guiding the story back to its original course. With one day to go before the raid on the dormitory, he was under his roof, sheltered from the rain, and watching the fire while reflecting on what was to come. He thought that the raid on the dormitory had begun before the fight for the sealed grimoire. Loratel's manipulation to drive the Academy's finances completely mad had worked. According to the original plot, Loratel would succeed with this conspiracy and form a market, creating a lucrative structure in the Academy that would rival that of Princess Faina, the Student Association, an idealistic association against the royalist merchants. For Ed, the most important thing was always to choose the winning side. He only had to be a spectator in this plot and then join the group that emerged victorious. Of course, he also had to survive it all. Just then, Janice Failover appeared in the rain, wringing out her wet clothes. She commented that she thought the rain would stop that day and said that Ed really was incredible. She could come and go as if it were camping, but he would have to stay there, even on rainy days like that. Ed replied that he could get used to the weather. Janice then commented that maybe it was time for her to move out of the Phillies' dorm and throw some things away, since the Dex dorm was much smaller. She asked if Ed needed any furniture or anything, offering watches, extra pillows, and even flashlights. She mentioned that she had daily supplies left over and that it would be a waste to throw everything away. Ed thanked her and said that he would love it if she brought him things when the semester started. Janice then asked him about Lucy and how often she came to see Ed. He replied that she came every now and then. Meanwhile, Ed watched the rain and reflected on Lucy. He thought that her extraordinary powers came with a price. Lucy had always lived on the run, using laziness as an excuse, looking away from her promised destiny. No matter how many screws she had loose, she couldn't help but reflect on her life on rainy days like that. Ed watches the scene indifferently, noticing that Lucy acts in a peculiar way on rainy days, but not paying much attention to it. Janice, noticing his lack of interest, jokes that he is indifferent to her, but seems to get a bit excited about it. Ed, however, just replies with a simple, "Anyway," without getting involved in unnecessary conversation. He began to think about the fact that Janice was still in the Files dormitory. The semester hadn't started yet, and the invasion was about to take place. He wondered if Janice would find it difficult to escape from there on her own, so he asks her for a favor. Tomorrow, around 9 p.m., she could go to the Rose Garden near the Files dormitory. Janice, excited and thinking it would be a romantic date, gets excited, but Ed quickly corrects her, saying that it's not about that. He mentions that he can't reveal the invasion plans directly, but that he can help her escape indirectly. Janice, pleased with the idea, promises that she will be there and runs off, shy and full of expectations. Ed sighs and thinks that when the semester finally starts, the rain will stop. He'll then be able to enjoy the sunny weather and, after that, the forest will begin to show the typical scent of fall. He feels that his vacation is coming to an end. The following evening, Ed meets up with Jix, who is exercising. Jix reflects on what he did, considering that his punch was a bit over the top and thinks that he should have controlled his emotions better. He is also surprised by Elsa's reaction, who is angry at his attitude. When Jix goes downstairs, he looks out of the window, curious, because he notices that Ed is running towards the Files dormitory. Upon entering, Ed talks to one of the employees hired by Loratel, asking where the others are. The maid explains that they were all gathered in the meeting room, with the boss explaining what will happen. She also mentions that she has prepared something for Ed, leaving a bucket of a mysterious substance. Ed observes the preparations and, with a sigh, thinks that everything is ready for the invasion of the Files dormitory to begin. Outside, the students were lined up with torches, ready for action. They demanded to be treated fairly, without discrimination. Willin, the representative of the lower students, shouts for their voices to be heard as the dormitory invasion draws closer. They go to the door, and suddenly it opens. Everyone is quite shocked by this, but takes the opportunity to enter. Willin says that he was hired by Ed Ruth Taylor, and that everything had already been arranged with the maid who was pretending to be captured. She nods, and he says that he always agreed with the things Ed said, like those people having more privileges. He agrees with that. Willin gets emotional and says that he shouldn't have judged Ed for the rumors. Now he sees that Ed really is a good person. Ed replies, yeah, go, you can come in soon. Ed thinks that unfortunately Willin will end up taking the blame for everything that happened there today. He feels a bit bad about that. The maid will also run away since she was only pretending to be captured and no one can stop her, especially since any superior she has to report all this to is inside the meeting room at that moment. The head maid, Alice, who controls the runes, is in Lel's hands. So the runes of protection are activated, and everyone is locked in their own rooms. Ed thinks that everything is as it was in the original scenario, and that it was Dark Vel who did all this. Lel approaches and says that Ed was quicker than she expected. She comments that it was a great idea to let him take care of it. She says that their tables are soaked now and that she hates hearing voices. Ed asks her if she was watching everything, and Lel replies as she walks past him, saying that the Chur Aries at the academy will crack down on them in no time. While they're there, they need to finish everything quickly. Ed says, sure, go ahead. Before leaving, Lel asks a genuine question. She wonders if Ed Ruth Taylor has ever killed anyone. Ed is silent for a moment and replies, no, never. She says she's never killed anyone either, but she's done similar things because she needed to survive. To survive, she has crushed lives. And to avoid being betrayed, she betrayed first. She lived her life paying for her own sins, believing, of course, that there was no other choice but to do so. But deep down, they were just excuses for herself. She explains that sinking everyone into that sea of sin is how she got the name Duo Daughter. Lel knows better than anyone that she doesn't deserve respect or sympathy, so she looks for it in other people and wonders if Eddie would ever be nice to a person like her. Ed thinks it's as if she's possessed by something, and that loneliness comes to people, regardless of whether they're good or evil. To escape this loneliness, people have no choice but to look for someone similar to them, rolling around in the dirt. Only after finding someone who sinks into the pit as much as they do, they find a shred of redemption. But Ed says no. She has to take responsibility for the decision she has made, and Ed thinks that this person is not him. She stays silent for a moment and says that she said something useless, which was quite unlike her. She then comments that she's going to do what she came to do. After all, they don't have much time. As she leaves, Ed is even a little relieved and thinks that now Loratel will talk to Alice about the plan for the future. When they make the magical defense, the dormitory will go into a rage, and they will hand over command of the runes to Willin, the leader of the lower students. The events of the story will intensify. Willin, taken over by the dense power of the dorm's defense, will become the boss of this stage of the story. This scenario is about defeating Willin, who has lost his mind. Now he just has to sit there and wait for Ed. He just has to do a normal job, buy time, and then lose on purpose. Then Ed will go up to the second floor and take care of the rest. Well, it's a necessary sacrifice. Meanwhile, in Rose's garden, Aegon was watching a carriage arrive late at night. She thinks it must be something important and wonders why Ed hasn't arrived yet. At least he could have left a letter saying he would be late. She wonders if he has prepared something special. It's explained that Aegon didn't care about anything around her, and Ed Ruth Taylor didn't care what happened to her either. What matters is that she was safe outside the dormitory at the time of the invasion. But still, over the last 3 days, she had thought a lot about Ed, because despite the guilt she felt, she had still asked Marilda for information about Ed. And she learned that it wasn't just Lucy who visited the camp. Myla, Fenia, Isla, and even Loratel stopped by. The spirits commented that the coincidence was that they were all female students, but they didn't tell her that, as it would break her poor little heart. So she decided to wait for Ed, no matter how long it took. She even worried about how she would look to welcome Ed. She said she was going to go back to the dorm quickly just to make herself look better, but instead of waiting, she went to get a new hair prop. Then she returned to the dormitory, but at that moment Ed, the Ed Ruth Taylor of the game, was also approaching to fulfill his duty in the story, which was to stop everything that was happening. The alchemist Elvira was with Ed and asked if they knew what the herbs in her room were worth, but the staff said it was better for the employees to deal with it. However, Elvira insisted, saying that her herbs would lose their properties if she didn't use preservation magic in good time. Ed Ruth Taylor said, Aaliyah, deal with her for God's sake, she's trying to get in on her own. Aaliyah said they could just wait and see, but Elvira replied that she was the best student at the alchemy college and that she was sure she could protect herself. Ed Ruth Taylor retorted, saying that it wasn't her who was in danger, but the people around her. If she lost her mind, she could go off attacking with chemicals everywhere. Ed Ruth Taylor then said, Elvira, stop it. But Elvira replied, all right, off you go. She went up to the 4th floor where her room was and asked, you just want to go to your room, right? You're not going to do anything after that, right? Elvira said, of course, I just want to make sure my herbs stay nice and healthy. but if anyone gets in my way, I'll force my way through. Then she kicked open the door and saw a person and the whole set destroyed. She asked, Ed, Ruth Taylor? Ed Ruth Taylor replied, why are you here? They stared at each other for a moment, and Elvira thought there were paws all over the students who had come in. The office was a mess. Ed was sitting right under the stairs. Elvira looked at him and commented that she found it interesting. She hadn't expected it and asked curiously if he was there to stop her. Ed Ruth Taylor apologized, but said that they couldn't go upstairs now. Elvira found this amusing and asked if he thought he could stop her. She had heard about Jix, that his magic was quite proficient, but when she looked at him, she saw only a novice using basic spells. He was just a small, weak second-year student, and next to him were a very powerful swordsman and a mage. She herself was the best alchemist in the year, a considerable difference in power. Elvira commented sarcastically, wondering if it wasn't an obvious difference in power. Ed Ruth Taylor then asked why he was doing that, suggesting that he should talk about what was going on upstairs, but he remained silent. Ed then decided to go upstairs, saying that he would have to force Elvira to talk, but then Ed threw a piece of furniture forward, which Ed Ruth Taylor easily cut through. However, Elvira realized that he was using a skill. In fact, it was just a basic spell, but she thought that Ed Ruth Taylor would probably attack her first. However, what happened next surprised her. Ed Ruth Taylor aimed his spell upwards, hitting a chandelier with a wind blade. The chandelier fell directly on top of Ed Ruth Taylor, who narrowly managed to dodge it. Meanwhile, the defense runes were collapsing, and downstairs, Klebius was very nervous. In the hall, the staff asked if everyone was all right, and Alla told them not to worry about her. Elvira, still impressed, remarked that she had almost lost her head because of Ed Ruth Taylor's wind blade. However, what was really cut off was her purse and her hair. She then asked, "Is this serious? Trying to stop us, are they? That means there's something going on the upper floors." When she looked again, Ed Ruth Taylor was already in another position, and she slowly looked down at her bag with the chemicals. When she tried to pick them up, Ed used an ignition spell, creating a curtain of flames that prevented her from reaching her chemicals. Ed thought the battlefield was set, but Elvira soon realized that this was no good. She thought Ed Ruth Taylor's judgment had been quick and accurate, but she also recognized that she was lacking information. His proficiency was very high, and in the midst of the flames, she reflected on her position. As the best alchemist of the year, she represented the main forces of alchemy, but without her elixirs, chemicals, and tools, an alchemist's combat power dropped to zero. Elvira reflected that the vast majority of alchemists wore a magic ring or a necklace, but because she was extremely skilled, she had never felt the need for these items. She then wondered if Ed Ruth Taylor had known this all along and had taken advantage of the situation. He made the chandelier fall and used this small gap to create the curtain of fire, preventing her from using the ingredients in her bag. She thought that if that had been the case, he would have taken her bag, but decided she couldn't let it go. Elvira thought he was miserable, but finally she took something from his pocket and said she still had a card up her sleeve. She summoned a spirit and explained that she had managed to apply a fire resistance formula to it, increasing its strength. The spirit then transformed into a large creature. Meanwhile, Isla was thinking about how to fight those flames, preparing a water spell. However, when she went to use it, something came at her. It was a blade of wind soaked in fire. Ed Ruth Taylor managed to cut through the spell with ease and told Isla to stop standing there. Ed thought Isla's theory was sound, but his combat experience was limited. With the attacks coming at her, Ed Ruth Taylor was forced to defend her. They were both trapped on that battlefield, unable to move easily. Elvira asked Ed Ruth Taylor if he was sure he could defeat it if it got close to him, and he said that if necessary, he would clear the way. She then sent the creature, a pumped-up sinister rabbit, at Ed Ruth Taylor. With the gap created, Ed thought it would now be possible to defeat her. Elvira, with a smile, liked Ed's approach and decided to get in the middle of the fire, her hood burning, while she managed to get her chemicals. She asked if he was missing anything, but at that moment Ed Ruth Taylor, facing the creature, dodged and readied another wind blade, this time in Elvira's direction. Elvira knew that Ed was prepared for anything, but she had already made her magic formula. She then threw the chemical reagent directly at Ed's spell, causing a reaction. The reagent released a thick smoke that spread over the area, starting to put out the fire and controlling the use of magic on that battlefield. Then the fire dies down. At that moment, Ed strikes the creature one last time with his dagger and it falls dead. Turning around, he asks what he's going to do since the wizard can't use magic. Turning, he tells him that he's being too arrogant, as they have swordsmen by their side. Ed, enraged, lunges at Eddie and wonders why he's running now. He knocks over another piece of furniture on the way, but on that piece of furniture there was a bucket of oil, the one the maid had prepared for him. When the oil comes into contact with a spark, it creates a huge explosion. Ed asks him if he's crazy, because if there's a fire, people will die. Ed replies that it doesn't matter if the fire is created by magic or oil, he can cut through it with his elemental cut. So before anyone gets hurt, he'll stop the fire. But as he turns, he says, "Wait, Ed, the window is open enough for the smoke to escape. Even the flammable carpet is gone. There are no flammable objects. Did Ed Ruth Taylor think of all this?" She wonders if he planned it all. She tries to stop Ed at that moment, but Edie prepares her bow to defend herself from Ed, who was standing right in her direction. Ed thinks, "It's a bow. I can easily defend myself against it." However, he realizes that the arrow's trajectory was heading elsewhere, right towards Isla. Ed thinks that Isla can't use her magic right now and tries to warn her about the arrow, but at that moment she was protected by something else. Elvira used a chemical formula to deflect the arrow, and that was a mechanical hand, a magical tool that can stop small objects. Elvira wonders what was the purpose of this arrow, which was covered in cloth so as not to hurt. She tells Ed to be careful because she's sure he has another plan, but it was already hitting Ed, who protects himself with his bow until he hears a sound upstairs. He thinks it's time. The boss of the second floor has been released, the fearful Clebius. Ed thinks, finally. Then he lets himself be defeated by Ed, and Elvira asks, why did he do all this? Later, Ed asks if he's crazy, because there must be a reason why he's gone that far. Elvira thinks there's something very strange about this. It's as if Ed was toying with them throughout the fight. If he really wanted to dominate them, he wouldn't have shown himself. He could have attacked from the shadows, knocked over a chandelier right on top of them, or done something even worse. But no, he was right in front, like a shop window, and even during the fight, he didn't want to kill them at any point. She senses that something is wrong. Ed asks Taylor if he's finished. Then he sits down tired and says that if he's finished, he can stop shouting at him. Taylor asks, what? He's confused. Ed's been firing away for so long. Why is he giving up now? Meanwhile, on the second floor, there was a lot of noise. Elvira asks why Ed lost on purpose. Elia asks, what do you mean, Elvira? Ed asks if he took it easy on them, and Elvira replies that she won't leave this place until she has an answer. Did he lose on purpose? Then they stare at each other for a moment. Just then a door opens. Janica restlessly thinks that she should change her hairpiece. Would anyone humiliate her for this? For her pure love? Imagining happy things is everyone's right, but the difference between imagination and reality can be very cruel. A boy she loved so much, and who she thought would be with her in the pavilion, was on the ground, covered in blood, after being attacked by a group of suspicious people. Janice Faylover shows up and asks what they've done with Eddie. Janice Faylover thinks she'd be lying if she didn't think there was something wrong. Eddie could have been taken into some unexpected situation, but considering his simple lifestyle and the way he acted during the hunt in Glask, no matter how big or small the problem, Ed always finds a solution. Perhaps it was only in this failure of his that he began to reflect. Janica offered to help, but Eddie never asked. That was the reason he asked her to stay out of the dormitory that night, so that she wouldn't get involved in it too. Janice thinks she doesn't know what happened, but Ed purposely shot her from the dorm so she wouldn't get involved and be in danger, while she was worrying about her appearance. She asks what they're doing with her Eddie, and Ed replies that it's good that Janice Faylover is there. He explains that some students have taken over the dormitory, and that Ed prevented her from getting in. He believes there must be someone else in the way, but Elvira tells Ed that's not quite what he's thinking. She's an enemy. Janice then says that, to be honest, she's not curious to know what they're doing. She adds a lot of power and creates a frightening aura. Ed tries to stop her, but Janice Faylover says it's okay. While everyone is impressed by her power, she begins to summon her spirits, countless spirits. She tells Ed Ruth Taylor that it will only take a minute. Elvira, watching, thinks that Janice has summoned the intermediate degree spirit of the 4 elements, which is practically an army. She then tells Ed that they need to get out of there because they won't be able to get past her. Elvira remarks that they're only going through for an aristocrat. Imagine for her, the best student in the magic faculty for the entire second year. She tells Ed that she has to get back to reality and that fortunately she can still escape. Ed replies that she is right, and begins to understand that Eddie's actions made him realize that this takeover of the Phyllis dormitory was not normal. The students could get hurt because of it, but Ed never gives up in the face of a challenge. He asks if Elvira can help him with his herbs, but she cannot. She tries to warn Ed that he's about to be crushed, poor thing, and in a moment of desperation, she pulls Ed by the collar and says, go when I tell you to go. She throws him so that he doesn't get hit by the blow. Ed then says, listen carefully, I'm going to look after Janice Faylover while you go up to the second floor. She asks why he's doing this. Ed replies that he stopped them to start the conversation, but Ed says he's changed his mind. He's really going to stop the spirits, but he gives Elvira a whack upside the head and says, get your chemicals, girl, apologizing for cutting up her backpack as well. Elvira wonders why he's bossing her around like that, but she runs off anyway, along with Ed and Isla. Janice Faylover, seeing all this, is a little taken aback to see Ed approaching and tells him not to make an effort, as he's hurt and can explain everything later. She just needs to deal with the situation. Ed Ruth Taylor thinks that this would usually be a sign of disrespect, but he replies to Janice, okay, why don't you drop the ball a bit, eh? She's surprised, turns red and asks, Ed, are you touching me? Are you touching me? Ed replies, Janice Failover, please send the spirits back. He mentions that the wind is so strong that he can barely stand. Janice admits she overreacted a bit, apologizes, and says she's an idiot. When the spirits finally leave, the staff are impressed. Ed really managed to stop it. Eddie signals for everyone to follow. Go, go, go! But at that moment, he collapses and Janice shouts, Eddie! Ed then takes care of him later and asks why he always gets hurt like that, and why he hasn't told her anything. He replies that this time it all happened too quickly, but promises that next time he'll tell her. Janice Failover comments that the staff were a bit excessive, but that they didn't hurt him too much. Ed, for his part, says that he's sure that next time when they see him, they'll be angry. Janice asks him to promise never to get hurt like that again. He replies, all right, thanks for worrying about me. Ed thinks that his plan may have gone slightly astray, but that he has done his job as head of the second floor. Now he can rest easy in his camp. Janice then says, even Ed, I saw a big carriage while I was in the garden. She says that the carriage looked like a golden crown, and this golden crown is the symbol of the leader of the Mercantile Association, Loratel's adoptive father, who killed her biological father. This man is the fake boss of the game, who disappeared and appears at the end of the sealed grimoire act, the Golden King Elta. But the most important fact is that Ed realizes that things are happening faster than they should in the story, which means that there is something different going on, something outside Eddie's knowledge. Meanwhile, Loratel was in the dormitory on the 5th floor corridor with the headmaid. Loratel says that everyone knows that evil-looking guy. She's referring to the young campmaster, Ed. The headmaid replies that she already knew Ed wasn't Loratel's type. Loratel then comments that he's kind of cute, but that's not what she meant. She had the same feeling as the head waitress, that there was something strange about Ed. Loratel remembers how she ended up letting an emotional conversation slip in front of him and tells the maid to believe what he said. Ed said that she needed to take responsibility for what she had done, that he had abandoned her without any mercy. Loratel replies that, well, she needs to get used to it, because it's going to be like this all her life. It is explained that Alice was the head of the Phillies dormitory, a senior maid who had worked there for over 20 years. She started as an apprentice maid at the age of 15 and over time proved her competence by becoming manager of the Phil's dormitory. It was to this place that most of Loratel's investment went, and she spent a lot of it trying to make Alice deviate from her righteousness. The losses caused by this blew holes in her financial books, but even so, Loratel didn't think that place was a waste of money, because she found someone who shared her vision, someone willing to abandon the rigid beliefs and values of her life for a few gold coins. This was the kind of person with whom she could free herself from her loneliness. Perhaps because in the ghettos and slums, or among traders who risked their lives for a single gold coin, she had lived a life where, if she didn't stab first, she would be stabbed. Even so, regardless of her unhappy past or the sad story that led her to this situation, Alice was evil by nature, a hidden villain. At this moment, Loratel was telling Alice that Willen would take over the 4th floor, and if they handed over the command of magic to him, the whole hall would be destroyed from the inside, and no one would ever know it was them. She then commented that things seemed to be going according to plan, and now she would go to the storeroom, where she would have to pass herself off as an innocent student who had been frightened and run there. Alice, for her part, drew a sword, and mentioning that they were on the subject, said that she needed to inform Loratel that she wasn't exactly the kind of person who would please the Lord. At that moment, on the 2nd floor, Ed was tying up Clebius. They had caught Clebius, who was out of control, and added him to the group. After that, Kelly stopped the group, and the boss of the 3rd floor was also defeated soon after. Although Ed's group didn't question the presence of the headmaid alone, that's how they unexpectedly and smoothly reached the 4th floor. Until then, the only floor that had really been a challenge had been Ed's. As they were going up, they heard a shout and saw several students running away from something. It was Willen, asking for help because he couldn't control all the magic. It was explained that placing the crystal ball that activated the magic circle's control system in the center of the room was a scheme that Alice and Loratel had come up with. The magical self-defense formulas, originally installed to protect the students from outside invaders, were being triggered, but now it was like a child with a loaded gun. Willen was shooting magic everywhere because he had no control, making the whole building shake. The staff wondered what was happening, whether it was from inside or outside, while the building was literally collapsing. At that moment, the students started jumping out of the windows to escape. The situation turned into a major catastrophe, and Ed asked Elvira if she had the reagent they needed. She then mentions the night butterfly, a spell that distorts the target's magic. But as he's wearing a rune, this would be useless. However, she says she's going to use the fisherman's weed reagent. She throws the reagent in front of her, creating a barrier, and explains that at least she'll be able to block some magical attacks in that corridor. Elvira replies that this is all she can do at the moment and grabs Clebius, kicking him off the barrier and telling them both to take care of it. Clebius wonders what this is all about. Meanwhile, Willen was barely able to control his own body, and the catastrophic, destructive magic rays bounced all over the corridor. Willen, crying, shouts that something has finally happened. Then, a huge explosion takes place throughout the dormitory, and the windows in the corridor begin to explode one by one. Downstairs, Janica and Ed watch. Janica asks why they're still there, since if Ed kept trying, his wounds would open up, but Ed replies that it's okay because a lot of that blood isn't his. Ed wonders how this event was planned and realizes that inside the extremely prestigious-looking carriage is a very important man, the Golden King Elta. Normally, he would be escorted by a large fleet of carriages, but his discreet approach may mean that he is doing something more. Elta, who is Loratel's adoptive father and false boss, is a figure who shouldn't be at the academy at that moment. Ed wonders why he's only leaving now and wonders if he's waiting for the dormitory to be destroyed. But just then, he realizes who is standing in front of him, a maid from the 3rd floor. This is Shenny, one of the orphans who was looked after by Alice. Alice was originally bought by Loratel, and Shenny was the head of the 3rd floor. The fact that she is with Welt, who is Loratel's enemy, definitely raises suspicions. It wouldn't make sense for Shenny to betray the trust, since she was bought along with Alice. The question that arises is, what if Alice is on Velta's side? That could be the future in which Loratel dies. Ed thinks about the position of Loratel, who gets into a political fight with Fenia in Act 3 and is, in Act 4, the main character's greatest ally in the fight against the Roth-Taylor family. He'd already had such a hard time taking over from Tote as middle manager. What would he have to do now? So he tells Janice Failover that he needs an urgent favor, something he can't do himself, but he didn't want to ask her. Janice replies that everything is fine and asks what he needs. It is explained that Elta Kelkon, the Golden King and honorable president of Elta Trading, contrary to Lady Loratel's outward appearance, has been following his orders as his adopted daughter. However, in reality, she has been plotting against him for a long time to seize control of power. Lady Loratel knows he killed her biological parents and is persuading business tycoons and Elta directors to betray him. What's more, the negotiations to buy the grimoire of the Sage's Seal were just an excuse to lure him to the Sylvania Academy with the intention of making him fall into her trap so that he wouldn't be able to react to the crisis in his company. However, certain factors led to the discovery of this truth, and now he has an official document that can prove Loratel's betrayal. But of course, in this world, nothing comes for free. Loratel offers a large amount of gold coins, believing that with more money, people will change sides. Alice, at this point, thinks she is losing sight of the situation. As a result of the accident, she has almost lost all her hearing, and this will be her last year as head waitress. She is in a difficult situation, being the only human who knows this truth. Depending on her choice, things could change dramatically, for better or for worse. The document enclosed in the letter that Elta has contains the names of the institutions that she has secretly managed over time, as well as the amount of money that has circulated thanks to this. Alice trusted her judgment and ordered Loratel not to move, as Elta is about to arrive at the dormitory. Alice remarks that she wasn't expecting that expression on Loratel's face and thought she was a little more mature. Loratel, for her part, wants revenge on her adoptive father, but excuses herself, saying that, in her eyes, Loratel and Elta are not very different. They both have the same goal. Just then, a huge explosion happened in the corridor, and they were carrying Willen away. The people were saying that Alice was responsible for all this. It was the Eds group, and they were shouting that Alice was being held hostage. Alice was shocked by this. Loratel, taking advantage of the situation, ran off and threw herself into the Eds group, as if she were a victim. She thought that at that moment she should incriminate Alice, but she heard the question, "What's wrong with her face?" Loratel tried to think of the best possible expression, but at that moment she took off running. She thought Elta was coming. That man didn't even trust his own henchmen, so he would have come there. The plan to overthrow Elta was almost complete, and he would be responsible for the large-scale violation of the account books and the consequences. Luckily, Elta wasn't so eager to get in there. At that moment, Loratel just needed to contact the authorities by sending a hidden carrier pigeon. She thought that if she didn't get caught, everything would work out, but she started to get tired halfway through. Even so, she told herself that everything would be all right, even though she thought that no one in this world understood her pain and the betrayal. She had expected the betrayal, but why was her heart so broken? At that moment, Elta was crying, but Loratel kept walking, determined. She knew she had to hurry to get to her room before Elta. Everything would be fine if she managed to send the carrier pigeon. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Elta was arriving and asked, "Who is that person in front of me?" It was a student from Sylvania, but the student replied that due to the risk of collapse, no one was allowed in there for safety reasons. The person in front of him was Eddie, and he said that they couldn't let anyone through until the academy staff arrived. Elta asks if it was the academy that ordered Ed Ruth-Taylor to act, but Ed replies that he is acting alone. Even so, Eddie reflects that at the moment, there are 3 people aware of the whole story. Loratel, who wants revenge on Velta. Velt, who wants to thwart Loratel's plans and acquire the sealed grimoire. and Alice. The root of all this confusion is at the center of the conflict. Ed doesn't understand exactly why all this has happened, but he does know that he is now with Laurel on the 5th floor. He thinks that he might not even need to act personally since he trusts his group. After all, Ed has already confirmed their abilities and believes they can handle the situation. He decides to leave it in the group's hands while events take their course. Welt, on the other hand, has planned everything thoroughly. While keeping people busy outside, the events in the dormitory go according to plan. Suddenly, Ed comments wryly, "Oh my god, I can't believe it. You're the great Elta, president of the mercantile organization." Ed continues, "I'm sure there's a good reason for someone so important to be here, but with everything that's going on at the academy, it's better that you're not seen here, don't you think?" Elta replies, "So that's it. Got it. You're on Laurel's side, aren't you? That explains what happened 10 minutes ago." Meanwhile, in one of the dorm rooms, Janice opens the door and Ed comes in talking. "What a mess out here. Why is Jix still in his room?" Jix replies, "I didn't want to get involved. If I lost control, I could end up doing something stupid. And look, if the building fell on me, it wouldn't kill me, but it would be pretty boring." Ed thinks to himself, this kid has a lot of confidence in his own strength, huh? Jix, noticing Ed, teases, "Why did you destroy the wall? Now it'll get cold at night." Ed asks himself, puzzled, who does this boy think he is? A wizard? Just then, Ed notices someone else in the room. "Oh, Janice, you're here too." Janice replies, "This is the first time I'm going to introduce myself formally. Our first meeting during the glass incident wasn't the best." She continues, "About that, I'm sorry." Jix, confused by the interaction, interrupts, "Wait, are you two dating?" Janice reacts quickly. "What? No, of course not." The two of them look at each other for a moment and Janice comments a little awkwardly, "Oh, sorry. Did that bother you?" Ed retorts, blaming Jix. "It was your fault for asking such a rude question." Jix, visibly embarrassed, apologizes repeatedly. Ed asks why they wanted to meet him so badly, and Elta replies that he needs a favor. He promises he'll return it later. Back in the present, Janice, Failover, and Jix are hiding, listening to the whole conversation. Ed says he knows there's a reason why such a high-ranking person is there. He suggests that Elta could go to the administrative part of the academy, guaranteeing that she would be well-treated and welcomed. That's when Elta asks, "So you're on Lel's side, are you? Were you charmed by her cute looks?" He teases Ed, telling him to take advantage of the clear benefits in front of him, instead of being loyal to promises of gold coins that may never arrive. Elta adds that Laurel was born with fox blood, and that he has looked after her since she was a child, knowing her better than anyone. She then offers Ed a better deal and asks him to get out of the way. Ed thanks her for the offer, but replies that he won't compromise for mere gold coins. Elta notices his refusal and says, "Got it? Then let's work it out another way. If words can't convince you, let's see if blades can." At that moment, the guards advance against Ed. He runs away, but the guards are soon hit by a wind spell cast by Jix, who comes to his aid. "It's up to you now, Ed," says Jix. Ed replies that he's going to check the situation and promises to come back to repay the favor later. Janice agrees, while Jix comments that, from the start, he was the one who owed. Elta, observing the skill of the two students, admits that even though they are only apprentices, they are formidable opponents. He orders the guards to go all out. Meanwhile, Ed runs, breaking down doors along the way, and ends up meeting Laurel. Surprised, he asks, "Are you still here? Couldn't get out? Let's go. Use the back door and run as fast as you can." During the escape, it is revealed that there is always a reason for gestures of goodwill. The Mercantile Guild's receptionist, Elta, has always acted kindly towards Laurel because he hoped that she would carelessly divulge valuable information that he could use to make money. Caden, the marketing employee, was visibly excited in front of Laurel because she often warned him about important issues without realizing the impact of her words. The reason Teeny, the pet bird raised at the academy, is so attached to Laurel is simple. She always fed him the best food available. In Laurel's world, everything good comes for a reason. At that moment, Ed and Laurel are hurrying away. Ed comments that there is no time for explanations, but asks, "Alice betrayed you, didn't she?" As they run, Laurel is seized by thoughts of guilt, believing that everything is the result of a stupid, idiotic mistake. She reflects on Janice Failover, remembering how Janice grew up surrounded by love and goodwill, so Janice gave back to the world with the same kindness. Laurel, however, was not like Janice. She remembers the day she made the offer to Ed. At that moment, she saw the warm glow in his eyes, a look that seemed pure, without greed or expectations. It made her believe that maybe, just maybe, she could have a chance of experiencing a similar relationship, based on trust. But her hopes were completely dashed when she naively shared her plans with Alice. Laurel realized that she had made a mistake by daring to dream of a happy romantic life. In her life, Laurel had never trusted anyone, and she was right to do so. However, even after seeing goodness all around her, she lost sight of her dark and dirty side, the dark veil that accompanied her. She shouldn't have allowed herself to dream. To occupy the Phil's dormitory, Laurel hired 5 people: Alice, his chief maid; Shenny and Kelly, the twins; Willen, the representative of the undergraduates; Ed, Ruth, Taylor a fallen nobleman. However, Alice, Shenny, and Kelly betrayed Loratel by allying themselves with Elta. Willen also wanted to leave her, and she imagined that the same could happen to Ed Ruth Taylor. Suddenly, Loratel stops running and with a heavy voice apologizes to Ed. "I'm sorry, Ed Ruth Taylor. I can no longer guarantee the 20 gold coins I promised you. As you can see, my situation is also very unstable." She realizes she's talking out of turn, but Ed stops her. "Who asked?" He holds her tightly and adds urgently, "We don't have time for this. If Elta catches you, you're dead." Loratel, still perplexed by Ed's urgency, listens to him insist. "Now we need to get away. Think of something else later." Completely shocked, she reflects on something she has always believed. Goodwill and trust always have a reason behind them. If you can't see that motive, you shouldn't trust anyone. This idea was an unshakable certainty for her. However, at that moment, Loratel reveals to Ed, "Elta headquarters is planning to manipulate market prices. That must be my father's doing." She explains that after the great monster hunt in the Eastern Mountains, the price of armor plummeted. To take advantage of this situation, her father bought and monopolized all the armor available, trading it internally to inflate prices. In short, the plan is market manipulation, Loratel continues. "My father urgently needed money for this. He thought the grimoire could be sold for a good price, so he sent me to Sylvania to steal it." Ed interrupts her. "All right, you don't have to explain any further. I've already understood." The text explains how this manipulative negotiation works. Traders A, B, and C monopolize a cheap product on the market and artificially increase its price by negotiating with each other. As the price rises rapidly, people believe the product is becoming scarce and, fearing they will run out, buy desperately. At this point, the traders sell the accumulated product at an inflated price, making exorbitant profits. However, this strategy depends on mutual trust between the merchants running the scam. If traders B and C sell the product without trader A's knowledge, the price will drop instantly, ruining the whole scheme. Trader A, who desperately sold his bonds to monopolize the product, will be removed from his position at headquarters. Loratel concludes, the 6 big merchants who bought the armor can transfer the sales rights to themselves. Ed reflects on this and comments, "So all this grand plan to occupy the Phil's dormitory was to create a hole in the Academy's finances. This would guarantee the purchase of the grimoire, taking Elta away from her thirst for marketing." Loratel continues to reflect while Ed explains the next step in the plan. "If you sell the armor now, it will force your father to get the money he urgently needs. We'll take this opportunity to undo his scheme and sell everything in the headquarters." Loratel is impressed and wonders how Ed realized this so quickly. Before she can formulate a question, he says, "Now you only have one option. We need to send a letter to headquarters and sell the armor immediately." Loratel replies, "I have a carrier pigeon in my room. He's my direct line of communication with the forces inside headquarters." She hesitates for a moment and then continues, "But my father probably expected this. He may already know who the traitors are inside." Ed thinks for a moment and then says, "Listen carefully, Loratel. From now on, you need to do what's best to hide. If I were Elta, I'd surround the whole school and the island. They'll see us if we try to go through any of the common paths." Ed proposes a plan. "Send an empty carriage to the Arkan Mountains as if you were trying to escape there. That will throw them off. In the meantime, you can stay in a hut I know in the forest. Stay there for a maximum of 3 days until the dust settles." Loratel asks, "And how are we going to send the message to sell the armor?" Ed replies, "I'll use your carrier pigeon. I'll write something simple like, 'Sell now.' They'll take care of the rest, right?" Loratel agrees, but before they can put the plan into action, Ed notices something strange. He takes her by the arm and warns her, "There's someone guarding the back door. I'll take care of it. You enter the room and wait until the person leaves." Loratel does as he says, and while in her room watches Ed deal with the situation from outside. She thinks to herself, as an experienced trader and ally, Ed acts precisely, dealing with problems without wasting time. It's as if he's thinking for me. Then Ed returns and says, interrupting her thoughts, "Hey, are you there? Hey, come to your senses." Loratel replies, Okay, I get it." But before he leaves again, she calls out to him, "Wait, why on earth are you helping me so much?" Ed looks a little disconcerted, as if he'd never thought of explaining it. After a moment's silence, he replies, "There's no reason. Just listen to what I'm saying, okay?" He leaves through the back door, closing it firmly. Loratel, now alone, sits on the floor and takes a deep breath, feeling the weight of the situation. Loratel, still in her room, hears a loud sound, something that sounds like a battle going on upstairs on the entrance floor. She feels her heart beating fast and becomes anxious, trying to understand what is going on. Outside, someone comments in surprise, "I didn't expect Eddie to come out of that door. It was Shenny, the maid." Ed, with a wry smile, replied, "For a final hurdle, this is pretty dull." He prepares to face Shenny, ready to strike her. Meanwhile, in the file's dormitory on the top floor, it is explained that all the runes in the dormitory have been transferred to a magic cube, and whoever has command of this cube has control of the runes. The swordsman, who kept ahead of the combat college students and still used magic, was Alice, the head maid. Despite all her efforts, Alice was unable to defeat Ed. Of course, this was to be expected, as he was the protagonist of the story. The final battle begins and chaos ensues on the upper floor, while outside the fight between Ed and Shenny intensifies. They stare at each other for a moment, and Ed thinks to himself, I'm almost out of mana now. I can only cast 2 or 3 spells. Shenny then goes on the attack, using her skills with blades. However, Ed dodges easily, anticipating her move as he knows her combat patterns well. He steps on her sword, and Shenny quickly throws the knives that were on his leg, but Ed grabs her hand and throws them away, thinking, I know all her speed and movements. Shenny is shocked by this, but nevertheless uses her special ability. She and her twin sister have the privilege of sharing abilities once a day, and this time, Shenny used her sister's telekinesis. Using this ability, she guided the knives back towards Ed. They hit their target, striking him. Ed remains still, and Shenny believes he has managed to hit him, but is soon shocked to see him standing like a wall. He removes the knife from his chest and thinks, even if he took his sister's skill, this skill is pretty weak. He then removes all the knives from his body and stomps on Shenny's arm, as well as kicking her sword away. Ed says calmly, it's over, it's done. Shenny starts shouting, saying that she can't disappoint Miss Alice, and orders Ed to get out of there. Ed, however, replies that Alice has already lost. Shenny, in shock, asks what Ed knows about her. She asks him if he knows about the pain she's been through, how many battles she's fought. At that moment, she uses the power of the runes to try to defeat him. However, in the midst of the smoke, Ed thinks to himself, I don't really know much about her, but I do know a lot about the history of the game and about myself. The explosion she created is cut short by Ed, who then transforms and uses his power to finish Alice off. The big explosion happens on the top floor, but Ed, indifferent to Shenny's story, thinks it's none of his business. Shenny angrily says that she will never forgive Ed or Lauratel. However, with a flick of his knee, Ed incapacitates her. She faints, and a shower of rain begins to fall. Ed, observing the situation, reflects that although he doesn't know all the extra stories in the game, he knows that some stories will never come to light. He thinks that if he were to compare all the losses of today, all the orphans Shenny has rescued, and all the good and evil she has done, he still believes that a person's actions are determined by the philosophical choices they make throughout their life. However, Ed doesn't let himself get carried away. His goal, from the outset, remains the same, his survival. He does everything he can to stay alive, regardless of the circumstances. Ed's skill system then issues a notification saying that he has incapacitated Shenny and acquired a new skill, pain resistance. Ed, surprised, can hardly believe he has learned this skill, so he breaks the window and infiltrates the dormitory, moving on to the next challenge. Ed looks around the room, admiring the many luxurious things organized by necessity. There are papers and books on the table, and he concludes that this must be Lauratel's room. He opens a cupboard and finds the carrier pigeon, writing the message that must be sent to headquarters, instructing that all the armor be sold. As the pigeon begins to fly to its destination, Ed thinks, now when it returns, it will be with Elta's head. Walking through the rain with a lot of blood pouring from his body, Ed reflects that the cuts he has suffered will not heal so easily. He considers that if it hadn't been for the help of Jix and Janice Faylover, Lauratel would have been captured by Elta, and her fall would have been swift, perhaps even fatal. Lauratel's carriage has already left, and Elta has no choice but to chase it. Even if he catches the coachman, and he admits that Lauratel never left the dormitory, the message will have already reached headquarters. Ed thinks everything is going according to plan. Lauratel should now be in the hut, as planned. But as he walks, he sees Lauratel and asks, "Oh, you're receiving me? That's very kind of you." Ed is a little shocked, and thinks that perhaps he has been a little complacent. After all, the real opponent in this game has always been Lauratel. She masterminded the whole thing. She planned it all. They are now alone in a remote part of the forest, and her plan is the perfect crime. Lauratel is the villain of the story. Ed, thinking about his situation, realized that in order to survive, he would need to use his mind, even though his body was seriously injured. Lauratel approaches and, on seeing Ed's condition, realizes that it's too late for him. With a look of concern, she picks up a knife and begins to cut her own clothes to make a tourniquet. She ties up Ed's wound, which is bleeding profusely, and asks in anguish, "Why did you hurt yourself so badly? For God's sake, let me help you."
Then, warmed by the fire, Ed asks if everything went well with Lordle's plan. And she replies, "Who do you think I am? Huh." She made the knight promise to bring all the attention to him. Ed, intrigued, asks how she managed to convince him like that. He thinks she wouldn't be able to take his family hostage, would she? Lordle, enigmatic, says that perhaps Ed already knows the answer, but if the plan works, she will have control of the Elter Mercantile Association. Doesn't the fact that I owe you something so big cheer you up? Don't you feel that this could be incredible for you too? Asks Lordle. However, Ed reacts indifferently. Still, she smiles and thanks him. I'll never forget what you did for me. But Ed just wants the promised 20 gold coins. Nothing more. Lordle assures him that of course he will get them, but he also wants to ask him a question. Ed, suspicious, asks, is it to do with Alice? No, I'll deal with that. Lordle replies, I wanted to ask you about Janica. You're quite close, aren't you? Yes, she's a good person, Ed replies. She really is. A very kind veteran. So what? Asks Ed. Lordle takes a deep breath before answering. She's not that nice. Meanwhile, in the oils hall, Elter, the Golden King, left after receiving a certain report from his subordinate. He seemed completely uninterested in the hall. Jix wasn't doing very well in that fight, but his problem wasn't the mercenaries but his own ally. Janica was ruining everything. Confused, Jix asks, what's wrong with her? Why is she so angry? Then a small spirit dove lands on Janica's shoulder. She smiles and says, who says I'm angry? The next day, Ed couldn't go to class because he didn't have his uniform. Fortunately, Jix turns up to lend him one and tells him how it all happened. Willeen took the blame for the destruction of the Phillies' dormitory. The head maid, Alice, who had been subdued, remained completely silent on the subject. One of the main characters on the set prevented Lordle from leaving the stage, and, seeing as Elter still hadn't made a move, it looked like the plan had worked. With events proceeding as they should, Ed could expect some good news soon. However, the incident negatively affected his physical strength. As he wasn't in good shape, he felt pain all over his body. Jobs that required physical effort were proving difficult for him. But when he analyzes his statuses, he realizes that he still has 2 empty craft skills that he can acquire, and he has already decided which ones he wants to master. Spiritual formula infusion compatible with spiritual sorcery. Magical engineering great for creating domestic and combat amenities. Spiritual infusion is done through a contract. If someone creates a product with spiritual awareness, they automatically learn this skill. As for magical engineering, it is unlocked when you successfully assemble and disassemble an item of a certain level of magical engineering at least once. Ed wants to take advantage of these empty spaces he has, but for the time being, he can only make a contract with a small spirit until Janica shows up at his house, and Ed asks why she's not in class. Janica replies that she has pain all over her body and has decided to rest for a while in the fresh air of the forest. You didn't hurt yourself helping, did you? Asks Ed. What about Lordle? Janica retorts. Ed says she's fine, resting inside the hut. Janica then takes a look, and Ed thinks that the whole Phillies dormitory takeover incident has been closed, but there's still work to do. That's because Lordle needs to lay the groundwork for negotiating the purchase of the Sage sealed grimoire. During these last 3 days of waiting, she has had to deal with anxiety, which has been frustrating, but not so bad, because for Lordle, being with Ed makes her heart race. The kindness and trust he conveys makes her feel safe. This feeling is more important to Lordle than gold, and she never wants to give it up to anyone, especially Janica. She thinks that Janica's life has always been full of kindness, friends and family, so Lordle wants to have that at least now and decides she won't give up on Ed. She'll fight for him, and that's her specialty. 3 days of living together is a perfect advantage. She even thought about burying that golden hut, but she knows that wouldn't work for long. Besides, she doesn't even have that much money. Maybe she can pay his tuition, but telling Ed would be too embarrassing. Then he starts banging his head in the hut. Lordle has never had a boyfriend in her life. Maybe that's why she's like this. Then someone entered the hut and told Lordle to leave. It was Lucy, sleepy, saying that this was her place to sleep. Lordle, surprised, asks, what are you doing here? This is the best place to sleep, Lucy replied. But Ed picks her up and throws her into that shack. Sorry. He apologizes. Lordle had been woken up because Lucy had sneaked into the hut and had now taken care of her. Does she come here often? Asks Lordle. You don't think much of her, Ed replies. She's like a little wild animal that comes to sleep every now and then. Lordle thinks she has another rival, but she'll settle that account in 3 days. The next morning, Day 2. Lordle was all excited to talk to Ed, but Janica was there too, and, of course, she didn't like that at all. To make matters worse, Lucy was asleep on the floor. Lordle just wanted some time alone with Ed, Meanwhile, Ed concludes something important. It's finally over. He had made handmade bricks, a new craft product, and with this he completed his brick fireplace inside the house. This barbecue smells great. Did you add any spices? Asks Lordle. Belle gave me some basil the other day, and various other spices, Ed replies. Lordle then comments that since nothing happened that morning, it's safe to assume that the plans worked. That's good news, says Ed, but we can't let our guard down. But Lordle says he has things to do, like paying Ed's compensation, and asks if he would prefer coins or goods in exchange. Ed replies that building materials would be very useful, but asks if there is any magical engineering equipment left. While they were talking, Janica was not at all happy about the conversation. Suddenly, Ed asks Janica for a favor. Lately, he's been trying to learn some spirit magic and would like to hire at least a minor spirit or anyone. So he asks if she could help him with that. Janica is very proud and says yes, she will become his teacher. She says she can get him a contract with an intermediary spirit easily. She asks him to first try to establish a spiritual connection and try to talk to Karis, her spirit. But I said this guy can't, replies Ed. However, Ed admits that he can hear Karis very quietly. Then Karis says that, to begin with, Ed needs to improve his spiritual connection and comments that his daily routine has no room for learning spiritual magic. Besides, according to the weekly report, Ed has a lot of things to do. At that moment, Janica hugs Ed tightly and asks, "Did you hear that?" "I heard something about a weekly report," replies Ed, surprised. Janica becomes a little desperate as Lordle approaches and asks if they have finished. She wants to finish the subject of magical engineering. It looks like she has more stock than she expected, so she can provide enough for Ed. He asks if he can buy it at a discount because he wants to sort out this coin business right away. "What do you mean, at a discount? They're practically free," replies Lordle. "They're resources I'm not even using." She adds that it can be a bit difficult, but if he stops by the association every 3 days, she can sell to him for a really proportionate price. "But when you go, we can have tea and talk a bit," she says with a smile. Janica gets up, annoyed. "You can't just give it to him for free. Anyway, he helped you a lot." Lordle responds naturally. "I'm a businesswoman. That's just professionalism." But Janica fights back. "You're just making excuses." Meanwhile, Ed continues to eat and thinks he can learn both now, right? Then, suddenly, Belly appears. "Forgive me for arriving so suddenly," she says, regretfully, "but I'll bring you more news." Now Belle Maya is the new head waitress. She tells Lordle that she has a message from Alice, her former boss. Back in the dormitory, where the clothes are laid out, Lucina was talking to Belle Maya. "Don't tell anyone about this, because it's top secret," said Lucina. She comments that she thinks Janica likes Ed Rothtailor. Belle wonders, "Do I pretend to be surprised out of politeness?" Then Belle says that Clara must be very worried about Janica, right? But Clara answers, "I don't know how she fell in love with a thug like that." But that's not all. Janica was mentioning Lordle Kchen's name today. She missed the opening ceremony of the new semester, as did Ed Rothtailor. The two didn't attend the first class of the day either. It's like a game of push and pull between Janica and Lordle. Clara comments, "Janica won't stand a chance." And she doesn't really understand Ed either. She wonders, is Ed just a cunning wolf, or does he have a heart of ice? Belle says, it can't be anything like that. Maybe he's just going through a difficult situation to get interested in dating. But Clara fights back. There's no way that's true. I'm sure he's taking advantage of both of us. Belly thinks, lucky, right? The poor guy has a thief right in front of him, cornered by a naive girl who could kill the whole school, and a girl who loves to take naps. To me, that's not luck. Belle sighs and says, just thinking about it gives me a headache. But Lordle asks what she means. Belle Maya replies that she has a message from her former boss Alice. When evening came, Janica left, and Belly picked up Lucy, who was asleep, and took her back too. This upsets Ed a little, as Belly now knows where Lordle is, but he can still control the situation. Then a carrier pigeon brings the news of the victory. The analysis of the proposal to remove Elt from the presidency of the association has been completed, and his resignation is certain. And Ed says it's time to go back to school. And Lordle says that if the situation has come to this, her father must be making his last stand at the association's headquarters. Although she's a useless Lucy, there won't be time to worry about her. Ed asks if perhaps Elt has something hidden up his sleeve. Lordle says that he's very cunning, and the chance isn't zero. Even so, Isog, who wants to be the next president, is catching on, so she has to trust. Her biggest worry was Alice, but that problem seems to be solved too. Ed asks if Alice isn't going to reveal that it was Lordle who did all this, and Lordle says that she doesn't have much choice but to do it, because she paid in advance. She wanted to be on the winning side between her and Elle. But the parchment Belle Maya handed over was filled with the list of orphanages she sponsored, the cost of maintaining them for a year, and how to support them. Alice's workload was relentless. Her health worsened every day, but the academy ignored her complaints. Eventually, she was unable to work and could not take on responsibility for the orphanage, so she made a bet with her life on the line, and no one seemed to have realized the dire situation she was in. But Alice's followers understood, and Lordle says that Alice is only on her side because her victory seems certain, and it's going to be very difficult to regain her lost trust. But that list wasn't a threat. Then Ed takes a look and thinks that, in the world of traitors, there's no such thing as sympathy. If you make a mistake, you'll be treated like a fool. Lordle knows this better than anyone, and Lordle says that she doesn't see anything very positive for Alice, either if she were to reveal who made the plan, so she'll just go with the flow. After all, there are no permanent enemies or allies. Lordle says she's leaving now and asks if Ed will stop by the association to make the right contract. He says yes and offers Lordle a torch, saying it will last a while. Then she looks at the torch, and Ed asks what she's thinking so much about. She says he's taller than she expected, and he asks why now. But Lordle says that to win, you have to make some risky moves, don't you? And Ed knows that very well. She moves closer, adjusting his tie, and says that the essence of human relationships is to move away and move closer, as if it were this tie here. Ed asks if his outfit bothers her so much, but Lordle says that there's nothing wrong with keeping yourself tidy either. After all, the students at the academy just. Suddenly, she pulls Ed close and kisses him on the lips. And Lordle says that the raspberries they ate were delicious, right? Just remembering it makes her happy again. But Ed tells her to stay on the edge, and Lordle says that he's so boring, and that next time she'll get a little closer to him. After all, she also needs to practice distancing herself, so she sets off through the forest with her torch, and simply disappears with a spell. Ed thinks that although he tries to avoid getting involved with the characters in the main plot, as is expected in real life, nothing goes according to plan. He turns very red. At this point, Ed is in a very quiet environment. He can hear the flame, the crickets, but it still seems that the story is going off course. He feels uncomfortable, as if he's being sucked into the center of the story. His plan was to stay on the sidelines and just try to take care of what he feels needs to be done. Nothing has changed, not least because he has no ambition whatsoever. He just wants to survive. He's going to get his degree, his improved stats, to have an easier life. He doesn't want to go too far in the future. Then he realizes that summer has passed too quickly. It's now autumn. At that moment, Janica was with her spirits, and the spirits tell Janica that Lordle kissed Ed. Karis says that they have to intervene. They can't just sit there. Janica asks what that means, and Tarkin says he saw the scene too. He says that Lordle loves to play with people's hearts. Janica asks how Ed reacted to the kiss, and Tarkin says that from what he saw, he really did put a wall between them. She even kissed him, but he was very cold in his reaction and response. Tarkin says that he was so cold that he almost embarrassed himself. He says that this means one of two things. Either this guy is a babe, or he doesn't see her as a woman. Janica says that's a relief, but Tarkin says that men are better at offense than defense, and says that, in his experience, that redhead is quite sexy. He says that this is definitely good for Janica, in case he wasn't interested in her. But Janica says that his reaction was lukewarm, according to them, wasn't it? Tarkin asks if he's really going to let the redhead steal him away. The other spirits carry him away, while he says that she has to kiss him too. And another spirit tells Janica not to listen to Tarkin, because she's the most charming person being herself. Tarkin says it's also a good idea to emphasize her naive vibe. And the other spirit asks if she doesn't also want something exciting with Ed. Janica says she wants a moment in which they feed off each other. Meanwhile, Ed was feeding Lucy. Suddenly, she opens her eyes and says that this is horrible. Ed says it's true. Without seasoning, it can't be good. Lucy says she's not a guinea pig. At this point, his cooking was still level 6, and it's explained that the main stats greatly influence proficiency and life skills, and dexterity is the main one Ed wants. But increasing just one statistic reduces efficiency, so you have to increase them evenly. The problem is that Ed has been very busy recently. Since school started, apart from school time, the total time he can devote to his survival activities is only 5 to 6 hours. Even if he cuts down on his sleep, he might get used to it. But he's worried about the efficiency of his survival activities. But even so, he has to keep up with the main plot. Even in his daily life, he keeps a close eye on the important students, like Taylor, and the 4 heroines of the academy. Taylor is in combat college, so he doesn't see much of him, but he seems to be getting on well. His companion, Alia, is also playing her part in supporting him. Princess Phonia doesn't seem to be having any problems either, but it's about time she started going head-to-head with Lordle, so he has to watch her too. He thinks that the next heroine, Clarice, will be enrolling next year, so there's no need to worry about her now. And of course, he's been watching Lordle too. With Welter's early resignation, it's uncertain how this will affect the way she acts. But regardless of Elt or not, it seems that his plan to get AIM into the perennial grimoire remains the same. The reason he's needing more time lately is because it's about time he started checking out the college building. Since the final boss of this act is Professor Glast, he's been discovering that there's a hidden mastermind behind the takeover of the Oil's dormitory. He tells his assistant professor, Claire Elfin, that if she thinks so, it's probably true, because her intuition is great. But he tells her to be very careful not to miss anything important, such as the divine science thesis he asked her to find. Claire says she'll find it first thing in the morning. Meanwhile, in the Oil's dormitory, there was the office of Claire, the teaching assistant, and the assistant professor also had an assistant. She said that she had already gathered all the materials and information needed for the investigation into the Phillies dorm incident. Claire looked like she hadn't slept in 5 days. She thanks her assistant, Annie's, and she thinks that she really has to worry about this case, which is already practically solved. She's too tired. She can't take it anymore. But no matter how she looks at it, this Ed Rothtailor guy being involved is just too weird. Then, when Ed went to the Elter Mercantile Association, Lordle said she was so busy that she'd forgotten the contract and told him he'd have to come back next week. But, as they apologized, they prepared a cup of tea. She tells him that the magical engineering equipment is ready, so he can take it. Ed asks her if she's been so distracted, why she's been so dressed up. She says she has a very important appointment today and asks him what he thinks of her look. Ed asks, "Important appointment." She gets a bit nervous and says it's something he doesn't know. She asks how the cabin is. Ed says it's in the final stages. He just needs the furniture, but it doesn't have to be anything too fancy either, because it's too expensive for him. Lordle says of course, she won't give anything away for free. It's against her professional ethics. She asks if woodwork is Ed's specialty, isn't it? Then she breaks the foot of a chair and says, "Oops, that chair can't be sold anymore. Too bad. I'll have to give it away for free." Ed takes a sip of his tea and says, "Thank you." Lordle glares at him and asks how it is possible for a person not to show any change of expression. Then she sits down at the table, approaches him, and says that she's practically made a final move, but he still doesn't see her as a woman. However, she sees him as a man, and that's exactly what he's thinking. Even this help she's offering is because of her ulterior motives. Ed says he knows what answer she's expecting, but Lordle says she doesn't expect an answer. But she doesn't go into a fight expecting to lose. Lordle says that one day she won't be the only one unable to contain herself. And Lordle thinks that a seductive smile is always the same, whether the odds are in your favor or when you're in a tricky situation. The nature of merchants is never to reveal their feelings. Then, later, at the Sylvania Academy, Janica asks if they can start their first lesson. Ed says yes, very excitedly. Then she invokes flames in his hands and asks if he wants to try concentrating his magic and forming a connection. Ed, a little apprehensive, says yes. He then approaches the flames, which become a spirit. He says it's a pleasure to meet Ed and introduces himself as Mug. And he says that it's an honor to contract with Ed and starts talking about the weekly report, a meeting that was held, minutes, an organization, a meeting just to get him chosen. And Ed was collapsing with so much information. Mug says that his body is already on fire and swears to serve Ed with his heart. Ed thinks that, in the game, he once got a spirit-type ability. They laugh together, joked and celebrated during battles, creating a strong bond, but he's sure that wasn't the feeling he had back then. And Ed wonders why Mug is so strict with himself. Janica says that he asked for a good spirit, so she chose a spirit with a good efficiency of magical power compared to the others. The selection process was quite complicated between them, and Ed asks who planned this, and of course it was Tarkin. Then he holds the mug in his hands and says that it's very warm. Janica tells him that when he makes a contract with him, he'll be able to feel the magical mental and physical power, but to be careful not to connect too strongly, or he'll get too hot. Ed then says that if he controls the level of the connection, the level of firepower changes. Janica says that firepower is a bit of a strange term, but it is, and Ed gets emotional because he's practically a portable heater. Mug's statuses were as follows: Connection level 2, good spiritual efficiency, unique abilities, blessing of recovery and explosion, as well as fire magic abilities. Ed is currently a skilled magical student with an elemental specialty and intermediate magic. Ed thinks it's a very important survival tool and doesn't even need firewood. Janica says she's happy to see him happy. He always has such a cold expression on his face. She tells him that if he needs anything else, just let her know, and she'll teach him about the power of connection and his senses before the first class today. He can quickly move up a rank. They also need to practice spiritual combat. She'll find some free time for that. She has some accessories and says she'll bring them next time, but she says that, well, actually, she's a very busy person. Very, very busy. People queue up begging her to teach them, you know? So she says it's going to be a bit difficult to make time for it. And she was clearly playing hard to get with Ed. Clara said she had to play a little game with him. Janica, a little flustered, asks if it's not too much for him to ask her to teach him spirit magic. Ed says she's right and apologizes for it. He says he took too much advantage of her goodwill and says he should at least offer her some money. He doesn't have much, but Janica says, no money. No, she says that he's struggling to survive. He can't spend his money like that. She won't accept it, and she says it makes her very sad. They're closer than that. It's not like it's a business. But Ed says she asked for compensation, didn't she? What kind of compensation was she thinking of? She says she was playing a little game. I mean, it's just that her friend said she's very generous, so she shouldn't do it so often. Ed says it's true. She has a good friend. But Janica says it's not like that with everyone. And she says that she'll tell them the details next time anyway. They're going to meet at the training camp, and she says she's going to bring an accessory. See, only he has to bring his own textbook. She says bye-bye, and he says, okay. So, at that moment, Ed acquires the advanced art of magical engineering. That's because he was at his desk, looking at those pieces of magical engineering, and Ed thought that what he had received from Lordle was surprisingly simple for him to analyze quickly. Finally, he acquired the advanced skill he wanted, so he asks Mug to light the fire, and thinks that if he runs out of fuel, he'll use Mug, and if he runs out of mana, he'll use the fireplace. Now, with everything warmed up, his dwelling is very stable. Just knowing this takes a weight off his shoulders. He wonders if it's too late, so he goes to check his traps outside, but it's very dark. Maybe he should go tomorrow. Just then, Claire was also in the forest, even at night. She says she knows there's a mastermind behind the whole Philly's dorm incident, and she thinks Ruth Taylor might be involved in it. She thinks everyone else at the scene was a student or dorm staff, but Ed has no connection to the Philly's dorm. If they take Willain out of the picture, all that's left is Ed. She came to this forest because she heard that Ed passes through, but unless he's eating and sleeping, there's no reason for him to be here in the middle of the night, until she sees something shocking. She even hides, because it was Ed picking up the corpse of a deer and carrying Lucy on his shoulders. Claire asks, what was that? She thinks that Principal Obel, a great man compared to an archmage, would have to use all his power against Lucy Mayle, but she's being carried by Ed now. She thinks she was right. The person behind the whole incident was him, Ruth Taylor, and Claire is sure that the one on his shoulder is Lucy. She thinks she has the talent to be a detective. Her intuition was right, until she sneaks up on him and asks herself, what's all this? A hut, a fire, a furnace. Then Ed dumps the animal's corpse and Lucy inside the hut. Ed enters the house, saying that he should have done all this tomorrow morning, but since he has so many things to do, he doesn't want to put anything off. Meanwhile, Claire is still watching him. Then she approaches that little hut, thinking she has to rescue Lucy. She silently approaches, but just then Lucy herself attacks with her magic. Claire gets very scared and Lucy asks who she is. Claire says she's an assistant professor at the academy, but she wonders, wait a minute, did Lucy go back inside by herself? And she had a very sinister look on her face, but she picks up some dried carrion and flies out of there. Claire, seeing this, thought again that this only reinforces her theory, and she goes back to the office and says it was Ruth Taylor. She asks Glast if he knows this student who was kicked out of his own family, and Glast says he doesn't bother remembering the names of garbage. But Claire asks him if he knows Lucy, doesn't she? And she says that Ed has dominated Lucy Mayle to the point where she can't use her power. She's been investigating him all this time, but Glast says that her story is a mess. Claire says that she used the magic that accesses the memory register on the second floor of the hall anyway. Glast asks if she had a mission to do that, that? And Claire says no, but she's already made a report to apologize in advance. She says she saw Ed in the memories, but Glass asks, are you sure he's the mastermind behind all this? This incomplete information is all she has. Claire says no, she saw Ed carrying Lucy, and Glass says she could have been asleep. Then Claire thinks for a moment and is thrown out of the room, but the professor looks at her report and starts to think. This was also recorded. Ed tried to stop Ruth Taylor and his friends, but they got past him quickly. Ruth Taylor was born with a talent for swordsmanship, Alvira with a talent for alchemy. There's no way that someone as ordinary as Ed can stop people of that level. And the professor, looking into the crystal ball, realizes something. At that moment, in the forest, a huge explosion occurs, and it was some kind of magical weapon that did it. And this was Ed's creation, an explosive ceremonial dagger, which has Mug's explosive fire ability imbued in it. Ed thinks he's been using this dagger since he started living on his own. Seeing it with all that power makes him feel a little proud. And Mug says that the spiritual formula went into it easily, because the more the equipment is used by its owner, the better its efficiency improves. He says he's going to celebrate with his master and sing a very happy song. Then Ed catches up with him and he starts apologizing, saying that it embarrassed him a lot and that he'll never do it again. But Ed says, Mug, calm down, forget the formality. And it is explained that spirits who have left their physical forms and entered the path of low-level spirits raise their status through contracts with spiritual sorcerers. That's why low-level spirits are desperate for a contract, especially with Janica. And Ed says that Janica must have promised him something else. Right, what's wrong with making a contract with him and telling Mug to get it over with? But Mug says that there's no reason to hide anything from his master, Ed. He says that the respect and loyalty he has for him isn't just out of pure obedience. It's because of his dirty ambition. He says that being in contract with Ed makes him receive refined magic from Miss Janica, which makes him much more powerful. Ed asks, what else? And he's heard rumors that Ed's temper is a bit overbearing, so he tries to appease him. And Ed says that now he understands. In his situation, it's natural. Mug says that, to be honest, he's had a very bad time, because the hierarchy of spirits is very mean. And Ed says that he can do anything to survive, because he does it too. But Mug says that he can't forget the formalities with him. He feels more comfortable that way. Later, Ed starts chopping wood and thinks that, although his combat skills are progressing slowly, his physical endurance has increased a lot. Perhaps because he lives in the middle of the forest. His warehouse is stocked with meat, vegetables, spices, and other things. He also no longer has to sleep outdoors while starving. With enough time and dedication, he can easily perfect the content taught in class. And by practicing over and over again, the information is forcibly imprinted in his mind. So it has nothing to do with talent. Every day is like a march for him. Although he can't say it's all been easy, he's doing much better than when he started, until he falls asleep. Then he's woken up by Janica, who keeps shaking him, and he apologizes. He was thinking about something and ended up traveling. But Janica says he's overdoing it. It's good to work hard, but he has to value his health. Ed thinks he has to concentrate because he received 3 letters today. The first, from the academy. The second, from business. But the third is the most important. It's evidence that the course of history has already been significantly distorted. The main event of Act 2 is the negotiation of the purchase of the sage-sealed grimoire. Originally, the negotiation of the grimoire was to be a tug of war between the academy and the trade. Only, because of Elter's fall, the original client who requested the purchase, Crepin Rothtailor, the head of the family, got involved. This eventually resulted in a 3-way conflict between the academy, the Merchant Association, and the Rothtailor family. And Crepin Rothtailor planned to use the sage-sealed grimoire to research eternal light. When things got worse, he personally went to be part of the negotiation. But the patriarch, Crepin Rothtailor, is a boss who only appears in Act 4, and he's so strong at this point in the story that no one can overcome him, no matter what. He has to get this guy out of the game. If he gets the grimoire, he'll just go away quietly. But if he does, he'll become so strong that he'll become the final boss of Act 4, and no one will beat him. It will be impossible to beat this game. And this letter, which includes Crepin Rothtailor's every action and the suspicious things about his actions, was sent directly to him. Then, back at the academy, someone is talking to Princess Phonia, who has successfully interrogated Ruth Taylor's letter. And Phonia says that Claire has done a good job. She thinks that Director Obel has come to say that Sylvania's financial situation is precarious. It's a private situation, and she can't just help the academy because she wants to. If this continues, Commerce will eventually get hold of the grimoire. So the principal secretly asked for her help. But Phonia says that this is strange. How did Crepin Rothtailor know that he should take part in this negotiation. And Claire says that the boy, Ed, must have reported it. He may have heard the rumors, and if he were in his place, he would do whatever it takes to be recognized back by his family. But Lordle approaches him and says that she doubts it very much, and she asks if she, a person of such low class, could have tea with the princess. And Phonia says that her presence is unexpected. She thought she hated her. And Lordle says it's a very unfair accusation. Otherwise, why would he come to give her such honest advice? And she says that Crepin's involvement in this negotiation is because of his father, the Golden King, and not because of Ed. Phonia asks why exactly. Lordle explains that it seems that, from the beginning, Crepin Rothtailor had asked Welter to buy the item, but Lordle herself had no idea. And even though his father lost his position, he didn't change his mind. Phonia says that this is strange. He doesn't want to sell the grimoire to the Rothtailor family, but to give it to them. It seems that the family's interests align somehow. So why are the trade and the Rothtailor family competing for the grimoire? Lordle says it's because she has no intention of selling the grimoire to the Rothtailor family. Given the circumstances, it's best that she doesn't get too close to the business connections associated with her father. Phonia asks why she's telling her all this, and Lordle says that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And she says that Phonia would also benefit from keeping the Rothtailor family under control, and she wants the grimoire, which means it's good for everyone. And she doesn't want Ed to be hurt by this story either. She's just looking after him a bit too. Phonia asks if she's worried about that boy, and Lordle says that he's separated from his family. He's living a new life. He's no longer connected to the Rothtailor family. Phonia wonders if Lordle is worried about someone. Phonia says that it might be true, but he could be useful in this negotiation. She could ask for help on a personal level, but if she doesn't open her mouth, she could. And Lordle asks, could what? Phonia says that she has no choice but to use him. And Lordle is clearly shaken and says, lies and exploitation. Then she laughs and asks, who's exploiting whom anyway? And the knight asks how she dares to say that in front of the princess. But Lordle stands up and says that this is the only reason they can be allies. Right. Then she goes on to give good advice so that she doesn't use Ed in any way, because that's how she's going to be used. Claire was very angry, but Phonia tells her to calm down. She's still a bit confused about it. She doesn't know what Ed Rothtailor is doing, and also Crepin Rothtailor has come into it. But perhaps the person she has to be wary of is Lordle. She's never seen this girl confused or not knowing what to do. It's just that, at that moment, she asks, it's what? And Janica says, what's up, Lordle? And Ed was all tired out, wondering how he ended up in this situation. Later, in Elter's company, at the gym branch, Lordle didn't know that Janica was coming too. She only made 2 cups of tea. Janica says it's fine, even though Lordle has a lot more tea in the warehouse, doesn't she? But Ed offers Janica his tea because he prefers to drink iced water. And Lordle tells Ed to get the magic engineering equipment, so he sees a shelf full of magical engineering stuff, all brand new, spotless. And Janica says it's all brand new. There's not a speck of dust on it. She didn't say that giving things away for free was against her ethics, but Lordle says that there are small scratches on it, and Janica says she did it on purpose. But Lordle says that, in the end, what matters is that Ed will pick it up and help him, and Ed is very grateful for that. But to him, it seems wrong to take it for free. This is the 4th time he's taken it and not paid for it. But Lordle tells him that all he has to do is watch it often enough to renew the contract, and that's that. But Janica asks if it wouldn't be easier to just pay everything and end the contract. But Lordle says she'll discuss it with Ed and not with her. But Ed was lost, there, oblivious to everyone. He feels like he's been floating on water lately. He's often felt this way because of his workload. He has to keep an eye on Crepin Rothtailor, who has meddled in the fight for the grimoire, and there are still 2 weeks to go. So his priority must be a mattress and a bed. He also needs to prepare the deer he caught the other day and clean the inside of the hut. He still has to buy more beef jerky for Lucy. Until they called him, he was lost in the water of his thoughts. And later, at the academy, she was reflecting that it's not time to acknowledge that Ed's resolute behavior at the camp, his calm and precision when he gave orders to resolve the situation during the invasion of Glass, that should have given her a hint, shouldn't it? Because his reputation among the students is terrible. Maybe her view of him was wrong. She needs one more thing to be sure. So she orders him to visit her at the royal residence. And she asks Claire when the meeting with Ed Rothtailor is scheduled. But Claire says that it looks like he won't be able to make it. Phonia says it's a royal order. He can't refuse. But Claire says that Ed Rothtailor has fainted from overwork. At this point, he has acquired the status effect exhaustion. He needs to rest properly to recover his condition. And Ed, waking up, thinks that his body feels heavy and that everything is hot. until he looks over and Lucy is sleeping on top of him. That's why he's heavy. And Lucy was in her 7th sleep there. Ed wonders if she's really just sleeping on top of him. And Ed thinks that Lucy is very light. He might even doubt that she's really human. Even so, he can't move while she's asleep. It's just his physical exhaustion. And Ed thinks he's in his cabin, but he's never seen that blanket. And Lucy wakes up, saying she's hungry. Ed asks her if she does anything but sleep and eat. But Lucy tells him that he's finally awake and uses a spell on his chest, saying that his mana was terribly distorted. He's been training spiritual magic too much. Repeating it for months has left him in this state. Ed asks if Lucy stayed here with him while he slept. Lucy says it wasn't difficult, but it was boring. That's why she was sleeping. And she says she was very careful too. It was a problem. But the other two had to understand that she had to stay here. And she tells Ed not to get sick. Getting sick is bad. People die sometimes. And Ed thinks that, in Lucy's story, she saw her grandfather die in bed because of an illness. And Ed thanks Lucy for her care until someone comes into the hut, telling him that he's finally awake. And it's Jix, who's looking very indifferent. Jix says he didn't know if he could light the fire inside, so he lit it outside. Then Lucy stares at Ed's body, puts on her hat, and goes out the chimney. Jix asks Ed how many times this has happened, but Jix says that it's common for men to have several partners, isn't it? He wonders if this is polygamy, but Ed asks why he's here. Jix says that Janica is on external service, and Lordle had to return because she can't extend her business any longer. But Ed says his hair is big, and Jix says it's because it's fall, so he helps Ed eat. And Ed says that just eating is depressing, but Jix says there's not much he can do. In his condition, there's no way he can eat more than that, and it would be better if Elka or Clara did it with him. But Lordle said that women were forbidden to feed him, and Ed says he heard that students from the alchemy faculty secretly produced mandrakes en masse and caused an incident, didn't they? Jix says yes, it was all Elvira's fault, but in the end, Taylor and Ceballos were able to quickly deal with the situation, and Ed thinks that was scene 5 of Act 2. And Ed says that he also heard a rumor that the monster the Order of Telos was dealing with had sneaked into the academy through the sewer. And Jix says that he and Taylor dealt with it, and that was scene 7 of Act 2. And Ed thinks that the only big event left is the battle for the grimoire, and he asks how long he was passed out for. Jix says that, counting today, it's been 10 days. Everyone will be very shocked to see that he has finally woken up. Even so, it's going to be a bit difficult to see him because Janica is at the gym, and Lordle has a very important negotiation lined up for the next day. And Ed takes the soup and drinks it all in one go. He'd thought he'd been in a coma for a day or two, but he slept for 10. And he catches Jix's eye and tells him he needs to send a message to Lordle now. And Ed thinks he's out of time. Then, the day after Ed woke up, in scene 10 of Act 2, the battle for the sealed grimoire began. Those involved are Princess Phonia, Chol, Lordle Catton, and the man who deviated from the original story, the patriarch of the Rothtailor family, Crepin Rothtailor, the final boss of the act. Then, later, at the academy, Crepin tells Phonia that it's good that she's healthy and says that it's been a while since they've seen each other. But he never had the chance to apologize properly. Crepin says he's been told that she's had a hard time because of a reckless member of their family, and how she's asked to disinherit him, but still believes she should apologize. But Phonia tells her not to worry about it. Crepin. And Phonia thinks that Crepin Rothtailor, of the same bloodline as Ed Rothtailor, is also a noble and dignified and wise leader of a family. Everyone has great respect and admiration for him, but Phonia's eyes see the hidden truth. Crepin Rothtailor is clearly a wicked man, and Crepin tells Lordle that she must be the representative of the mercantile company, right? She introduces herself as Lordle Catton and says it's an honor to be in his presence. And Crepin knows that she's not Welter's only daughter and has heard great things about her father's wisdom. Lordle says that they always go to a place where there's a good profit. After all, they've always been guided by the smell of money, and Crepin says he understands her side. So, in order to start negotiating the purchase of the Sage sealed grimoire, each of them needed to have a negotiating team, have lunch together, check the condition of the grimoire, and confirm the method of purchase. In short, it's going to be an auction. The highest bidder wins. Phonia thinks that the grimoire is a treasure of the Sylvania Academy, and the Academy doesn't want it to go public that they are selling this item. So the director has made a great plan. Phonia will support him as a witness, using her status as princess, and the principal's representative, Deputy Headmistress Rachel, will silently conduct this auction. This is the simplest possible method. The highest bidder wins. and Fonia was informed of the exchange method in advance and looked for exchanges of similar books, such as the Book of Order, which sold for 8,000 coins, the Book of Similarity, which sold for 6,700 coins, and the Magical Travel Diary, which sold for 7,000 coins. Intrinsic magical value, academic value, as an object of study, and value as simple lust must all be considered. And these values, Lordle must know off the top of her head. But the problem is that Crepin Rothtailor will be the one to take it, and the vice principal has received the bids, and thanks them both for submitting valuable opinions. And Fonia thinks it's a single bid auction, with no price limit. The key in this rule is to know the maximum price your opponent is able to pay. Lordle has revealed her intention to profit from this. If she plans to make a profit on the grimoire, she shouldn't bid more than 8,000. Anything above that would result in a loss. And if Crepin bids a little more than Lordle's maximum price, the grimoire will be his. So, at that moment, Crepin Rothtailor's bid was revealed as 8,500 gold coins. And Fonia thinks that Crepin isn't the kind of person who visits the academy. He's only here for the grimoire. Except that Lordle's bid was 9,400 coins, and the purchase of the sage-sealed grimoire will be carried out by the Elter Merchant Company. And Fonia wonders if she didn't want to make a profit, and Crepin says he'll be back now. And Fonia wonders, as Crepin leaves, what Lordle's real purpose is, and she wonders if, from the beginning, her goal was to prevent the grimoire from falling into the hands of a wicked man like Crepin. Fonia doesn't think so. Lordle would never act in the interests of justice. Even if Crepin is far more wicked than she is, she has very dark intentions. Or maybe someone asked her to do it. A person who knows about Crepin Rothtailor's dark nature. She remembers Lordle saying that Ed is no longer connected to his family, and Fonia thinks that he, even after being evicted by his family and thrown into the wild, lived with determination. And even then, he fought against the darkness of his own family, Ed of Rothtailor. And Fonia even shudders, wondering how she could lead someone to their own ruin like that. She was feeling very guilty about what happened to Ed, but this misunderstanding on the part of the princess may have been a blessing. And Lordle, having acquired the transition certificate, says it will resell it to Crepin. For how much? He offered 8,500. If he resells it for 9,400, that's 900 coins difference. From the start, Lordle wanted to sell it to Crepin himself, and Ed sends a letter saying that he doesn't care whether he resells it or not. With a grimoire certificate, he can ask for any favor, literally anything, and Lordle asks how he dares to say anything in front of a merchant. She says that a free pass to Ed for just 900 coins is a bargain. She says she can do anything, and if Fonia had seen that look on her face, she would have been disgusted. And Jix tells Ed that, in the end, Lordle won, and he says that Ed should have seen Lordle's face when she handed over the letter. And Ed thinks that Lordle bet on her sexual attraction to Ed, and Crepin must have bet on some information he received internally. He even feels a bit bad about what's going to happen next. Then someone comes running in, saying that Ed has woken up, and it's Janica who's come knocking, and Jix asks why she's here. It's not even lunchtime yet. She walked here from the gym, and Janica says she's finished her morning classes and can do her homework for the night. And Ed apologizes for worrying her, and Jix has told him everything. Ed says that he seems to have caused a lot of problems, but Janica says no, of course not. And Jix says that she ran back to the gym crying. That made everyone think she was heartbroken. And Janica tells him to shut up and grabs a spirit to shut him up and take him far away. Then Mug appears and runs towards Ed, and Mug feels really bad because he didn't know Ed was trying so hard. He says that he wanted to apologize to him immediately, but was afraid that his presence would disappear. So he took Miss Janica's cyst, and Ed asks why he's making a big deal out of it. And Jix comes back after beating up the spirit and says that Mug's reaction isn't exaggerated. He was unconscious for 10 days. But Ed remembers, wait a minute, 10 days? And he thinks that if he's been unconscious for 10 days, all the meat he had has rotted and the fishing net has burst. In other words, he's lost all sources of food. He'll have to start all over again. And Janica asks if he's planning to force himself again, right? She says she'll help him. And Jix says that he also has free time. He can help with the hunting since he's very good at it. And Jix says that when it comes to work, you have to deal with things as they come and everything will work out somehow. Until Ed suddenly realized something at that moment. It hadn't been that long since he was under a hastily made wooden shelter without a penny in his pocket. He slept alone in the dark, being bitten by insects, with no one to support him. Many things were very tedious, but despite this, he solved many problems and has survived so far. And he thinks Jix is right. Everything will work out somehow. And Janica remembers a conversation she had with Merylda, that wind spirit. Merylda thinks Ed is too tired, but this is Janica's chance. It's just that Lordle is very busy with negotiations and everything, so she can't visit the camp very often. She should take advantage of this time. And Merylda says that Lordle is very clever. Janica has to learn from her how to win a man. She has to be a fox too. First of all, she has to dress better. She looks like a country housewife. But Merylda says that, on the other hand, this seems great because, unlike her energetic and lively personality, men love women who show this opposite side, who are good at taking care of day-to-day tasks. And tell her to be smart too. While you're at it, roll up your sleeves and tie up your hair. And he asks her if she's going to see Ed today. Don't go, and tells her to make good progress with him. And Janica thinks, progress. But Merylda asks, when you went to Ed's camp, what were you planning to do? How did you intend to approach him? And Janica says she wasn't planning anything. Then Merylda gives them a sinister look and howls loudly. The spirits ask themselves, what was that howl of Merylda's? She sounded so sad. And Merylda comments that that was ridiculous of her. With so many opportunities, she doesn't think about anything. He's evolving, but the genetics don't seem to be helping. The best strategy she can use is to win him over in difficult times. She needs to use her position as a shoulder to lean on, as someone who helps him. But Jernica says she has a plan. Yes, she does. Then she starts whispering in Merylda's ear, who agrees. It's a good plan. Back at Ed's hut, well into the night, he thinks that the stew that Jernica made was great. Maybe he should learn to cook a bit with her. But more importantly, he needs to recover soon. After all the help he's received, he can't keep looking so tired. So he decides to go to bed early tonight, until he sees something strange. It's Jernica, saying that he looks so tired. He asks her if she's left yet, and she's giving him a dirty look. Ed asks her what she's trying to do, but she only replies with a giggle. I'm not trying to do anything. Jernica then tells Ed that he doesn't have to pretend he's not having difficulties. It happens to everyone. Exhaustion affects the physical as well as the mental. I know you're working hard and putting up with a tougher schedule than anyone else. She continues, many people helped me and consoled me when I went through difficult times. But in the end, the person who helped me the most was you. It wasn't someone who just consoled me in the moment, but someone who stayed by my side. Ed replies that he doesn't need that, but Jernica insists, come on, you've been working so hard for so long. You just have to admit that you've had problems, that you've gone through difficulties, don't you? Ed throws himself on the pillow and sighs. It's true, I've been through a lot. At that moment, Jernica lays her head on him. When the day finally dawns, he wakes up and notices that Jernica is sleeping next to him. He chuckles and thinks, now I've fully recovered. The system shows that his new skill, magical engineering, only has a proficiency of 2. He reflects that he hasn't developed much in the last 10 days because he was in a coma, but mainly because he was focused on looking for magical engineering products. Advanced manufacturing skills significantly affect core statuses and are much more versatile than ordinary skills. The problem is that there is clearly a limit to how much someone can evolve just by studying on their own. Most of the recipes for magical engineering products are rewards from quests in the main scenario. For someone like him, who doesn't want to interfere with the main scenario, it's quite difficult to get them directly. It seems that Taylor isn't particularly interested in magical engineering either, probably because even with the recipes, you can't create useful products straight away. To make them, you need materials that can only be obtained in the later stages of the original scenario. However, his situation is different, as he has someone at his side who can search for materials even on the other side of the world. Lordle appears and says she's relieved to see him better, as she was very worried. She herself doesn't look so healthy. She has chronic fatigue, her hair is dry, her skin is rough. It's been a lot of suffering, she says. Taking a seat next to Ed, he asks why she's come, since she's so busy. She replies that she needs a break too, and that she wants to talk about her association, which goes by the name of Elter. Even though he has been deposed, she can change the name to Trading Company and restructure the business. She needs someone to help with employee administration, estate administration, product flow, and external affairs, basically a co-executive. And, of course, she was thinking of him. Just imagine, you wake up in the morning, go to work in the company building, and we'll be right next to each other. Of course, you'd have lots of benefits, and we'd share the spurs, right? Because we'd be married. Lordle laughs, realizing that she's already thinking too far ahead. But Ed asks Lordle if it isn't strange that she does so much for him. Lordle tells him that he doesn't know anything, and that she knows how he feels. He must be thinking, what's wrong with her? Why does she do all this for me? And he probably wants to remain strictly professional with her until the end. Ed thinks that's exactly what he wants, but Lordle says that's because he doesn't know that. After living a lifetime in a world of hundreds of gold coins that come and go, where you don't know who will betray you first, what matters most is a person who will never betray you, a person who will stay by your side, even if all the riches run out. And Ed thinks, for some, that's family, for others, a lover, and for a few people, a friend of decades. But for Lordle, who has seen countless wealthy merchants rise and fall in life, the fact that this could one day happen to her is a constant fear she feels. And Lordle asks if Ed can't stay by her side. Ed says, "Lordle, at least say that without holding in your laughter." And Lordle says it didn't work. Did it? But she almost caught him. And Lordle says she's human too. It's hard to fake it. But she asks him how he felt. Did you feel like protecting her? Normally, when she shows her little face like that, people's hearts change. She says it's a shame, but even so, it wasn't all a lie. Then they sit in a slightly awkward silence, and Ed says that he plans to graduate from Sylvania, but has no intention of leaving this school until he does, if he doesn't have anything guaranteed after graduation. But Lordle says she can wait until he graduates, but he knows he has no choice. Does he? Because she can use the free pass she has. And she says it's good to see him again after so long. And Ed thinks he's done something terrible. Just thinking about what's going to happen in the future makes him feel like he owes her. And Lordle thinks it was very dangerous. Her plan was to say that he belongs to her now. But seeing him like that put an end to her plans. If she had taken a second longer, she would have shown her true face. She even brought the change from the payment for the magical engineering products. And it would be strange to go back and see it again. She could leave it in a hut, right? Except that suddenly Janica comes out of the hut with a pillow. And she asks if Ed has gone to the river, doesn't she? She's going to make him a snack. Then the two meet halfway. And Lordle asks why Janica is leaving the hut. And Janica asks why Lordle left the river. And that was the beginning of another incredible disaster for Ed. And later, Ed is in the forest with Mug. And Mug tells him that he has to drink a lot of water and eat a lot, and that if he collapses again, he'll die. And he says that, for the sake of the manga, for God's sake, live a healthy life. Now he wants to keep in touch with him. And Ed says that Tarkin must have given him a hard time and apologizes for it. And Ed thinks that, thanks to Jix and Janica, he has enough food and firewood now, and, thanks to Lordle, he can now furnish his hut. The only thing on his mind are the 3 letters he's received. One is from Lordle, telling him to be careful, as they don't know what Elt can do. Another was a personal letter from Princess Phonia regarding Crepin's movements. And the last one was from the Academy, and the sender was unexpected, Professor Glast. He sent a letter to meet him after the conference, only he was unconscious at the time, an effect of exhaustion. And Professor Glast is the final boss of the second act, and the final scene of Act 2 has already begun. Ed remembers most of the end of the act. Glast always believed that a select and talented group could change the world, and in order to revive Sylvania, the great sage, he researched aspect magic that could distort the laws of the world. But to fully understand it, he needed the sage-sealed grimoire. But the Academy sold it. So, in his desperation, he stole the grimoire and tried to inject Sylvania's spirit into the body of Alia, who was born with aspect magic. It was literally the narrative of a madman. But of course, the protagonist Taylor took the lead and saved Alia. He got past the traps of the secret laboratory and the spiritual bookshop. And, after his entire plan was ruined, Professor Glast made a rather abrupt announcement before falling from the top of the magic tower. Despite dreaming of academic advancement and the discovery of talent, he spoke his last words. But Ed couldn't remember them. But anyway, the beginning of Glast's War of Conquest is the book that changes the owner of the sage-sealed grimoire. The connecting formula. It all begins with Professor Glast kidnapping Taylor's friend Alia. At that moment, she's inside a cell, and Glast shows her the waterway demon and says, "He's pretty scary, isn't he?" And Alia says it's all his fault. "Why are you doing this? I hate you." But that man wasn't Glast. It was Ed Rothtaylor. And Ed wonders if she isn't being mean. Not least because he was kidnapped along with her. Why would I do you any harm? And Ed thinks he's been kidnapped too. And this is the final scene of Act 2, Glast's War of Conquest. And Ed thinks that wasn't in his plans. So that explains what happened 3 days ago. Ed had finished everything he hadn't been able to do in 10 days. Because he was in a coma, but he hadn't been able to train in that time, which was a huge waste of time. But he thinks that the Glast War is about to begin. And it's a shame that he hasn't even increased his level of magical engineering. But then again, at least he needs diagrams and materials. Only he thinks of a way, right now, to greatly increase his level of magical engineering. In the final scene of Act 2. The Glassed War of Conquest has 4 stages. In this battle, of the 4, the most difficult is the secret laboratory. Stage 3. The boss of this stage is the librarian Riene from the spiritual library. She's so strong that it's difficult to clear this stage without the form of the Sword Saint. But that's Taylor's problem. He's only interested in the content because the library is full of very valuable magical engineering diagrams. As far as Ed remembers, there are more than a dozen, and there are 2 for legendary items. He thinks it must be dangerous, but it's okay if he doesn't go alone, right? And a little later, in Glass's class, he was saying that Deli from Class B and from Class C were going to join that class next semester, of course, out of sheer talent. And he says that, even if they join halfway through, they won't have any disruption to the content of the classes, so there's no reason to worry about it. And Lordle thinks, a lot of talented people. Class A has at least 3 students, which will only increase to 5 next semester. But it makes sense, because there hasn't been a class for Glass to supervise in years. And she thinks that Alia may not be much for combat, but she has an incredible affinity with aspectual magic. Until Jix stands up and is reluctant to say it. But the criterion for getting into this class is talent alone. Students who try hard can flourish in unexpected ways. But Glass asks if he thinks he's ruining or underestimating them. You're not underestimating or neglecting anyone. And Glass says that the surest way to ruin someone's life is to trust in a vague talent and support it inappropriately. And Lordle sighs and thinks that, before entering the academy, she analyzed the faculty. Glass has a hypocritical obsession with talent, probably because of his daughter. Professor Glass's only daughter, Miri, was a very ordinary mage, but he had a lot of faith in her as a father. That's only natural. However, Miri realized that this wasn't her father's faith, but the faith that Professor Glass had in her, a professor in a magic department. And because of this faith, she prematurely went on a rampage against monsters while she was still young and eventually died. Since then, she has heard that Glass became obsessed with proving his talent. For most of his time at the academy, he devoted himself to attic research into aspectual magic. But if you learn about his past, you'll understand that what he's chasing is not aspectual magic, but its creator, acclaimed as the most talented in history, the greatest sage, Sylvania. Maybe that's why he brought Alia into the class. And Glass catches Lordle's eye and says, actually, never mind, since it's not related to class. I'll tell you about it tomorrow. And Lordle wonders if he really wants to talk about the sealed grimoire, but she doesn't care. Whatever he says will be useless, because the connection ceremony, which will pass the grimoire on to her, is just around the corner. Meanwhile, in Claire's class, Ed was thinking that the connection ceremony was about to begin. It was a close call, but he managed to complete his plan, and the centerpiece of this plan is to follow right behind the protagonist. He will follow Taylor until he reaches the laboratory, picking up any items that fall behind. He's made a list of the items he needs, and, especially in the lab, he'll pick up all the magical engineering items. He'll pick up the Eye of Glock, which temporarily increases the mana and proficiency of all skills, and the Hourglass of Delim, which reverses all physical effects for a few seconds. These are the 2 legendary items there, and Ed thinks that, due to the difficulty of getting materials, they're usually made in the final stages of the scenario, so they won't be of any use to Taylor, so he'll get them while he's there. He can admire how Taylor is solving Phase C, and then his plan will be complete. And he thinks that the Glassed Conquest War begins on the day of the Grimoire Connection Ceremony. And he tells Janica that he's lost something in the underground canal, which they're going to look for together. He thought she'd hate it, but she's actually loving it, which makes Ed feel a bit bad about her concern for him. But she's still a great friend in combat. Her plan is perfect, until Professor Claire approaches and tells him that Glass is calling Ed. Ed wonders why she's here, and he's heard from Janica that she visited the cabin recently. Is that what you want to talk about? But Ed thinks that, right now, the professor should be very busy with the connection ceremony. That's strange, but he agrees. Doing what? He's a teacher. Last time, he didn't answer the letter because he was in a coma, and since you've called him again, it must be something really important. Then, later, in Glass's office, Ed asks why is here. Only was very afraid of Ed. It's been 10 months since that happened, since he tried to attack her. But at the same time, it's not normal for her to be a little afraid. But still, why is she here? Ed thinks she's going to be kidnapped. But he thinks, no, Wait a minute, why was I called? Then he starts going through everything, the papers, and Ed thinks that these notes aren't about the grimoires. He's looking for something that indicates he's changed the future he knows. And he finds his file, Ed Rothtailor, and he thinks that Claire must have reported that she saw him in the hut. Glast must have wondered what he did in the Phillies' dormitory. But what does it have to do with anything? Just then, Ed senses something and pulls out his knife. Then Professor Glast opens the door. Runs towards him, asking for help, saying that Ed is crazy. Only Glast, at that moment, uses space magic and uses time prison on to trap her. And he tries to attack Ed, only for Ed to strike back with his dagger and activate the mug, creating a huge explosion. Glass says that Ed understood the situation very quickly, and his response was exceptional. He analyzed so much in such a short time. It's really impressive that Ed understood his intentions just by analyzing documents. And Ed asks if there's any reason for him to be arrested too. He doesn't just need Alia and her affinity with aspectual magic. Ed says he can keep quiet. He won't tell anyone. And Glass says that he has a goal and tells him not to think badly of him. And Ed wonders, at least give me an explanation for capturing me. It's too much. And Ed thinks that Glass still cares about his own reputation, because it makes sense. If Ed runs away from here, he can tell anyone what Glass has done. That would only disrupt the scenario. Besides, if he's kidnapped, he'll end up in the secret lab. It's like a hitchhiker, so he thinks he might be kidnapped on purpose. Then Glass takes a look and asks him if he's decided to fight. But Ed just gets up, at which point Glass traps him in the time prison, because Ed let him. Then he gets closer to Ed Rothtailor, and Glass says that he was a little suspicious of Ed at first, and he remembers what Claire said to him. Claire told Glass that Ed is academically successful, even though he lives in the middle of the forest. It's like the guy has 48 hours a day, and Glass says that Claire herself called him a secret genius. It wasn't. But Claire says she didn't expect that kind of academic record, and Glass was amazed when he saw Ed in combat through the crystal ball. But it was clearly the approach of a weak but intelligent person, a person who uses all available means. It's a weak person, the product of effort rather than talent, and Ed's expression shows no sign of discomfort either. It reminded Glass of something he lost in the past. His daughter said she would bring honor to his name through her achievements, and Glass doesn't look good remembering that. At that moment, with Ed trapped, Mug escapes and climbs out of the gym window, and he goes quickly in the direction of Ed's hut, because Janica was there preparing a stew, and she tells him that Ed is running late. Meanwhile, at that moment, Lucy remembered her grandfather, a man who had ventured far into this world, discovering truths about magic and earning the title of the Great Magician, and his teacher was Sylvania herself, who left very young, and her beautiful appearance remained in his mind. Melancholy devoured many of his feelings, but nevertheless, as he lived a long life, the memory of her face was missed. The anguish of loss sometimes paralyzed his ability to think, and of course he had the desire to break and distort this reality just to see her face one more time. But what has been lost will be lost forever, and he tells Lucy, then, to be strong. He dedicated the last sentence of the book to her, which became the end point of his life. Lucy, be strong. That was the final excerpt from Glock's South Continent magic notes. And Lucy, on the roof of Ed's hut, says she misses him. She thinks that Glock, more than anyone else, has recognized and accepted death, waiting for it without even caring. And she wonders, will the pain of loss ever be healed? But to ease the pain at that moment, a bag of beef jerky is enough. Only she gives it a shake and it's empty. But she glances at Mug, comes closer, and Janica is disgusted. Lucy asks herself, what's going on? But meanwhile, in the Tricks Hall, the main meeting hall of the Sylvania Academy, the Grimoire Connection ceremony was taking place. Glast was there in the middle, passing the grimoire on to Lal, the current head of the merchant company that had bought the grimoire. And of course, attention was focused on the representative of each group, Lord Obelfor says, the principal of the Sylvania Academy. She's sure that the principal is close in age to that man, but he's strangely different from Crepin Ruth Taylor. After the transaction of the grimoire during the connection ceremony, Crepin called her in for a chat and asked her to hand over the grimoire. She's been planning this all along and doesn't want to cause a fuss. The amount of money alone will be enough to help with the lies she told Phonia, but she asked for an absurd amount, 12,000 coins for the grimoire. But Crapin accepted on the spot. Crapin also told Lordle that Elter had recruited a group of mercenaries who were heading for Sylvania and told her to make sure nothing went wrong. And Lordle thinks that Crapin is a very unpleasant man, but it was worth getting information from him. And at that moment, she's ready. Then, while the connection was happening, Glast performed a kind of ritual for it. Lordle says that she's about to get get a transition certificate, and, best of all, she's going to get her free pass with Ed. Just then, dark and spectral magic begins to take over the room. A large circle appears in front of the grimoire, and golems are summoned throughout the room. But Lordle realizes that the grimoire is being taken over by Glast and simply disappears. And Lordle thinks that her free pass from Ed has disappeared, and despite Ed Ruth Taylor's absence, the story followed. Meanwhile, in Professor Glast's secret laboratory, Alia wonders why, out of all the people, she's stuck with Ed. And at that moment, Ed's in a good mood, asking himself, has Glast stolen the grimoire yet? Only someone tells her to be quiet, and it's a fat man with a cane, saying that if they keep shouting like that, the monster will wake up. And that's Kun, a researcher. And Kun says that they're lucky because Glast asked not to use them in the experiment, because they're still indispensable talents. And Ed thinks, oh, that's right. And Kun says that Ed is much calmer than he should be. Anyway, he's going to revise the survey, but he's going to keep an eye on the two of them. And Ed thinks he has nothing else to do. If he just waits, Taylor will come and do his thing. So at that point, it's likely that he's already been through the library, that it's already in ruins. And Ed's plan is simply to collect replicas of various magical artifacts and magical engineering devices. There's absolutely nothing he can do at that point. What bothers him and makes his conscience a little heavy is knowing that he has to do this to Alia. And she says, one more step and I'll start screaming. Get out of here. She says she'll rip his tongue out if he gets close. And Ed says he has nothing against her. If he wanted to, he would have hurt her by now. And if he really wanted to hurt her, he wouldn't have missed this opportunity. And then she tells him it's a lie. You're Ed Ruth Taylor. You're a villain. And Ed tells her to cut the crap and be quiet. If she waits, Taylor will surely save her. And she asks how he thinks he has the right to mention his name. And Ed asks why he shouldn't. He apologizes for what he did in the entrance exam, but he had his reasons. And in the fight against Glast, he also helped. You may not trust him, but she knows he trusts Taylor, and he's sure to be here by now. Then she asks herself, wait a minute. Ed says he's sorry. And suddenly Mug comes towards us asking, Master Ed, are you all right? And he says he has a scratch on his arm. He's fine. He's fine. He can smell it. He can hear it. He can see it. And Mug was desperate. But Ed grabs him and asks where this son of a bitch was, and says that he was very clever to find out where he was. Alia asks if that's a spirit, if Ed has a spirit, and Ed says it's none of her business. But Alia says that if he has a spirit, he could have sent out a distress call. But Ed doesn't think it's necessary to increase the parameters for this story. Otherwise, the future will change even more. But Mug tells Ed not to worry, because he's already made an emergency call, and they're surely already approaching to save him. He can still see the angry look on Janika's face. She was coming all the way here. That shopkeeper with the hair of fire too, and that Magwinha with the witch's hat. Who's short, you know? And she tells Ed not to worry. An army is coming to save him. And Ed gets very angry with Mug, picks him up, and throws him through the cage. Ed calls Kun and says, hey, I've changed my mind. I don't want to stay here. He tells Kun that he has to leave now, but Kun tells him not to keep being noisy or the demon will wake up. He tells him that he's just a student and says, stay put. He leaves the room. Alia asks why he's acting so suddenly. He told her that all he had to do was wait quietly. Just then Mug brings the keys to the cell, and Ed thinks that Mug is always doing things unnecessarily. But he takes the opportunity and opens the cell. But instead of letting Alia out, he locks her up again. Ed tells Alia to keep her mouth shut and only answer yes or no from now on. Ed says that there are all kinds of demonic experiments going on there, and it's very dangerous. If they find out he's missing, they'll go after him. So, in any case, I won't do her any harm if she stays in there. And he says that Alia can't run much either. But she says, Ed, what about you? But Ed says, don't answer, just yes or no. Then she says, okay, yes. And Ed tells her to be quiet and not to say anything else. He says he'll manage on his own and runs out of there. Ed thinks that there will definitely be a twist in the second act of Emia de Sylvania. He manages to deal with small variables somehow. And also, if the skill level has gone up, many problems can be solved if you use the information to your advantage. However, there are often variables that he can't solve on his own, such as the battle of Janica and Lordle. He manages to solve it, but nevertheless, all the veterans and experienced users have spent hundreds of hours playing, and even if he bothered, he couldn't find a way out. A completely invincible enemy. The bad ending of number 27, Lucy the Lazy, he thinks. He didn't worry about this ending, but if certain conditions are met, it results in this bad ending. And the condition is, after the incident, Professor Glast and Lucy meet, and Ed thinks that, somehow, he has to stop Lucy from coming here. Otherwise it's going to be a lot of shit. And at that moment, In the Phillies' dormitory, Taylor was calling for Jix, asking for a favor. He needs to save Alia. This is where phase 1 of the last chapter begins, entitled The Pursuit of Glast. The story is proceeding normally because, after Glast escapes, Taylor asks Jix for help, and the setting of the last chapter of the second act is already familiar. In the hall, Trix will be with Lordle. In the sewage system, Janica. In the library, for the time being, nobody. And in the demon studies lab, Ed and Alia. It's just that stepping onto this path, and then off it is a really interesting experience, because the demon study lab is originally a problem area where Cum unleashed all the demons, causing a lot of problems. But Ed got through because they were trapped, which was a relief for him. But the meeting between Lucy and Professor Glast is inevitable, and a bad ending is bound to happen in this story. It's a situation that requires him to hurry. It's just that, at that moment, the spiritual library is being protected. It's being protected by Riane, the spiritual librarian, and Ed thinks her patrol pattern is very familiar. He's memorized it, and he also has a good grasp of combat strategies. However, Rihanna is valuable experience for Taylor. When they reach the halfway point, they'll only get through if Taylor uses his sword technique. But if the protagonist isn't well trained, they could have a hard time, because it's in the second act that Taylor needs to evolve the most, and the main places where he learns essential skills are from the demon resurrected from the sewer system, and from Riane, who gives Taylor more experience. So, at this point, on the way, Ed is just going to steal the magical artifacts, while Rihanna was just hanging out. Ed was hiding, stealing everything and filling in his list, and Ed thinks that when he gets everything he wants, he'll come back. But it's really unfortunate, because there's a lot here, and, of course, Mug was helping with Riane's patrol, telling her when Ed could pass. Just then, a big tremor happens in the library, and Ed thinks that this earthquake was unforeseen. Then, just as Ed was going back, he falls, which causes him to be spotted by Riane. He thinks he's really screwed now. Then, 30 minutes before the earthquake, in the Trix Hall, a golem was attacking one of Lordle's subordinates, but she manages to freeze it and break it into pieces. And Lordle says that if this negotiation hadn't been discreet, the reputation of the Sylvania Academy would have been ruined. It's quite shocking that the grimoire was stolen during the ceremony. The principal says that, even if it takes time, he himself will take responsibility for it. The principal says that, in any case, what Glast is planning won't work. Lordle asks him if he knows what he's planning. The director says that, at this point, it's prudent to say that he wants to do one of the 3 great taboos. The 3 great taboos are things that challenge the world order and distort the flow of time, denying human destiny. The first is the quest for immortality, followed by the resurrection of the dead, and the most serious, time travel. And Lordle asks if Glast wants to revive the dead, and she asks if the director already knew that. The director asks, "What? Are we going to call me crazy now?" And the director says that it's the talents that have driven this world forward, just like Sylvania and Miri, Glast's daughter, who prematurely wanted to promote her uncertain talent, but ended up with a very tragic fate. And the director says that if the professor really manages to complete a spell to resurrect the dead, who does Lordle think he will revive, his daughter or Sylvania? Lordle is very confused until someone comes running through the door, saying that something very serious has happened. Glast has been seen fleeing through the sewers and is being chased by student Taylor. And, according to witnesses, not only has he stolen the grimoire, but he's also kidnapped first-year students and second-year Ed Roth Taylor. And Lordle is desperate when she hears this. She wonders if Ed has been kidnapped and what that noise is nearby. She thinks that the principal is the greatest wizard of this era. He's going to take responsibility for getting the grimoire back. And Lordle thinks it might be a bit irrational, but she knows that sound is coming from the direction of the sewers. Just then, she sees Tarkin spitting fire everywhere, and it's Janica on top of him, who is very sad and desperate to get Ed. Lordle says she'll go there too, and says that the principal is taking such an uncompromising stance. It looks like she's going to have to get the grimoire herself. She tells one part of her team to stay there, but the other to come with her, because she's going into battle. It is also explained that a combat alchemist who is well known, even by the Society of Alchemists, Dora, who is in her 3rd year and is head of the alchemy department, has been involved in the whole thing. That's because her battle power was so formidable that even the Academy students from her own club found it difficult to fight her. However, not even Dorot was able to demonstrate her talent during the first act. So Professor Glast recognized her talent and was a real mentor to her. But there was a reason behind his actions. She followed everything he said, but at one point she said that it was too much for her because she was facing Tarkin, and Janica, very angry, asked where Ed was. At that moment, Dorot faints, foaming at the mouth, and Janica says, "Tarkin said it was this way, didn't he?" She asks. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Second left, then right, then left again. She's getting lost, but she asks, "Oxy, Dorot, was it my fault?" And Janica says she's going to cover her. Then, while she's covering Dorot's face, for some reason, Lordle appears. Lordle thinks that, apart from Lucy, Janica is certainly one of the most powerful Lucinas. She can completely destroy the sewers, make a ruckus, do whatever it takes to ensure Ed's safety. Lordle already imagines that she will save Ed, take him in her arms, and that she will fall in love with Janica, and that they will get married. Lordle says that this can't happen, and you can certainly tell that Lordle is a very cold and rational person, but when it comes to Ed, she could even commit a crime. Then she approaches Janica and says, "Come here." They said Ed was rescued. She says that Ed has been seriously injured and is now in bed, asking for her. He's already at the camp, and Lordle thinks she's going to save Ed. But first she has to get rid of her. Janica asks why Lordle is telling her this. Janica says that she confirmed Ed's location and came here like an arrow, and she was very close to the entrance. How could they have passed him here if she was the first to arrive? And Lordle doesn't know what she's talking about. Janica says this isn't the time for that, and asks if Lordle has mobilized anyone to find Ed. Lordle thinks it's true. Ed is in danger. Janica says she also asked Lucy for help, but she said she was going for a walk while she yawned. So she says she's alone now. Lordle says it's true. This is no time to get in the way and tells the staff to wait there. Janica says she'll take the east side and Lordle the west side of the sewers. And Lordle thinks that the most important thing is to rescue Ed. So she starts running a lot, and so does Janica. They both really wanted to save Ed first. Meanwhile, he was in dire straits, facing Riene. He was caught very much off guard. Just then, the ceiling cracks completely, and the rubble falls on Riene's head. And Ed says that if it had been a real earthquake, it would have been better. Riene was there on the floor, all destroyed, and the one who came to rescue him was Lucy, the first one who managed to rescue him. She says she got a bit bored, so she came to save him. Meanwhile, the director is looking at the landscape, and one of the people asks if it's all right for him to stand there and do nothing. The principal replies that it's dangerous, but it's a great opportunity for the students to grow. Flowers bloom where leaves fall, but the other person asks if such intense pressure will be beneficial for them. The principal really has no doubt that this is the best generation of students they've ever had. Looking at the whole story, this generation is a huge rarity. After all, every year group has so many promising students, from whom there are so many expectations, that they are like stars in the sky. The principal says that it feels like someone is warning him that the upcoming exams need to make the student understand that they need to be talented. So yes, the pressure has to be intense on these students to become diamonds. At this point, Lucy's route to the camp is shown. She broke through the mountain, went through the mountain, made a tunnel in the mountain, came out in the hole in the library, and fell on top of Riene. Ed was a little disappointed, but Lucy asks, "So, do you have any beef jerky left?" Ed asks if she really thinks she'd have it here, and Lucy says she wants to go back. Then she needs a place to take a nap, but Ed says not now. He thinks the situation is a mess, given the time of day. Janica and Lordle should be rushing here, and considering Taylor's growth so far, if he defeats all the bosses in the second half and skips Riene, it won't completely mess up the scenario, which means it's all good. The problem is that Lucy is here. If Lucy finds Glast, the bad ending event will begin. Ed tells Lucy that she has to stay with him for a while, and he gets a little nervous. He remembers that someone once told him that the greatest help is from a person who can stay by your side quietly. Ed says that Lucy is very strong, and being with her makes him feel safe. Just her presence helps. She can stay. Lucy was trying to sniff out beef jerky, and Ed says he doesn't have any. It's over. He asks her to stay with him as long as they don't leave. Lucy says that if he wants to leave, she can help, but Ed says he has to sort out a few things before he leaves. Lucy says that's fine, but she also has a favor to ask, so she sleeps on his back. Ed says he's going to get out of there, heading back the way he came. He's going to get everything he needs from the library, meet up with Janica and Lordle, and finally get out of this hole. Meanwhile, Lucy really wonders if there's any beef jerky, and creatures start appearing in the library bats. But just then, Ed uses his ignition magic, burning them all up. His elemental magic increases in proficiency, and so does his mana resonance. And Ed thinks he's farming, that he's gaining a lot of experience here, and he apologizes to Taylor. But it won't be long. As Lordo walks past, she notices that there's a concealment spell somewhere over there. The magical resonance and unique vision that Professor Glast recognized, and unlike Janek, who specializes in spiritual connection, Lordle quickly found the way. Then, at that moment, Lordle suddenly realized that she genuinely wanted to help someone with pure intentions. She finally felt a glimpse of a new kind of relationship that couldn't be bought with money, and her heart was filled again. Lordle thinks she's felt this before, and she was listening to her own heartbeat. Just then, this wall explodes, and Ed says, "Ah, Lordle, you're here." Then he sighs and says he's been kidnapped. Only he was packed with magic equipment. Ed says, "Yeah, help me carry this." And Lordle was looking at the price of each item. This stuff was worth a fortune. But she says, Wait, weren't you in serious danger?" And Ed says yes, but he managed to escape somehow, and she realizes that Lucy was with him. Lordle thinks this is very dangerous. She thinks Janek is a coward who can't even take a risk, and she was proactive and moved in on Ed by kissing him. But that day, she was on her way home, out of breath, and almost set fire to the forest. How could she act so nonchalantly with another girl in front of her? Ed starts explaining to keep those scrolls for him, and if the trading company can bring the materials, he can take them. If she wants to buy any of these, just let her know. But Lordle thinks she has to push to take control. But Ed approaches her, making her very nervous, and tells her that she can only trust her. And Lordle thinks that now he's crossed the line. She keeps remembering the words he said, and she says, "Do you want a receipt?" And she thinks she's too soft for that sort of thing. Until, suddenly, one of Lordle's subordinates comes running, saying that he's finally found her, and that they have a big problem. Meanwhile, in another location, also in the underground canal, Taylor and his group were asking no one to let their guard down. But Clebius asks if they really need to continue. He was afraid, and Herdra tells him to stop being a shit. They have to save Alia. But Klebs says he's never liked her that much. And why do they have to save Roth Taylor too? Taylor says that unfortunately they have to save him together with Alia. But Jix calms Klebs down and tells him that he knows Alia is a good person, isn't she? And he tells him not to give up, until someone points to one of the corridors, and it's the psychic Adele. She says that she's sensing something in that corridor, and has the feeling that she's going to face a very difficult opponent. Then, when she points to the turret on the left, it explodes very intensely, and it was Tarkin who was holding a person who was talking about not knowing anything and asking for a chance. It was Claire, who collapsed too, and Janica says she's lost her way, but she doesn't know the way, until she turns around and says, "What's up, guys?" Only she was with an army of spirits. Jix says, "Oh, what's up, Janica?" But the rest of the guys weren't very friendly. Taylor thinks he knows that feeling, that fear. He remembers when he faced Janica in this state, and he thinks he's not guaranteed to win, but he'll give it his best shot. And Janica wonders why everyone is looking at her like that. Has she done something wrong? Did she overdo it with the teacher? She's passed out on her own, and Jix wonders why Taylor is acting like this. Easy, man, until someone says, "That's enough," and it's Ed coming down the corridor on the right. The guys say, "Ed Roth Taylor, what are you doing here?" Until Janica goes towards him, asking if he's okay, if he's not hurt. Elvira and Taylor are very worried about this, because Taylor thinks that he and Elvira have already figured out Ed's Lucy style. With just basic magic and a bit of trickery, he's managed to take on 3 students far superior to him. But the real problem is the friends he has. And Taylor thinks that, since the Ills incident, Ed has certainly become much more powerful. If it was just Janica, he'd get through. But Ed, the chances of beating him at this point are 0. Except that Ed passes Taylor and says, "Go on, she's waiting for you." So he just walks past, and Ed thinks, now it's time for everyone to play their part. Taylor takes care of the main set, and I take care of the variables. He's now going to pick up Elter, and Ed thinks that the matter reported by the company official was that Elter's mercenaries were here with him. Ed thinks that, in the original, he was completely defeated, without even a chance to recover. The middle boss of the second act, Elter the Gold King, was deposed in a different way to the original, so he managed to escape, and Lordle already knew that he was planning a counterattack. However, she made a very serious gaffe because she has many company employees absent, and Ed has come up with various manufacturing and magical engineering schemes. But if you were to ask him what his best tool is, it would undoubtedly be information about the future. The scenario that is unfolding now is the second last, the final battle. There's no change in plans. He wants to follow the original scenario, and if Elter is the middle boss of Act 2, then they should finish him off in Act 2. He thinks he's going to capture Elter. Then he calls Jix and tells him that if they continue along this route, they'll definitely be free. Then they just have to rescue Alia and ask her for the details, until he catches Taylor's eye. And Ed thinks that, in the end, it's Taylor who has to solve this scenario. Taylor, at this point, must learn all of his unique skills and needs to master them in order to complete his growth successfully. Because in the last scenario, he can face that person still has a lot to solve in this chapter. Because after that, the demons summoned by Glast will cover the sky and cast terrible spells. And in the future, there will also be many trials so arduous that they will be hard to bear. And Ed, after calling Taylor and telling him to do his best, thinks he doesn't need to encourage him that much. So, after that, Ed leaves with his group, and Lordle says that the mercantile company's objective at the moment is to look for evidence that she is responsible for the loss on the sale of the jewels, which resulted in his fall. Ed says, well, then they'll first go to the administration to report on the mercenary invasion. But Jenica says, wait a minute. But Ed says, not now. We have to run. But Jenica says he's going to get hurt again. He's going to sort things out with Welter. She doesn't know the details, but he's been kidnapped and held. He barely escaped, but he still wants to try so hard. A few days ago, he was in a coma from exhaustion, and now he's pushing himself like this again. She doesn't want him to get hurt anymore, and Ed thinks it's true. Honestly, it's true. He has nothing to do with this mercantile company story, but the fact that he has to deal with this kind of variable. He can't say, fortunately. If they want to get out, Lordle needs him or Jenica. But Lordle says that Jenica is right. Making Ed take part in this is arrogant of her. He should stay in a safe place. And Ed thinks it's good that they've both agreed. But it's not a situation where he can just sit here and rest. He says it's very kind of them. But unfortunately, Lordle's business is nobody's business. And Jenica asks what he means by that. But Ed tells everyone to get a move on. They don't have much time. And Ed thinks he didn't want to say that because Jenica got really nervous, really bad. In fact, and Jenica says it's none of her business, doesn't she? Ed has problems too. Then Ed takes a look and says it's fine. She's right. And Ed thinks Jenica's clever, doesn't he? No wonder she's top of the class. But Ed gets closer and thinks that there seems to have been a mix-up here. And Ed says that he thinks Teller has behaved terribly. What has he done to this veteran? But Ed thinks, wait a minute, did Jenica do that? Jenica says she didn't mean to do it. She did it accidentally. She's not a person without compassion for others. But Ed says they'll be out soon. Outside, they talk. And Lordle says that first they need to ask the academic department for help, and the carriage should be at the entrance. But the carriage had already been destroyed, and the subordinates defeated. And Lordle says it was much quicker than she thought. And there was Elter, her father, the Golden King. And Elter says he taught her how to manage the records. And even if they investigate all the company's records, they're unlikely to find any evidence. However, it does seem to have flaws in personal management. In this, that guy had betrayed Lordle and was on Welter's side. And Welter says that it's better that she smiles, even if it took her a long time to get that expression. And Welter says that it would be a real shame if the last piece of evidence was destroyed by torture. At that moment, the fallen subordinates weren't actually fallen. They set off for Ed, who was in front. But of course Lordle makes a magical barrier. Lordle knew Elter wouldn't be alone. She says that last time. And now too. They recruited mercenaries based on their academic abilities. And Professor Glass knew that? He didn't, but Elter says not exactly, because this time it's quite different. These are the best mercenaries on the continent. And Elter says, PR, the mercenaries who, except for Lordle, life and death don't matter, and tells them to get it over with quickly. Then he fires an intense shower of flashbulbs. But as they got closer, Jenica used a defensive wind barrier, and, of course, with her spirits, she dispersed all the arrows. And Jenica says that the movements of these mercenaries are very systematic. And Ed thanks her for her help. And Elter says that these spirit mages really are quite powerful, aren't they? But he's different this time, and he's carrying a legendary magical engineering item, the Belarus suppressor, which suppresses all magic around it for 10 minutes. And Ed thinks that, even though it's a one-off, this item is very expensive. The Belarus suppressant is the equivalent of the top level of the night butterfly flower potion that Elvira used with magical restrictions. Although it has the critical disadvantage of taking time to operate and clearly showing its preparation, it is a very dangerous item. What's more, it is much more numerous with mercenaries, and, above all, they are a group made up entirely of mages. And Lordle says that if this is activated, it's the end. And Ed asks how Elter is going to take responsibility for this, how he intends to deal with it all. Elter says it's better than losing his life, isn't it? And Ed thinks that, at the opening of the story, a third-rate villain, who should have fallen and left the scene, caused a big butterfly effect, which was enough to cause major upheavals. In this case, he's talking about himself. What's more, this guy is the boss of a stage. If he survives, he'll have a big impact on this world. The middle boss, Elter, the Gold King. In the end, he is struck in the back by Lordle, who leaves the scene. He murdered her biological parents and used anything to achieve his glory and prosperity. He's a villain through and through. However, he doesn't resent Welter, because the reason he persists is because he needs to survive, just like him at this moment. However, he has no intention of giving in either. He might even be called selfish, but that's his story. Then he tells Lucy to wake up, and she says that everyone there is so noisy. But she opens her eyes, unbinding her magic. Then, after a big flash, she concentrates all her power, and that's the awakening of Lucy the Lazy. And it is explained that the great wizard Glock, at the end of his life, wrote the book Glock's Memoirs, which does not live up to his reputation. Few know that it was written while he was living in seclusion in a small hut. One of the only people who knows about it is Lucy, and her grandfather always said that she had a natural talent, the blessing of the stars. But that's no reason to stop learning. He tells Lucy to be humble about her power and to beware of the loneliness that will creep up on her. The power that dominates everyone will certainly be accompanied by bitter loneliness. So he asks his granddaughter to promise 3 things. The first is never to kill, to avoid at all costs, even if by accident, blood staining her hands, and, at least while at the academy, to remain faithful to her life as a student. At that moment, the mercenaries were terrified, unable to move. It's as if they've never seen so much power. In fact, it's instinctive. Their bodies don't want to move lest they die. It's as if, when Lucy approaches, they think, let's stop here. And Welter asks why they're standing still. Then one of the mercenaries says that it must be some kind of spell. So he tries to attack Lucy, but Lucy doesn't use magic very well. Despite being a mage, she doesn't control her powers very well. It's just pure force, an overwhelmingly powerful compression of magic. At that moment, she creates an explosion that knocks the mercenary far away. Her magic is simply violence, and Elter says it hasn't activated yet. It's just a little bit away, but Lucy approaches him and says he looks like the leader, so if they catch him, it's over. But Ed comes up and says that's good enough, isn't it? We'd better stop here. Except he feels a tremor throughout space. He sees big black rays in the sky, and Ed thinks that this night, which stands out clearly to the eye, is Professor Glast's high-level spell, which defies the natural order of things, the rise of hell. This sky covered in towers is the climax of the second act, the stage for the final battle, and Ed thinks he's got good timing. At this point, Taylor must have defeated the monster underground. He must have learned his essential skill. He has all the companions he needs by his side. It will take a while, but Taylor will be able to stop the Glast. And Ed thinks that the rise of hell took place at the same time as in the game. This means that the scenario is flowing smoothly. Of course, being a strange kind of magic that runs ahead of any other spell, everyone is going to be very surprised. But it's such an inexplicable situation that neither Jenica nor Lordle can understand it. But Lucy can, and she says that each of the 10 magical energy towers plays the role of absorbing a higher type of magical energy. So she doesn't really know if this is possible. The resurrection of the dead. And Ed thinks that the epilogue that can be seen after clearing the second act is after the incident is over. Lucy slowly wakes up from her drowsiness and explains how the spell worked. That's because she was dozing on the roof. But if you wake Lucy up before the first phase, she meets Glast, who makes her an offer not to revive Sylvania, but her disciple, the great wizard Glock. As a result, Lucy turns against everyone and defeats her allies. That's the bad ending of number 27. Lucy, after all, is not the enemy that was made to be defeated. Even after hundreds of hours spent by all the experts and experienced users and meticulous research, no one who played the game managed to defeat her. And, due to variables that weren't in the main scenario, there were sudden changes. But he will improvise a solution. Elter then takes the Belarus suppressor and manages to activate it, suppressing the magic around him. And the suppressor goes straight at Lucy, and Elter says that now they have to attack. No one can use magic now, but Ed uses his wind blade to cut a mercenary, and Ed thinks he's a variable too, and Elter asks how he did it, until he realizes that the suppressor is all focused on Lucy. Because even though it's the legendary item, it has its limits. Although you can take water out of the sea, you can never empty the ocean. And Lucy says she's going to clear the way. And she breaks the Belarus suppressor and says she needs to get to safety. And Ed thinks that Elter's experience is comparable to that of a veteran mercenary. But that feeling of having survived the front line now predicts certain death in the face of all this power. And Lucy prepares her magic. And Ed says that she can die too. Lucy knows this truth. And Ed says that if Lucy doesn't want to kill, she'd better stop here because she knows she can't kill. It was one of the 3 rules that the person who cared most about her left behind. And Ed faces her at that moment, and she deactivates her magic and turns around, saying she understands. And Ed asks where she's going. Lucy says she's done here, she just needs to get out. And Ed asks her if she's sure she won't regret it. Then they're silent for a moment, and Lucy lowers her head. She remembers Glock's memoirs. Last page, what is lost is lost. The person who is lost must become stronger. Therefore, she must be the strongest. That's why he dedicated the last sentence of the book to her. Lucy Mail, before he left, and Lucy bows her head and says she won't regret it. Then she simply disappears in front of Ed. And later, Jenica checks to see if all the mercenaries were really retreating. And Ed runs out of there and thinks that it's a good thing he left it open what to do with Welter. And now, from that moment on, Lordle will be in charge of looking after Elter and the staff. And Ed thinks he's tired, but he's really pushing himself again. He ran at full speed to the tallest building in the academy, the Tricks Hall, the starting point of this episode, the place where Glass stole the Sage's grimoire, and also where Taylor began his journey to pursue him. The wounded people are being well looked after at the academy, but Ed never imagined he would return to this place. He has returned to the stage that began in the secret laboratory and has unwittingly arrived here, with all the pieces falling into place, the beginning of his journey and the place where everything will be completed. Then, when he opens the doors, he comes across Lucy, and Ed thinks that one of the buildings in the student center that was destroyed by Jenica was the Glock Hall, and also the institution that gave Ed a scholarship was the Glock Foundation. That man had always lived simply and modestly, and had donated all his accumulated wealth to Sylvania Academy. He sits next to Lucy and thinks that traces of him are clearly present in various places in the academy. So it was difficult to find Lucy, but he thought she would be here. That's because, from the Tricks Hall, you can see the whole academy at once. And for Lucy, the academy is a relic left to her by her grandfather. And Lucy asks if Ed has any beef jerky left, and he says he's already told her no more than once. And he asks what she's doing here, and Lucy says she was thinking about old times. And Ed says that if he falls from here, it's instant death. But Lucy says that something happened in the past that made her very sad, and she cried a lot. But at some point it stopped being so sad. Ed asks her why. She says that, after a lot of thought, the reason was quite simple. It was just that time had passed. A lot of time has passed. So reopening wounds is foolish. Even if she tries to save him with some kind of sacred magic, he will have to leave again one day. From the beginning, he had already prepared for his own death. And she says that Glock would probably be furious if he were revived. Trying to revive the great wizard is just blasphemy. She knew that from the start. Wanting to resurrect someone is just a selfish desire. Ed says that it's all right for Lucy, isn't it? And Ed thinks he can't speak from the point of view of someone who was prevented from going. But he can't help asking her. Lucy initially tried to resurrect the Glock with great determination, but suddenly changed her mind. If she changes her mind again, something terrible could happen. And Lucy asks if he has. And Ed asks, is she still thinking about beef jerky? But Lucy asks if he can lend her his shoulder for a bit. So she pulls over to take a nap. And Ed once wondered why he was put in this situation. But in the end, that's all it is. It's fate. In the future, it will be difficult to find someone as passionate about research into sacred magic as Professor Glast. Even the research into resurrection magic will come to an end when his end comes. The dead are dead. What was lost is gone. The form of loss is different for each person, but it comes to everyone. That's why it's important to accept the loss and learn to value what you have now. And Lucy, crying at that moment, understands this, and Ed thinks that. So he and Lucy sat here for a long time, looking up at the power tower in the sky. And the starry sky was really incredible to see. Just then, a giant stood up to protect the sacrifice. And of course it was Taylor, and his group who were up against it. And this ancient weapon created by Glast had Alia as its core power. And that's the magic golem, the last card up Glast's sleeve. And this is the final battle against Glast in Act 2 of The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. The last page. The rescue of Alia, who is trapped in the heart of the golem of magic. Then, after a huge explosion caused by one of his blows, it was Jix who held all this power, which opened a gap for Taylor, who jumped up and managed to run through the golem's arm. While Glast is being attacked, he thinks he has terrible myopia, and Taylor attacks, asking for Alia back. And Glast thinks it's been a while, but without glasses, he can't see a thing. Then he gets hit in the shoulder, and he thinks that life as a teacher is ultimately a static form of law. He read the teachings of the sages intensely, sat at his spacious desk in the office, analyzed sacred energy, managed academic curricula, and revised teaching materials. But as time went by, the landscape outside the window changed. Now that it was snowing, a freshman elementary studies major continually visited his office. She said she wanted to practice intermediate magic. Then, while it was raining, the younger teacher who had caused that accident would always come begging for forgiveness. And when the season brought strong winds, the principal who was on his way to work always stopped on the way to have a cup of tea with Glast. And even after he became the director, nothing changed, and Glast just sat there, immersed in his work. And he wanted the painful memories to disappear too. That's why he took the grimoire. So he repels Taylor far away, breaking his sword, and he uses small-scale time reversal magic to heal his wound. And he thinks that, even so, the memories won't disappear. So he prepares another attack with the magic golem, and Clebius asks what that is. And Glast uses yet another sacred magic, multiple time reversal, which stops time. But Jix sees what's happening and Taylor is thrown far away. But soon, time stops for him too. But Taylor narrowly hangs on with his broken sword, and Glast thinks that sometimes his vision gets a bit blurry, and the only thing he can see beyond the long darkness, with his eyelids closed, is what he's already lost. But he thinks he's almost there. But then Taylor gets up, and Glast tells them to give up, and not try to stop him. Just then a great magic emerges from inside the golem's heart, breaking it completely into several pieces. Even Glast hadn't understood what had happened, and it was Taylor with his transformation, the divine sword of death. But then Glast goes back in time again to rebuild the entire golem. And Glast goes back in time to everything, even if it costs the lives of others. And he says it's useless. Only he gets hit by Jix's ice spear, which opens the way for Taylor. But it wasn't just Jix who was opening that gap. And Glast says he's come all this way to do it. Then his golem explodes completely, and it was Taylor emerging with his divine sword and saving Alia. Then, after all the smoke has cleared, Glast admits his defeat. Then he falls from his great magical tower, his vision still blurred and missing his daughter terribly. But in a time reversal spell, he used the sacred magic of space jump to get out alive. This was the last resort he used to get out alive, but he was still bleeding badly and could have died anyway. And it's explained that, in the original script, it's already clear that nothing more will happen after that. Professor Glast certainly dies here. But then Ed shows up and Glast says it's curfew time, isn't it? And Ed thinks there's something he wants to check before that happens. Then, an hour ago, Lordle was thinking that the mercenaries had already been taken by Jenica, and Elter was detained in company, so the dangerous elements have been dealt with. So, as long as she's making sure Ed's okay, at that moment, she finds Ed next to Lucy, and she's kind of grabbing his sleeve, and Lordle wonders why, and she was already on alert. Just then, Claire and Dorothy, who were quite wound up, left, but Ed wonders why they're both crying. But they are very shocked by something they see, the thing that knocked them both down. Tarkan, together with Jenica. And Jenica asks Ed if he said that the tower is being powered by the sacred weapon, and she wants to check it out. But Jenica, in the meeting with the spirits, originally did it for the protection of the forest to the north, where the spirits live. However, a few days ago, Tarkan said he had detected the same magic in the forest to the north as in the tower. When it comes to a spectral magic, there's no doubt who's behind it, but there are no magic towers in the north of the forest, so why was Glass there? And Ed thinks that, since no more serious accidents have occurred since then, he doesn't need to do anything else. Only, at that moment, Dorothy had fainted again, and Ed thinks that they've even dealt with Welter, but he can't imagine what impact that will have on future scenario. That's why he wants to check it out one more time here, because he was in front of Professor Glass at that moment, and he was clearly on the verge of death. And Jenica asks what he's doing here, and Glass says that he was looking at Lucy. Why was that? It's funny, but they say no, it's not funny, and Glass is sure that he's in a very ridiculous situation right now, and Ed asks him if he knows he's failed. doesn't he? And Glass says that, exactly. He was going to fail one way or another. He was reckless and never thought he would be defeated by the students. But even if he had beaten the students, the principal would have won. He may not have stopped Glass from the start because of the feelings he had for him. And he says that Ed is a better student than he thought, but he found out too late. Ed then asks why he was kidnapped. The teacher tells him that he has an impressive ability. At first, he thought he could use him in his plans, but he ended up passing out from exhaustion. So that plan went wrong too. So he captured him quickly, but when he returned, he had already disappeared. And Glass says that if he dies alone here, it's the price he'll pay for his sins. It's not a bad trade-off, considering the gravity of what he did. The 17 years he spent with his daughter were anything but lonely. He says it's been such a long 17 years, but they've passed so quickly. But Ed asks if he has a long history with Professor Claire. No, he has 4 years of baccalaureate, 5 after she became a teacher. If he had stayed until the end of her term, he would have known Claire for 17 years. And Ed says he met her on the way here, and she was crying. Claire said that Glass is the kind of person anyone would hate, a rigid, petty, bad-tempered, selfish, self-righteous person. He's someone you have to work hard to like, and yet, he's the greatest scholar she knows. At this point, everyone imagined that Glass also knew his own fate. Dorothy was also very shaken by this. Glass, like it or not, had helped her discover herself. Even so, he took a student hostage, and, in the end, no one could deny that he had strayed from the path. And in the end, he mocked his own situation, thinking that he would die alone. But that's a mistake. If you think about it, Claire became an assistant professor at a young age, and Dorothy, a veteran of the alchemy department, had no talent whatsoever, and Professor Glass often said that people like that were worthless. However, she tirelessly dug and cultivated her hidden talents. It's as if she was telling herself that her daughter had value too. He wasted those years only to die alone in the end. He was a mentor to some people, a companion to others, but in the end, he left his mark on everyone's heart, and Professor Glass was terribly short-sighted. At a certain point, he became unable to see anything without looking through his glasses. This included his own reflection, and Glass says that, before using the demon advent, he saw the Library of Souls, and he says that Ed has made a great effort to get the legendary recipes, but it's useless. Ed asks him what he means, but Glass picks up a key and says he's impressed. He has to take matters into his own hands. And he says that the library is now Ed's, and Ed asks why he's giving it to him. And Glass says that he won't hate him so much if he gives it to him. Will he? And he says that there's a safe under Renee's desk and tells him to get it all before the academy starts investigating. And finally, he has a message for Lucy. He tells her to pay attention to her surroundings. And Ed thinks they were wise words. And at that moment, he couldn't see Lucy's expression because it wasn't in his field of vision, but she clutched her clothes tightly, and through Professor Glass, who closed his eyes quietly, he could only speculate that her body, leaning against that tree, was glowing with the light of the place. At first glance, it was as if he were asleep, and they stayed there watching Glass for a long time. Only later, Ed was hearing a rumor, and they were saying that first he was involved in the Glass accident, then in the taking of the Files dormitory, and now in the theft of the grimoire. He's present in all of this. It's unfortunate, isn't it? Ed of Roththaler, and Ed thinks he's been hearing the same thing all night. His report was, "I don't know why I was kidnapped by Professor Glass. I tried to escape and get help, and then I ran into Taylor and his group." That's all he described. And Ed wonders if it's only now that the director has decided to act like a real director. And Ed says that's what he wrote in his statement. Jenica and Lordle went there to help him afterwards, and the director asks if he fled alone, leaving behind Alia, who was kidnapped with him. And Ed thinks that Alia was immobilized and didn't trust him either, but the director says that's enough. To be honest, he's very suspicious of him. He's pretending to be a supporting actor who doesn't know anything, but he has the feeling that Ed knows too much, and Ed says he's flattered. And the principal says that he has a very astute demeanor, doesn't he? But in the Files dormitory incident, and now again in this case, the principal says that he was actually a student who was a victim of the academy's negligence. And Ed wonders if what the principal read wasn't his statement, but his transcript. And the principal says that Ed has worked hard, and he recognizes that. And he says that Ed deserves a good reward for everything he's done. Then, later, he leaves the boardroom, and Jenica tells him that he's finally left. And Ed asks if Jenica is okay. He was worried about her after that battle, but she says she's fine, relaxed. But Karis says something in her ear, and Jenica says she's not completely fine. Yeah, she's got the scratches. She hurt herself a bit saving him, and Ed asks her if she's okay. Does it hurt a lot? and she says she's got a sore back, clearly faking it. But Ed says that after this incident, he realized something. He says that Jenica is always the person who helps him get through everything, and he's become much more comfortable about saying that. And now that she's been hurt because of him, and even more so after witnessing what happened to the teacher, doesn't it make her think that there's no point crying over spilt milk? Ed says he hates being a burden to her. She always ends up getting hurt because of him, and he says it's all his fault. He apologizes a lot. And Jenica says no, she's lying. She's not hurt. I'm sorry. But Ed asks, wait a minute, your dorm is Dex Hall, isn't it? And he says that next semester it might be. And Jenica asks, are you moving into Dex Hall? And Ed says he didn't think she'd like that news so much. So Ed thinks that a lot has happened, but it's gone in the blink of an eye. Act 2 went smoothly, everything as it should. And the director said to Ed, enough of this miserable life. You're going back to your normal student life because you've earned it. And the principal allowed him to return to the academy dormitory. And Ed, returning to his hut, thinks that personally, he wanted to put up a fence, grow some food, and also reinforce the hut, but it's useless to him. Perhaps his life in the camp has come to an end. Just then, Lucy falls from the roof, looking terrified. Then Lucy remembers a moment, wondering if it was going to rain. She was in the Lamo Mountains in the north, but she wonders why she's dreaming about her childhood. And she thought that, since she was dreaming, she would try to find her old man. He was there, sitting in his chair, and she was impressed. But when he enters, the atmosphere changes completely, and when he turns around, it's a rotting corpse, asking her why she didn't save him. And Lucy knew it was a nightmare and woke up calmly. Just then, one of the maids asks if she's awake, so they go to get her ready for school. Only she stays silent and prepares her auto-rank space magic and runs off towards the forest. And she arrives just as Ed is returning to his cabin, and she feels a strange sense of relief, and she wonders, will it? Let me see. Only she hears Ed saying that this camp life is going to end. So she falls off the roof just then, and she's completely desperate. Then Ed takes a look and remembers that when it comes to people like that, it's best to ignore them. There's a professor who used to say that if you want to have a familiar cat as a goal, it's best to ignore it as if it didn't exist. Surprisingly, the cat will have more affinity with you. It's harder than getting a girlfriend or boyfriend. And Ed thinks that this is the experienced Professor Plurving. And because his class is so popular, everyone gets high marks at the beginning. Ed was struggling a lot in his class, but soon he started studying faster, and hardly anyone beats him now. But when the class is over, Plurving calls Ed into his office and asks him if he knows about the academic scholarship program. Ed says it's that program that reduces part of the tuition fee in exchange for helping with academic tasks, isn't it? And the professor says it's a great opportunity for him. Ed asks what kind of work it would be. Plurving says that it would probably be all kinds of academic work, but he's probably going to help Professor Claire with the paperwork, who's really struggling with it because she took over from Professor Glast, and he had a lot of responsibilities. The student Annie's is very competent, but it's difficult to cope on her own, and she says that at the end of the semester, Ed can take care of the assessments, and during the vacations, he can deal with the conference agendas, and he can even take care of the freshman rentals. And Ed thinks that if freshmen are going to get in, that guy will too. At that moment, Lordle was holding the sage-sealed grimoire and said that his magical sensitivity was really impressive. But whatever it is, she wonders if she's really going to resell it to Crepin. Ed asked for it so insistently that she thinks Ed doesn't want Crepin to have it here, but she bought it just to resell it. There's a lot of money involved. She needs to be smarter, and she remembers the free pass she has from Ed and turns red, and she says that's all there is to it, and that's it. And Lordle wonders who's going to teach instead of Professor Glast. But she doesn't have to worry about the camp anymore either, because at the end of the semester, it won't just be her who's busy. Jenica and Ed won't have much time to get together. And as for Lucy, Lordle doesn't think she's going to have a very noticeable change, but she keeps wondering what it is she's feeling. She has a very bad feeling about it. Meanwhile, at the cottage, Lucy says that they're running out of wood, and there won't be enough for the winter. And Ed says she's right, and she asks why he hasn't been hunting lately. Ed wonders why Lucy is saying something really useful today, and he thinks he's a bit careless with his camp. He's thinking hard about moving into the Dex building, and if that happens, he'll have less contact with Lucy. Perhaps the scenario will be a little more stable if he stays away from her, until Jenica comes running in, all happy. Ed asks if she's finished her lessons, and Jenica replies that Professor Marie's lesson, which was scheduled for the evening, has been then cancel. So she came here. She tells Ed that when the winter break comes, he won't be able to stay at the camp anymore. She needs to come as much as possible because she wants to spend time with him. But she's a bit sad that his lifestyle is going to end. She really liked the camp, and not being able to come back here is a shame. But his environment is also important, so if he wants to go to the Dex building, just let him know. If he needs help, she'll help. While Jenica is talking, Ed picks up that key and thinks it's time to open Professor Glass's secret safe. But then Jenica hands him a letter. He asks if it's an application form for the Dex building, and Jenica confirms it, saying that if he leaves it to the last minute, he might miss his chance. So he'd better keep the form until he decides. Ed is very grateful. Of course, Jenica says she's already done it, so they can fill it in together. But just as they're about to start filling in the form, Lucy steps in, very nervous, and tells them to stop, asking Ed not to take that form. Ed thinks it all started that day. Later, he was practicing magic, spiritual magic, and Mug says that he had accumulated a lot of energy. Jenica comments that he has evolved very quickly, and that Ed's spiritual sensitivity already surpasses that of many apprentices. His sensitivity has also improved a lot. But she asks Lucy if she's done something wrong, because Lucy's appearance is usually impeccable due to the maids in the Phillies' dormitory. But today, she slipped out of the dorm in her pajamas. Ed thinks his sensitivity has increased a lot. Now he wants to learn intermediate magic. But while he was practicing, Lucy was on his lap, and even in the cafeteria, she was on his back. Jenica apologizes if she's done something wrong. Ed thinks that Lucy is directing her hostility at Jenica, but her expression is more one of fear than anger. Ed also thinks that, in any case, learning intermediate magic is much more difficult than he imagined. Even practicing all day, he still hasn't learned the basics, until someone calls out to him, and it's obviously Lucy. She asks what Ed is going to do when he gets out of there, but Ed replies that he has somewhere to go. He comments that he needs to check the fire and the fireplace, as the nights are getting quite cold, and they could end up freezing in there. However, if he goes to the Dex building, he won't have to worry about that anymore. He goes to finish everything before leaving, but Lucy calls him again, looking much more serious. She says she wants to go with him. Just then, Ed climbs down a rope to that hole in the ceiling, made by Lucy herself, and asks what made her come down there. Lucy replies that they could have gone down together using her magic, but Ed says it's alright, that he also needs to know if he can get up and down by himself. He sees so many magical engineering devices, and thinks he won't be able to take it all in at once. He can't. He'll have to go back a few times. Then he starts to clear away the rubble and comments that, "What do you know? There really is a secret safe up there." Ed wonders why he kept this key until the end, but when he opens the safe, he finds great magical power inside. Now he understands why he kept the key so well. Later, they start climbing the rope, and Ed thinks it's almost time to send the magical materials Lordle asked for. But first, he asks for a ladder, as he was a bit tired of climbing that way. Lucy wonders what exactly it is, and the system explains that the item is legendary, the Ring of the Golden Phoenix of Glass. This ring distorts the timeline, pulling magical power from your future into your present. Ed thinks he can then borrow power from his future. Theoretically, he could use advanced magic, but it also depends on the amount of power he borrows. If he borrows too much power, he could be temporarily incapacitated. Using it hastily comes at a high price, and if he's going to use it in combat, there's only one way to use it: when he's cornered and has no chance of getting out alive. In that case, he would use the golden ring of the phoenix as a final blow, but if not in battle, he can make a contract with a high-level spirit. Jenica can control several spirits at the same time, not just because of her sensitivity, but because of the amount of mana she has. Beginners like him can only have 2 spirit slots, and only talk to lower spirits, due to a lack of mana. But if he could temporarily increase his maximum mana, it would theoretically be possible to make a contract with a high-level spirit. But that's a very risky calculation, and Lucy says that if she had time to do something like that. But Ed says no, that time has passed, and probably, if he searches that whole library, he won't find anything more valuable than that. And Ed thinks that Professor Glass wouldn't waste his time for nothing. The professor would say that encouraging mediocre talent is a sin, but this Ed can break the maximum mana barrier. Because of this, he hid it from everyone and kept it until the end. This gift was a present for his daughter, which he made himself. Then, when they return to the surface, Lucy says that once the button on her sleeve fell off the final button on the sleeve, and when it was there, she didn't even notice. But without it, the sleeve gets wide and uncomfortable, and she spent a long time dealing with it. And Lucy says that when something is gone, that's when you realize how important it was. Something that seemed insignificant was actually very important. In fact, Lucy followed him to ask a question. Is he really going to the Dex building? And Lucy asks if he might consider not going there. And Ed is amazed, because that's a difficult line to get out of Lucy's mouth. But his heart remains neutral. Enter the Dex building or continue with his life in the camp. Ed says it will be much more comfortable in the building. Living outdoors in winter isn't a very sensible idea. And Lucy says it's true. And she wonders, is it going to rain? And Ed thinks she's having a hard time predicting rain, watching the heavy clouds and feeling the damp in her nose. But Ed says no, it's not going to rain because it's not the season for it. And Lucy keeps looking at the sky. After a long rainy season, you end up thinking it's going to rain, but it's actually snow this time because the rainy season is over. And Ed says that, on that subject, he's had so much work lately that he hasn't been able to secure enough firewood for the winter, and he might need some help, Lucy herself said that we were running out of wood, didn't she? And she gives Ed a hug, which even knocks him to the ground. And she asks if it's serious. Is it serious that he's going to do this? And Ed says he's used to life in the camp. And if he improves the living conditions, he could have several advantages. Until he notices the look on Lucy's face. Then he throws himself on the ground and thinks that the second act is over. So now begins the third act, where the trials become more intense. When he closes his eyes, a lot of thoughts come to mind. The dispute between Princess Fina and Lordle for the post of Student Council President, important new characters, enemies who will enter the academy as freshmen, and the one who will be on stage at the end of it all, the final boss of the third act. Lucy Mail, at that moment, she was all over him. Ed thinks it's never been an easy task, but he puts his worries aside for a moment. Even after the next episode, he's sure that he and Lucy will be alive and well, and he saw Lucy's expression, something he'd never seen on any other route in the game. That's how he knew for sure. Then winter arrived. The falling snow gives a cozy feeling, but at the same time, accumulated snow is accumulated work. It's been a while since Ed decided not to overload himself too much with work, but the next day he has to start his duties as a fellow at the academy, and he's going to finish everything that's piled up. Today, he has to chop wood, prepare supplies, but at least with the cold, the preservation of the meat is much better. So food preparation was a snap, but he gave up the benefits of the dormitory in exchange for a discount on tuition. At least the tuition issue has been resolved for the time being. He no longer has to share his entire day, but that doesn't mean he can sleep all the time. And it was Lucy who was in his bed, and he thinks he's stopped leaving Lucy outside, even if she has protection magic. Leaving her outside is a matter of consideration, and he thinks that if the time to rest can come at any time, the time to take risks is now. So he picks up his ring and gets started. He drenches his body with the flame of the phoenix and asks if Marilla is listening. At that moment, the gym was completely covered in snow, and at that moment, Janica was in a very chic place, a bakery, and she thought that the taste of pastries supervised by an ex-royal partier and the atmosphere of the balcony full of flowers, along with the luxury pastries, was so sought after and so hard to come by. And there she was, sipping her coffee, super relaxed. But Clara says she's going to be very direct and says that Janica is still on a very dangerous path. She has a crush on Ed Rothtaylor, and Janica asks how she knows that, and Clara asks how she wouldn't know. At first, she was a little disappointed, but since her assessment of Ed Rothtaylor has changed a lot, she's accepted the situation. But Clara says that the problem is that recently, when she was with him, she felt her heart so strong that she couldn't speak, or she was so nervous that she couldn't even look him in the eye. Janica asks why she's suddenly saying that, but Clara tells her to answer, and Janica says that instead of being nervous, she feels comfortable, and Clara says that's the problem. She's heading for one of the worst bad endings in the novel, the Grand Zone. Clara says she's a fool. What good is an exchange of feelings that only goes in one direction? She has to think about her own desires too, just chasing after him. Does she think she's going to create a relationship? That's stalking, and the spirits agree with Clara, but she tells them to let it go. Anyway, it's winter break, and Clara says that she's going to go home and she'll be very worried about Janica. But she tells him, instead of trying to play seduction games, to awaken his protective instinct. And Annie thinks that Clara herself doesn't seem to have any experience with dating. Everything she said might make sense, but the change in Ed's assessment was very much influenced by Clara herself, because he's the guy Janica likes. She's always spoken well of him to her friends and the staff at the gym. Now everyone seems to trust him, but Annis's opinion is a little different from that. Annis thinks, for example, of Professor Claire. She gets scolded by the librarian, who's also a pupil, and she's not at all imposing. And Annis really wonders how she became a teacher. But the veteran teachers always say that Claire has a great skill, which is her good luck with people. Somehow, she managed to get guidance from the best academics. like glassed or playing, and completed her doctorate, receiving guidance from all of them. And now she has the best assistant, who is second year Annie's Hayan in the magic department. Annie's is a second year student whom even the academy staff respect very much, the best assistant. And clumsy Professor Claire's lab is always spotless, thanks to Annie's efficiency. She collects information, circulates around the library, manages the tricks pavilion. If she were discovered, it would be complicated, but she always overcomes everything with a gentle smile. Few people know her true nature, except Janica and Clara. For Annie's, personal relationships are just a mask, and when the teachers aren't back from the bakery with their snacks, she analyzes all the information about Ed Rothtailor. The Rothtailor family, the most powerful in the Cloy Empire, the second of 3 sons in the direct line of the head of the family, and he is the only boy. Annie says that this public information is irrelevant. The year Ed was born, crapping R. Taylor usurped the title of the head of the family. At the age of 2, Ed became the official heir. He was baptized by the church at 5, etiquette classes at 8, and at 12, he should have been taking other classes. But from his grades in first grade, he didn't seem to have any talent. And, to return to Annie's, when she joined the academy, the situation at home was complicated, so she had to manage on her own as an assistant and scholarship student. She was modeled after a student for her ability to survive. Although Annie's isn't as talented with money as Lordle, she manages to get by. Meanwhile, Annie's was reading the entire Rothtailor family timeline. Apparently, Ed grew up in an oppressive environment, receiving a very authoritarian education. Financially, he grew up lacking nothing, but he had no academic talents and didn't show any remarkable abilities in his first year. He probably lacks confidence and prefers gentle, cheerful women. And she starts reading a lot about Ed. Sorry, guys, I'm not going to tell you all about it. It's about 30 lines long. Guys, I'm sorry. But Annie says that, in the end, it's not that complicated. She's going to practice a bit. Just then, Professor Claire returns to her office, full of things from the bakery, offering them to Annie's. And she asks if Annie's has even made black tea for her. Only, of course. Claire knocks over her cup, clumsy as she is. And Claire thinks Annie's is going to get angry with her again. But Annie's just asks if she's okay, if she's hurt. Anna says, I'm glad she's not hurt. And Claire is very impressed by her behavior. Then, later on, there was Ed saying how hard it was to wash his school uniform. So he thanks Belly. And Belly says that washing an extra uniform doesn't increase her workload. Besides, she always ends up helping those who should be serving her. And she says that lately, when she's been washing Miss Lucy's clothes, she notices that there's a lot of hair stuck to them. And when she washes Ed's clothes, she smells Miss Lucy's perfume and sees several strands of white hair. And Ed thinks it's true. Lucy has been clinging to him a lot lately, and Ed thinks she can only tell by the laundry. If Belly wasn't an employee, she'd be an investigator, that's for sure. But Belly asks why Ed keeps formalities with her. Ed says he only feels comfortable that way, and Belly says she feels more comfortable without formalities. And Ed thinks that, in fact, the position of head of the maids is equivalent to a senior position among the staff at the academy. And for him, who is no longer a nobleman or a student at the Hall of Files, it's hard not to treat her with formality, but she still insists that he doesn't have to. But Ed says he'll continue with the formalities, Miss Belly, and says that she has a very important position. But Belly tells him to feel free to be informal with her. Ed has a lot more people to look after than she does, and Belly says that worrying too much can also be a burden. The decisions of the ladies around him are their own choices, but she tells Ed that if something needs washing, she can help. The workplace is stabilized, so everything is fine. She tells him that they've finished the work on the Files dormitory, and Ed is impressed that they've already finished the restoration after all that destruction. And Belly says that there are freshmen coming in, which is why it's so important. And she says that of the 7 new residents they have to take care of, 1 has already signed up for the Phil's dorm and is already moving in. And Ed asks, that's Tanya, isn't it? Belly asks if he already knew. So it isn't. And Ed thinks that this vacation is going to be very complicated because he has a little sister coming. Back at the camp, Jix is talking to Ed. He says he's going back to his hometown for the vacations. Ed asks if Elka is coming back too. Jix says yes. He wants to spend some time with her, and he asks if Ed is going to stay here anyway, right? Ed says probably yes. He's going into his 3rd year, so he needs to master intermediate magic to maintain his honor, so he'll have to study hard until then. But Jix says that, a year ago, he was at the basic level of magic, so he tells him not to try so hard that he doesn't end up falling into a coma again. And Jix says, if there's no magical energy in him, he hasn't used up his own mana again, has he? Then Jix puts his hand on his forehead, asks if he has a fever, if he's feeling alright. Ed says he has his reasons, but he can't use magic for a while. Jix says that if he says so, it's fine. And Ed thinks that Jix's greatest quality is his coolness. If someone says they have a reason, he accepts it and moves on, which is very convenient. And Jix says he'd forgotten, but Alia was asking about Ed. It seems there was a misunderstanding, and she wanted to make an appointment to apologize to him. She asked him to tell her where his cabin was, but Jix wouldn't because it was personal information. Ed thanks her, but tells her not to worry about this apology. He's not upset, and he doesn't resent her. And Jix says that Ed isn't understanding at all. He's just completely indifferent, isn't he? And Ed says that Jix himself is discreet anyway, isn't he? So, before returning to his homeland, he wants Jix's help and hands over a bag with the reward he'll get for it. Ed tells him that Professor Glast has let him use the underground library, but it's a mess, and he needs help tidying it up. And Jix says that if it's money, it's not a problem. He can do it with some training. But what is he going to use the library for? Ed says he's going to turn it into a workshop. And Jix asks if he does magical engineering too. He has a life in the camp, mana training with spirit swearing, archery, magical engineering. Soon he's working at the academy. And Jix says that people like Ed are the most successful, so tell him not to overdo it. So Ed was crossing off his list of tasks as a fellow at the academy. Later, in Claire's office, Anis thanks the scholars for coming, except that Assistant Professor Claire is trying to say it at the moment, but she can't communicate, and she didn't look well at all. She's dealing with conference agendas and the deadline for next semester's teaching schedule. She says that Claire has been awake for 44 hours, but Anis says that as assistant head, she will pass on the important matters to them. Their job as fellows at the academy is to prepare the freshman class allocation exam and supervise on the day of the exam. And that's what Ed keeps thinking about, the allocation test. Every year, Professor Glast was in charge. This year, Professor Claire will be in charge. But just like last time, he already knew the result. But Ed is surprised that even Cebios is here. And Annie says that Cebios' job is to pick up the materials that have been reserved at the Trix Pavilion. Onyx, another scholarship student, has to help the assistant teacher with her tasks. And as for Ed, Annis thinks that Clara and Janica are overlooking one detail. There are a lot of women around Ed Rothtailor. From the look of him, he already seems like a gallant. And now that they're going to work together as fellows, it's a good opportunity to test him. She spent all night studying the ideal type and reproduced it perfectly. If he falls for her temptation, he's a weak man. And she tells Ed that they're going to do an on-site inspection, just the two of them. And she's going to make sure that he and Janica split up. Then, later, in the northwest of the academy, on Orin Mountain, Annie says it's not a very high mountain, but it's still a mountain. It's also quite dangerous because of the snow, isn't it? Slipping, falling off somewhere. And Annie says it's so tiring, but Ed looks so good. And Ed says it's okay to take a break, and she thanks him profusely, clearly playing a trick on him, saying that he's so thoughtful and has great stamina. She had misunderstandings about him, and Ed asks, misunderstandings. And Annie says that he must have realized that she's very good friends with Janica. So she was worried about her friend hanging out with someone who wasn't such a good person. But she was wrong, and Ed says he doesn't care. Ed was looking at his list. Ed says that perhaps she was tired of being assistant manager on her own all this time. Without realizing it, she must have been through a lot too. But Annie says it's all right now that he's here, and she's already clinging to his arm. And she says that the other people help a lot, but she really liked his presence. And she says he was kicked out of the family. Wasn't he? She was too. Annie says that as soon as she entered the school, her family began to fall apart, but she really wanted to continue studying here, so she held on alone. It was like spending a long, lonely winter, and Ed thinks that she certainly gave the impression of being very independent, whether in financial or academic matters. She managed on her own, but Ed tells her not to be so melancholy. She's holding it together very well, and Annie thanks him and says that they have a lot in common, don't they? And Ed wonders if she wasn't more emotionally cold and realistic. She's looking a little different from what Ed knows. Just then, she stumbles, I don't know if on purpose or not, but Ed holds her, and she says she's tripped over a stone. Then Ed looks around, and there's no stone, and Annie wonders why she's so hot. She wants to calm down a bit and goes to sit down, but Ed already understood this little game, and Annie's, alone now, is thinking out loud. She says that Ed really seems responsible and confident, but it's hard to tell if it's just his appearance or if he really is like that. And Annie says that this role she's playing, of a person who's been through difficulties, is a good way to get closer to him. But she's not sure whether Ed prefers cuter or more mature women, so she combined a bit of both, with some subtle touches disguised by the accident. Everything turned out as she planned, but she wonders if she overdid it. But Annie thinks she didn't see it coming. He has a much better physique than she imagined. He pretends to be alright, but he's stronger than he looks. She thought he was a spoiled nobleman's son who didn't know anything, but he actually has good practical skills. And about Ed's appearance, Annie's now understands why Janica was interested in him, and she realizes that she was focusing too much on that. She thinks it's clear to her now. She realizes that this is how he's been winning the girls over. But she's different. So there Ed was, admiring this incredible view. He thinks that the landscape of the Oran Mountains is enough to make anyone forget their worries for a long time. But there are always things you can never find a solution for. The current problem is Tanya Rothtaylor, the noble villain. That's the best way to describe her. Tanya, as the daughter of a duke, is a master of politics. Her ability to manipulate politics is instinctive. With these skills, she wants to be the first student council president in the history of the academy to be in the first year. And Belly Malia mentions to Ed that Tanya arrived at the dorm before everyone else, probably to ensure maximum support before the semester starts. And Ed thinks that, at first, he thought he could prepare. But the big problem is how his little sister is going to treat him. Tanya knows Ed, but he doesn't know Tanya. Ed Rothtaylor is a passing villain who appears briefly and then disappears. There isn't even much information about him in the game book. He's just an extra character, an extra. There's no evidence, and Ed doesn't really know what Tanya thinks about Ed. And just then, Tanya was arriving at the academy, thinking that her brother is garbage, and she thinks that Sylvania is full of stars, the princess of Chol, the leader of the Elter Company, and a spiritualist who has a high-level contract in her team, also a great alchemist who, as a student, created the Immortals potion, and the beast who dominated the northern lands, the swordsman of the Nende clan. But the most impressive is the magic prodigy who supposedly received the blessing of the Archmage Glock. Tanya thinks that a gathering of such noble figures makes her heart soar just thinking about it. The Sylvania Academy. Now she's going to live her academic life surrounded by legends. And Belly welcomes Tanya, saying that the maids have already organized all the luggage she sent, and her room is the second on the right on the third floor. Tanya gets out of the carriage and tells her servant to finish the admission process. She has a place to visit first, and she thinks that the first thing to do in the much admired land of learning, Sylvania, is to eliminate the shame of the family. Ed of Rothtaylor, that piece of trash. And Tanya received a letter from her father, Crepin Rothtaylor, saying that when he saw that she had entered the academy, he was overjoyed and wanted to support her in her ambition. He told her to establish her position and represent the family in front of them. And Tanya says that she will live up to her father's expectations. And Crepin says that Sylvania will treat her according to her social position. But at the end of the day, it's a land of learning. Even the princess respects the academy teacher, and she tells her not to rely too much on her nobility. Anyone a year above her is superior to her. And at that moment, she was having a conversation with some senior. And Tanya tells this person that she must know the stain on her family, that despicable being. And she says that she knows him very well because they grew up together. And this person says that her childhood must have been difficult. But Tanya says it's nothing like hers. And Tanya thinks it's not difficult to guide a conversation naturally. And she says that Ed is full of arrogance and knows nothing about elegance. Even so, he was in the position of heir until he was kicked out of the family. And Alia thinks that bad-mouthing someone is a quick way of creating intimacy. And she says that Ed lacks determination and only scratches the surface of everything and gives up in the end. But his pride is so great that he never admits his own incompetence. He barely understands the concept of mana sensitivity and already thinks he's a great magician. And he says that when he entered Sylvania, it was ridiculous to watch. But when he was expelled, she felt a huge sense of relief. And she says that of course someone of her level, this veteran, must have realized this. But Tanya wonders why this doesn't feel like a conversation. She was talking to herself, wasn't she? And she remembers her father saying that, when meeting someone, it's important to respect the other person, especially in negotiations and agreements. You should never underestimate your opponent. And Crepin says that they met when they discussed the sage-sealed grimoire, and wishes her luck in her conversation with Lordle. And Lordle asks, "What's up? Keep talking." And Tanya was feeling enormous pressure, and she says it's nothing and says that Lordle is angry about something. And Lordle asks, "Angry? Why would I be?" She says that's very interesting. And at that moment, tent in the hut. Ed was almost done with everything he had to do. The only things left to do were to build a warehouse to store materials, expand his hut, increase his level in magical engineering by 3 and learn special skills with the bow. And he's reading the Intermediate Magic Study Manual for Focused Explosion and also Primordial Wind. And Ed thinks he picked it up from Professor Glass's library last night. And it's very convenient to be able to access all the books without having a return deadline. He thinks his first day of work as an academic fellow is done, and it looks like Annie's had more work to do than he did. At this point, he tries to light his fire with magic, but he remembers that he can't use magic just yet. He can't practice, but he wants to master the theory first. But Ed goes into the hut and sees someone in his bed, and he thinks that before she appeared in places he never imagined. But now he's getting used to Lucy's movements, and he takes the sheet off her and asks, "Please, can you light the fire for me?" Then he gets her out of bed. Ed thinks she's very light. Then he says, "Light it there." And she lights it on the spot, causing a huge explosion. And Ed says, "Fine, you can go back to sleep." But Lucy says she wants to stay out here too. So she goes back to sleep. But then she sits down next to him and says that his perfume is very strong. Ed thinks that he's spent the whole day in close proximity to Annie's, so her scent has probably lingered on him. But Lucy wonders if Ed has a fever, if it hurts somewhere, and Ed asks if he can tell. And Lucy tells Tanya not to get sick. People who get sick can die. And she says that if his mana is misaligned, she can help with that. But she uses magic, stays silent, and tells him he's empty of mana. He's done a very reckless thing, hasn't he? But Ed says he can handle it. But Lucy says that once the winter is over, maybe she'll be much stronger, and she can ask him a slightly strange favor. Can he pat her on the head? Then, later, they were at the fire. He was cuddling her, and Ed was reading his book, and Lucy was really enjoying it, until someone comes up to her, saying, "It's been a while," and it's Lordle. And Ed wonders if she came because of the request he made. If that was the reason, he could have gone to the association. Lordle says it's not just that. She came because she has something very important to talk about, and she says that she also has things to ask, while looking at Lucy. Meanwhile, at the academy on campus, Tanya was talking to Elka, and Tanya says that she's just going to help her punish that man, and she's going to reward Elka as much as she can, and she says that she can give her several books that she has in the Rothtailor mansion. What does she think? And Elka gets all excited, but Jix stands up and asks, "Is that so?" and asks if she's Tanya, isn't she? And Tanya realizes that this guy has a well-trained body, and you can clearly feel the mana flowing through him. It's definitely good to have him on her side. And Jix asks if she's veteran Ed's sister, isn't she? And she says yes, but she gets a bit nervous. And Jix says, "Got it." But he smiles and gets really excited, and he says, "Did you hear that? Elka, you're Ed's sister." Then he hands her a magical artifact, saying that this is a magical engineering item that they use in the mandatory freshman classes. He tells her that she can use this one. It will come in handy during her mana sensitivity training. She asks Elka if she's picked up the content of the Elementalia class. Elka says she did, but she almost threw it away. But then Jix helps Tanya a lot, giving her lots of things, and he feels proud at the end, because Tanya was cluttered with things, and she asks if Jix has heard her proposal, right? And Jix says yes, to deal with Ed, but he says that siblings always have a very complicated relationship. It's rare to see brothers who get on well, and Ed's manner even justifies misunderstandings. But Elka says, "Let's go, Jix." And Jix says it was nice to meet his senior Ed's sister. And Jix says he's going into second year, and he says that they can be very close, since he's close to her brother. And he says that she must have determination, just like Ed, right? And he says that for her to have been born into a good family, with good relatives like that, is very lucky. But he runs off, and Tanya falls with everything, with the things she was carrying, and she was asking herself, "What is this?" And later, in Claire's teacher's room, there was Claire, finished, destroyed. And Annie says that, after dealing with the class allocation exam, Claire will be able to rest a bit during the vacations. And Claire asks if that's youth. Annie's is very impressive. She's already on her second day without sleep. It's incredible stamina. And Annie's thinks that you really can't rely too much on external scholars. Whether it was Onyx from the third year or Cbios from the first, none of them did their job properly. She had to proofread everything. But Ed Rothtailor was very different different. There are no mistakes in his paperwork, and she thinks that his ability to solve practical problems is at a level that is rare to find, especially among nobles who have no idea how to do it. Annie thinks she'd be lying if she said she wasn't surprised by him, because he seems to have been brought up in a very spoiled way. Then Claire approaches and asks Annie, "You spent a lot of time with Ed, didn't you?" and asks what he looks like. Do they look alike? And Claire says that she's going to say something, but she's not going to tell Ed. And she says that when the Files dorm invasion happened, she investigated Ed, and believe it or not, he built a camp bigger than his lab. And he uses tools, a bench, a fire, displays, dryers, smokers, and it looks like he did it all by hand. You can feel how hard he worked to survive. And yet, he got top marks in his class. Even Glast recognized his efforts. Claire says he even made a contract with the spirit. She has no idea how he got through that barrier, but Ed must have tried very hard. And Annie thinks she has clues that explain this surprisingly developed practical ability. Ed certainly didn't live the typical life of a spoiled nobleman. And Claire tells Annie that they have a lot in common, don't they? Then Annie says, "Me and Ed." She thanks her for the compliment, but she thinks Ed seems like a nice guy. You can't just trust other people's opinions and hope that he and Janica have a happy relationship. And when she got close to Ed, Annie saw that there was nothing wrong with him. He's just decent and responsible. She thinks he's just a nice guy. He's good looking. He's not arrogant. The teacher's assessment of him is positive, and he seems a much kinder person than she imagined. She also discovered that he has a good physique. And Claire realizes that Annie's is over the moon, a little nervous, and she gets up, opens the window, and says it's a bit hot, isn't it? But Claire picks up the papers that are flying in the wind. But she asks, "Annie's, are you all right? You're trying really hard." But Annie's thinks that's not good. It's not good. What does she do now? But she keeps thinking, wait a minute. She remembers that Claire said he made a contract with the spirit. And if Janica has helped Ed with that, his spirit must be very competent and trustworthy. A spirit that can report everything to Janica. And Annie's gets very nervous. And Claire says, "So, since we've finished our work, what do you say we have a snack?" But Annie's just runs off. And then, on Mario's big tree, it's said that the Phil Lover family motto is harmony and coexistence. Janica's kind and loving heart, which cares about others, is what makes her shine so brightly. Loneliness has never been a part of her life, and this has earned her many true friends. Just then, she gets the news from Mug that Ed and Annie's have gotten close, and Tanya was on her way there to meet her, to try and strike up a conversation. She says she wants to chat, and Tanya heard from Lordle herself that Janica is a good, loving, kind person who always talks. Only, at that moment, she was rebelling. It seems that this naturally kind and caring Janica wasn't there. At that moment, she was very angry. At that moment, Lordle was at the camp with Ed. She said that most of the materials he'd asked for had already been acquired, but the legendary ones were very hard to find. It's difficult to get this kind of thing in winter too. But Ed says that, in any case, she's busy and has helped him a lot. But Lordle says she was going to sort it out anyway. And Ed says that she should be resting now. She didn't need to come all this way. And the distance isn't that short either. But Lordle says not to worry. She came here to rest. And Ed thinks that the moon, which used to be round as if it were a tray, is now hiding, leaving only traces behind, with life passing by in the blink of an eye. Time also flies. When winter comes, it brings calm, equally for everyone. As the world prepares to go into hibernation, the way in which everyone welcomes this quietness varies. For Ed, this winter is a time of trial, when he has to protect himself from the cold. But for those who transcend these worries, winter intensifies the feeling of loneliness, like walking alone down a deserted street. Just then, Lordle asks why Lucy is sleeping on his leg, and Ed says it's winter. And Lordle asks if that's an answer, and Ed realizes that she's a bit put out by that answer. And Lordle says that she only came here to talk about the items. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come. Ed asks her if she has another reason, and Lordle says that of course she does. He's pretending he doesn't know, isn't he? And she shows him the hologram of the grimoire. And Ed asks if, in the end, she made the offer, didn't she? And she says yes. So the hologram turns into a letter. And Lordle says it was an interesting story, wasn't it? And Ed himself said that he would do anything for her if she made that offer. And the virtue of a trader is to ensure that at least the amount invested is recovered. And Ed asks what she's going to ask for that's so important. Lordle says that she can't ask for something so huge that Ed will feel overwhelmed or find it difficult to do. She just tells him to stay by her side. And Ed thinks they're about to enter the third act. The conflict between Princess Phonia and Lordle is about to begin in earnest. Lordle has already realized this and is preparing for the political confrontation and strategic maneuvers. And the Princess of Benevolence, Phonia alias Chol, is the archenemy destined to cross paths with Lordle, and, following the scenario, she will become the president of the student guild and dominate the academy to strengthen her influence. And with this power, in the fourth act, she will become the central character as she uncovers the dark secrets of the Rothtailor family. And Lordle tells Ed that there will come a time when everyone at the academy will have to choose sides. An inevitable choice will arise, and Lordle says that Ed should stand by her. That's it. And Ed thinks that Lordle doesn't know, but in the end, it's the protagonist of this story who will decide which side wins. And Ed says that even if he stands by her, he doesn't think it will make that much difference. Lordle says it's true. Although his prestige in the academy has improved, his support won't have many results. And Ed says that she said it so directly. And Lordle asks, what about it? It's not a question of whether or not it's politically relevant. It's simply that it doesn't mean anything to her. And Ed says that's fine. It doesn't seem difficult. So she burns the letter. And Ed thinks that Lordle, with her enigmatic smile and her maneuvers, is a girl with 1,000 faces. Only, at that moment, Lordle says that it makes her very happy. And Ed didn't know she could show that expression. Then, the next morning, Ed thinks that, as it's vacation time, he doesn't have classes, and today he doesn't have any tasks as a scholarship student either. So he thought he'd take a quiet nap after a long time, but he woke up early out of habit, and he asks Lucy to light the fire for him, and he thinks he had a long talk with Lordle last night, but there's something on his mind. Lordle mentions that Tanya is hanging around the gym, talking to everyone, but she wonders if Tanya really sees Ed as an enemy, or if it's just a silly feud between siblings. And Lordle says that she finds her attitude a bit cute. She says she wants to talk to everyone, and she'll probably be coming over to talk to him soon. And Ed thinks she was right. She's just arrived, the biological sister of this body he's entered. And their relationship is a mystery to him, until he finds out there's nothing he can do. And Tanya arrives a little nervous and says it's been a while, and she says she's bought a present, since it's been a while since they've seen each other. And Ed notices that she's clearly nervous and uncomfortable. She even looks scared, but at least she's not angry. And Ed now understands, while he was in the mansion with the family, he must have been a terrible person, and he feels very bad for having misjudged her. But when he gets up, she gets a fright, and he remembers the time Ed threw the plate of food on the floor and said that Tanya's ability not to feel disgusted while eating is impressive, because with this kind of filthy little maid here, it's very difficult for him. So he steps on the maid's head, and Tanya, trembling, asks him to please stop. Then there's silence, but Ed asks her why she's acting like this. Are you taking pity on this kind of worthless instrument that these people are? You're not a real noblewoman yet. Only, at that moment, Ed was being very kind, thanking me for the gift. And he says he's going to put it to good use next semester. Technically speaking, he's not in a position to say much. Is he? Technically, they're not brothers anymore. So it's nice of her to bring this gift. And Ed says, just stand there. No, sit here by the fire. And Ed says he's almost out of herbs, but he won't skim. And Tanya recognizes that that's Lucy, but Ed tells her not to worry. Lucy, give her some room. Then he comes back with 2 tea bags and says he heard that Tanya was exploring the gym. She's met a lot of people, hasn't she? Tanya says yes, and says she's heard a lot about him. And Ed asks, about me? He says he doesn't even know that many people, maybe Jix or Janica. But when Tanya and the people in her group hear Janica's name, everyone almost has a heart attack. And Ed asks her if she's met Janica. Of all the people he knows, Janica is certainly the kindest. And Tanya says that yes, she really is super kind. And what's more, she's very strong, right? Because she summoned a great spirit of fire and started throwing it at her servants as if they were toys. And Ed asks if she really did that. And Tanya says no, she was very kind. She encouraged her to focus on her studies. That's all. And Tanya desperately tries to disprove the story. And he thinks that, as he already imagined, there's something strange. The Tanya he remembers isn't that shy. And Tanya thinks that everyone she's ever met, who knows Ed, resents her now. And Ed tells his sister that he's trying as hard as he can. So tell her not to see him in a negative light, okay? After all, he was disinherited as punishment for his sins. And he admits that he was pretty pathetic back then. And there are things he can't fix, but he apologizes. And he's heard that she wants to become president of the student council. And of course he supports her decision. Only he can't help much, but he wishes her luck. And Ed thinks that, even though he says it, he knows that Tanya won't become the next president, because she's a villain villain who exists only to put Phonia in the spotlight. But even so, she ends up being special to Ed because she's the first relative he's met. But from the look on her face, he really doesn't know how he's going to make this relationship evolve. Then, later, back in the Files dormitory, Tanya was feeling a little stiff-legged, and she thinks she knows the true nature of that trash of a brother she has. But when she was almost burned alive for bad-mouthing him, she saw the genuine anger in Janika's eyes, and she really believes and trusts Ed. But Tanya thinks this is very strange, because the Sylvania Academy is full of only the elite, and also the most brilliant and genius student, the magician Lucy Mary. In a place full of people like that, no matter how good Ed is at concealment, the truth will come out at some point, until she realizes that Lucy's room is right next to hers, and Tanya thinks it makes sense. This is the most luxurious dormitory in the academy, and Tanya thinks Ed must have been lucky. That's all. Then Lucy asks if Tanya is Ed's sister, isn't she? And she comes over and says that if there's anything she needs, just let her know. Then Lucy goes into her room, and Tanya thinks that in the Files dormitory, the most prestigious, only the best students wear the gold plaque, and she only realizes now that she's just had a conversation with Lucy Mail, the great wizard Lucy Mail, the greatest prodigy of all time, and Tanya says she doesn't know anything else. And later, in the Rose Garden, Annie asks Belly to introduce her to a man, if possible, who is tall, handsome, and successful. And she says that Belly works at the Oils Pavilion, so she must know him, right? But Belly says that Annie's isn't the kind of woman who goes out with men for nothing. Is she? And has she ever had any experience of love? Then Annie's is a little affected by this, and Belly apologizes. She didn't mean to offend. She didn't mean it in a bad way. You know, it's just that she's always busy, so she doesn't have time for romance, you know? Just like Ed, who's going into third year now. And now that she's stopped to think about it, they have a lot in common. Until Belly realizes, wait a minute, are you talking about Ed? And Annie's tells her that she can't fool her, right? Yeah, she's right. She says she's heard bad rumors about them. But when she confronts him in person, he's much better than she expected. Belle asks if he's into young Master Ed, and Annie says yes. She says she was attracted to him as a man. Actually, that's good news, because if even she was attracted to him, that means Janica has found a good match. All she has to do is stop thinking about him like that, and everything will be fine. If he was a really bad person, at least she would have found out in time. But it's not like there's only him in this world. Belle asks if Janica has realized that she's interested in Ed, and she replies that finding Ed was like finding gold. She says that's a bit disrespectful, that she just wants to find a love to end this story. Annie's comments that, in fact, yesterday, she walked past the teacher's wing and bumped into Janica, but they didn't even say hello. Janica looked very sad. Annie says that next week, during the class allocation exam, she'll have to be an inspector alongside Ed, and she's feeling very guilty about what she's doing to Janica. But Belle says that maybe it's not as bad as she thinks. That could turn out to be a good thing. Belle says that Janica has always been kind and honest with others, and Annie's and Clara have always done their best to protect her. But the problem is that Janica is always too perfect with people. Sometimes, being so flawless isn't necessarily a good thing. Belle tells her that, even though she was confused by what happened, the fact that Annie's trusted her to talk about it made her very grateful. She also says that sometimes showing imperfections can be something that makes a person more attractive, as if it awakens a protective instinct. Annie's remembers what Clara said, that Ed attracts a lot of women, so she should use her protective instinct with him. Annie's thinks her mind is clearer now. Belle's encouraging words, saying that she doesn't need to feel guilty about it, made Annie's organize her thoughts better. She ended up laughing at her own situation. Annie's realizes that when Janica's heart is heavy, or she's confused, it's obvious where she's going. And at that moment, at dusk, Janica was at Ed's camp. Ed thinks it's time to prepare the materials for the construction of the warehouse. He wants to make everything more spacious and needs to hurry. But at the same time, Janica is standing in front of him, and he notices that she's clearly unwell. So he makes her some tea and tells her that it's snowing again, with a lot of snow already piled up. He tells Janica that if she has something on her mind, she can talk about it. But Janica apologizes and says she can't talk about it. Ed replies that it's fine. If she doesn't want to, she doesn't have to. So he covers her with a cloth because of the cold, and Ed thinks that sometimes he forgets. But Janica must also be having a hard time in her academic life. She looks like a cornered animal from time to time, which is hard to ignore. He thinks it's very cold and winter is still going on, but spring is slowly approaching. So, at that moment, they stay warm together. At that moment, Tanya was thinking that, although the head of the family was often away on kingdom business, the Roth-Taylor family manor had always been quiet. But after the death of the firstborn and heir, Arwen Roth-Taylor, Ed, the new heir, took over and everything changed. He's the kind of person who only shows his true nature after gaining power. A pathetic piece of trash who thinks everyone belongs to him, just because he's received a small fraction of the heir's power. She remembers a day when he even knocked over the table, asking why Tanya was staring at him so much. He says he's going to kill her, and Tanya picks up the dagger, saying yes. After all, Arwen is already dead. That's good for him, isn't it? Then Ed grabs her and says, then kill me. The position of heir will be yours. Stab me. He asks her why she's waiting, but, of course, Tanya collapses weakly, unable to do it. She thought it was part of her routine, and once again Ed looked at her with those damn eyes. She had lived half her life oppressed by that look. He never raised a hand against her, even though they were of the same blood, but the mansion, as well as all the family members, was in a situation where no one could escape him. She lived as if she were insignificant, until the opportunity came. Ed was disinherited, and Tanya thinks that now that he's been disinherited, the only thing left is to prove her worth. This election for student council president is an opportunity she can't miss, and there's also the class allocation exam. So, on the day of the exam, there was Annis asking Ed not to come any closer. She didn't want him to approach her with that pleasant smell and that charming look. Claire says that they've talked about the important information. Now they just have to go upstairs and prepare for the exam. This was the beginning of episode 3 of Sylvania's Failed Swordsman, the S allocation exam for the novice class. Ed thinks that, unlike the last exam, which took place in the Northern Forest, the allocation exam this time will be held on Mount Orem. And since Professor Glast is absent, Professor Claire is leading the exam, with several changes. Instead of looking for the difficult magic spheres that were hidden in the last exam, this time the students have to look for magic stones, which are easier to find. What's more, the magic stones aren't hidden on purpose, and there's no difference in status between them. It's enough for anyone to find a magic stone and place it on the exchange altar to have a chance of getting into a class. At first glance, it looks easy, but, well, like a master, like an apprentice. Claire has made it very difficult to get into Class A. This time, the newcomers have to fight and defeat various magical beasts and wild animals, and only those who survive make it to a class. It's absurdly difficult in the end. Of all the newcomers at Sylvania Academy this year, no one managed to get into a class. Ed thinks that this is already part of the planned scenario. The fact that no one got into Class A in this exam is an event that will be connected to an important event later on, so it really has to happen that way. That's why Ed didn't comment on the difficulty of the exam. But what reassures him is that, despite being a survival infernal, no newcomers will be hurt here, because they'll be fighting illusory beasts created by the magical engineering devices, illusion discs. Their job as scholars will only be to ensure safety after the devices have been installed, especially the purple disc. It's the most important one, as far as Ed knows. The reason no one got into Class A was because of that disc. Although Ed wants to praise the dedication of the staff, Annie's was struggling to load this disc, and Ed, of course, offers to help. Annie's goes into a bit of shock, pulls away from him, and almost falls, but Ed manages to hold her up, only for the bag to fall and the purple disc to roll down the stairs. Cebios manages to catch it and tells her to be careful, saying that if this disc broke, he would. Ed says, as expected from the best combat student, this semester's scenario wouldn't have been ruined right from the start. But at that moment, even though he was holding the disc, Cebios literally disintegrated it. It turns to dust, and what was in his other hand also disintegrates. Cebios asks what to do now, at which point Ed releases Annie's so that she, Kalia. Ed knew that everything was going too well to be true. It's explained that last year, during joint combat practice, failed student Taylor wielded a sword for the first time and defeated Lucy, gaining a lot of attention. Although the scenario was twisted and he was defeated, this led to the acceleration of the first act. This year's joint combat practice is also a very important event. Talented first-year elitists challenge the seniors to combat, and when the battle begins, the newcomers, completely ignoring the word practice, totally lose control. However, they were all barred by Taylor alone. After a year of training, Taylor was now much stronger and impressed everyone. Among the crowd was St. Claris, who had been hiding her true identity and started paying attention to Taylor. This is the beginning of Taylor's connection with one of the game's 4 main heroines, Santa, who is a crucial character. Therefore, this event needs to happen exactly as planned in the scenario. To do this, the first-year students have to lose control as planned. They only lose control because none of them got into the class. But she used the purple discs, which were broken, and the staff start to get desperate. Claire says that it seems to be well damaged, and the guys lose hope. Annie's apologizes, saying that she should have been more attentive, but Ed says that staying like this won't make the item work again. If he carries on like this, he'll end up with too many students in Class A, and he needs to sort it out. Ed says he's sure he can handle it, as long as it's with Clebius. He grabs the big boy, who wonders why him. Later, at the exam starting point, Tanya was ready, along, of course, with the other novices. Even though princesses and ministers study in Sylvania, everyone is equal as long as they wear the same uniform. But if there is one exception to this rule, it is the spiritual guide of millions of followers, Saint Clarice. She thanks everyone for their reverence, but says she doesn't need it. If they focus on etiquette in every detail, their lives will be very difficult. She tells them not to be so formal with her, but Tanya says it's an honor to meet her, Saint Clarice, and says that she is the future head of the Rothtailor family, Tanya Rothtailor. The saint says that Crepin received her baptism. He was young at the time, so she doesn't remember very well, and Tanya considers it a great honor. She also intends to receive her baptism when she becomes an adult, and Santa says she will be looking forward to it. Tanya thinks that this meeting with a saint, in front of everyone, is a good show to boost her career. At that moment, fireworks are let off to indicate that the exam has begun, and people start running. Tanya knew that everyone wanted to go to Class A, because there you get full tuition waivers, the right to live in the hall, free use of all the welfare facilities, and the honor of participating in class, that everything every student needs. Of course, all the newcomers here, running one after the other, had their eyes on the top of that mountain. Tanya, picking up a magic crystal, says there's a lot there. Surely just placing the stone on the altar won't be enough. She says that there must be a mechanism for differentiating abilities, until she hears someone shouting. She wonders if the girl has tripped and asks if she's hurt. The girl replies that no, it's just that she's always wanted to walk in the snow barefoot. Tanya, curious, asks why all of a sudden. The girl, unaware that it's strange, says that it's softer than she expected. Tanya is a little confused and thinks that the girl must have hit her head. She introduces herself as Tanya, the second daughter of the Rothtailor family, and the girl is impressed to learn that she comes from this family. She's heard that the Rothtailor family is very prestigious, and Tanya replies that no matter how powerful it is, it always ends up making a mess. She thinks about how, the last time she saw Ed, he had changed a lot, but she still knows who he really is. The fear he implanted in her mind hasn't gone away. The girl comments that she comes from a remote region, and that, since Tanya is from such a prestigious family, she should show more respect. But Tanya tells her to leave it alone, as they are in Sylvania. She smiles and confirms that they are in Sylvania. The girl introduces herself as Kylie Eckner, comes from a small town called the Duchy of Terran in the east, and admits that she doesn't know much about the world. She apologizes in advance if she does anything weird. Tanya says that now they're classmates, they can talk more informally, and says they need to hurry because of the exam. But Kylie says she doesn't care too much about her grades. She believes that getting in a would only put her in the spotlight, and that's not what she wants. Tanya wonders about Kylie's answer, but suddenly Kylie takes her hand and says she'll help Tanya with it. The two become friends, and Kylie starts running, pulling Tanya after her. Kylie mentions that it's the first time she's had a friend her own age, and Tanya warns Kylie not to do that to just anyone. If she'd done that with a princess or Santa, she'd be in serious trouble. They went on their way, and 30 minutes after the start of the exam, one guy was already very close to the top, thinking he was in first place. Just then, the beast Clebius appears and punches the boy. Clebius comments that it's a bit strange, but it could be considered dirty, cowardly, and not at all worthy of a veteran. But Ed said he could take it. At that point, he asked why him. Ed then explains that it won't just be him. A big explosion happens in the forest, and Ed explains that Clebius and Annie's will be blocking the top of the mountain, protecting the newcomers from reaching the altar. In short, he's a genius, a strong contender for this year's Best Alicino. Joseph tells Annie's not to be disappointed, as she certainly has her own areas of expertise. Annie's replies that he's wrong. She's frustrated, but not for that reason, and asks him to leave soon. After he leaves, Annie's gets a little nervous. She thinks she's tried to be perfect, flawless, but in the end, she's caused a big problem and can't come up with a solution. And, as if that wasn't enough, it was Ed who led the whole thing once again, without complaining. He guided the conversation constructively, but it was defeated by a newcomer and failed to block the entrance to the north altar. More than feeling frustrated at her defeat, she is angry with herself, because Ed's trustworthy face was the first thing that came to mind mind as a solution to the situation. Ed tells Joseph that he is the first visitor and already knows how it works. Just put the magic stone on the altar. That's it. But, of course, Ed isn't going to let that happen so easily. Joseph comments that the system is a bit weird. If he defeats Ed and puts the stone on the altar, who will the next people face? Ed replies that it's none of his business. Joseph agrees, saying that he must already have a solution too. Right? Ed thinks that Joseph isn't that curious. He's just buying time to analyze his surroundings. Joseph notices the purple illusion disc, an improved version of the normal one, and deduces that Ed must be from the magic division. However, he doesn't feel much mana coming from him, but he knows that he has used magic stones. Using a magic stone in the very first battle indicates that Ed has a very low amount of mana, and Joseph is disappointed with the academy. Joseph uses his fire spell, Concentrated Explosion, and thinks that there is no way to dodge or defend against it. However, he sees Ed dodging easily and deduces that he has experience in combat. Ed prepares a spell, and Joseph realizes that it's a fire spell, like Combustion or Set on Fire. He prepares to defend, but when Ed casts the spell, Joseph is impressed by the size of the flames. He thinks that Ed must have enough mana for an intermediate spell, but he still manages to block it with a barrier, saying that it's a waste, because no matter how strong it is, a Set on Fire can't get through his magical barrier. Joseph reflects that, in battles between mages, the outcome is often decided by the amount of mana. If they both spend a similar amount of energy on each spell, Joseph will win because he has more mana. He also thinks that Ed doesn't have much experience in magical combat, and when he runs out of mana, he won't be able to defend himself. However, at that moment, Ed grabs Joseph and says that a magic barrier can block magic, but not physical strength. He then applies a knee to Joseph's face and asks him if he thinks he's only going to face mages because he's a mage. Joseph recoils after the attack and asks if Ed got through the flames, but says he won't let his guard down. Ed realizes that Joseph is using intermediate ice magic, but continues to use basic magic, Set on Fire. Joseph asks if he's going to continue using the same magic, deducing that he probably wants to obstruct his vision with steam. However, Joseph also controls other elements and uses combustion magic. Everything is obscured by flames, but Ed had the blessing of flame, which gives him temporary immunity to fire. He rushes through the flames towards Joseph, who manages to defend himself with a physical defense. Joseph wonders where Ed got that from, because in terms of conjuration, he's faster, but Ed is clearly faster physically. Ed leaves his dagger in the barrier and asks the mug to cause a big explosion. Joseph is thrown upwards by the explosion and falls rolling down the mountain. Wounded, Joseph thinks he can't lose focus. He reflects that Ed isn't faster than him with basic magic. That was spiritualism, a spiritual technique that Ed used. He deduces that Ed went through the combustion with his own body, using a blessing, and hid the spiritualism inside the flame. And Joseph thinks that Ed used spiritualism magic and magical engineering items. He wonders, who the hell is this guy? Joseph admits his defeat, but throws the crystal right at Ed's foot and says he's going to take advantage of this loophole. He uses an ice spear in Ed's direction, which he easily dodges. Joseph tries to hit him with a punch and manages to hit Ed. Ed thinks that the punch from Joseph, who has spent his whole life studying magic, obviously wouldn't do much damage. Then Joseph is caught by wind magic, specifically the Blessing of the Storm, which says that when Ed receives a melee blow, it sends the target far away. Joseph is hurled like a bullet down a mountain, destroying everything in his path. He stops at a broken tree and says that he has now lost. He falls as his crystal shatters. Ed comments that Joseph did very well, saying that it was an admirable decision and that it almost took him by surprise. Joseph, slumped over and about to faint, asks for the veteran's name. Ed introduces himself as Ed Rothtailor. Just then, the Onyx picks Joseph up. Meanwhile, in a carriage, Jix and Elka are talking. Elka asks why Jix went into the magic division, since if he went into alchemy or combat, he'd be the best. Jix replies that he doesn't care much about this best student business in alchemy. Maybe he was, but in combat he wouldn't be the best. The current best is Clebius Norton Dale, who, at that moment, was being defeated. Clebius wonders what happened, and a newcomer asks if he's alright. wondering if the holy magic was too strong for him. The onyx tells them to continue on their way, that he'll take care of it, and asks Clebius, "Are you all right, Clebius?" Then, 20 minutes before the end of the exam, Tanya and Kylie finally reach the end. Tanya asks if this is the final exam, isn't it? At this point, the field is full of completely destroyed and defeated rookies. Tanya thinks, once he was feared, once he was hated. That damn man. Ed says he'll get straight to the point and tells them to just give up.